Good morning and welcome from Headingley for the final county championship match, the final match of the season for both Yorkshire and Gloucestershire, and still a bit to play for the home side. Ed Seaborn of BBC Radio Bristol and myself, Jonathan Doidge, with you throughout this one. We've also got third voice in Graham Orange. I know he's particularly familiar with Yorkshire listeners. The news is that Gloucestershire won the toss and have decided to bat first on what, from this distance, 4 floors up in the commentary box, the Kirkstall Lane end of the ground, it looks, to all intents and purposes, to be a good pitch. Ben Code going to open the bowling. There's a bit of brightness and sunshine this morning. Conditions pretty good, but as you'd expect, it's now autumnal, and there's a fairly chilly breeze blowing west to east across the ground. We'll give you those team details in a moment or two, but Ben Code is about to get things going here with the first delivery of this one. James Middlebrook and Ian Blackwell, the two umpires, by the way, and that is pushed into the offside by Ben Charlesworth first up. Ben Charlesworth and Chris Dent, the two Gloucester batters out there. And good morning, Ed Seaborn.
Good morning to you. Good morning, everybody. Yes, Gloucestershire come in unchanged after their first county championship victory of the season against Warwickshire last time out. It still came at a bittersweet moment for them, because it came at the exact time they were mathematically confirmed as being relegated.
Here's Code again, round the wicket, by the way, to start off with here. And that is well wide off stump. Charlesworth with an easy leave. 4 slips in place, point. Extra cover, Jordan Thompson, Stephen Patterson at mid-on, Harry Duke is at mid-wicket, also long leg. News this morning, by the way, congratulations to both Matthew Fisher, who is back in the side today for Yorkshire for the first time since they beat these opponents back in April. That seems so long ago at Bristol. As Cody's in, good delivery, a little nibble at that by Charlesworth through to Tattersall. So congratulations to both Matthew Fisher and Jonathan Tattersall, Yorkshire's captain, of course, at the moment, because they have both received their county caps this morning, and there was much jollification, I think, down near the boundary rope in front of us. Families were involved as well, quite a few photographs. Proud moment for both those players. Good to see, very good to see Matthew Fisher back out there in his whites for Yorkshire, as Cody's in again, and Charlesworth with another easy leave. So the Yorkshire side, 3 changes from the team beaten by 10 wickets down at the Oval last week. Will Frayne misses out this time. Finlay Bean misses out. He's got a bit of a hand injury, and so he's been rested for the final game of the season. And the other one is Ben Mike, who's missing. Trying to recall all these bits as Ben Code's going into bowl and straighten things up this time, and will be picked off for runs into the leg side. Harry Duke is out there doing the fielding, and they're back for 2. Gloucestershire 2 without loss. So Duke in, Fisher back in, and also James Wharton back in the side for the first time since he played in the match at Bristol back in April. Of course, he's been playing his trade in the second team, and congratulations to Yorkshire's second team on winning the second team championship. Congrats as well to the Northern Diamonds for that fantastic win. Had me on the edge of my seat down at Lord's yesterday, as Charlesworth turns that into the leg side and Patterson does the fielding. End of the first over. It's been more like a news over than a cricket over as that, but 2 without loss, Gloucestershire. And we can say a proper good morning to Ed, who'll give us the Gloucestershire team.
Yeah, so as I mentioned briefly, Gloucestershire are unchanged. So Ben Charlesworth and Chris Dent opening the batting. Ollie Price at 3, Miles Hammond at 4, James Bracey 5, Graham Van Buren, Gloucestershire's captain, at 6. Jack Taylor got vital runs in the first innings in Gloucestershire's last game against Warwickshire. Zafar Gohar, runs and wickets for him against Warwickshire. Tom Price off the back of figures of 8 for 27 in the second innings against Warwickshire. He did bowl superbly. Warwickshire rather fell to pieces, but he did bowl magnificently well. And then David Payne and Ajit Dale round out the 11. So Jordan Thompson has ball in hand and is going to bowl. No, it's not Jordan Thompson, it's Matthew Fisher is bowling to Chris Dent for the first time. Bowls full, and Dent drives down towards mid-on, who's in pretty close and pretty straight, and so Dent doesn't get a run. Chris Dent held things together in Gloucestershire's chase there. They only required 148 to win, but it was not an easy pitch. It was turning, there was swing, seam movement on offer. It did make for an exciting watch, I have to say, and Gloucestershire ended up squeaking home by 3 wickets in the end, in no small part thanks to Dent's runs in the second innings. Fisher bowls to Dent, who clips that one not past mid-wicket, almost past mid-wicket. He dives away to his right-hand side and fields, and there's no run. Just worked away into the leg side. Dent 64 of 145 deliveries in that one. I mean, it was kind of, as has often been the case this year, the new ball was so much more dangerous than the old one. Even though the old ball was still turning, it's just that the extra hardness of the new ball, which even made the spinners more dangerous. Fisher over the wicket, bowls to the left-handed. Dent drops that one into the offside and says no to a single. Might have thought about a quick one to the left of backward point, but decided against it. Threw his bat up in the air towards Charlesworth to say nope. But Dent did kind of the hard yards with that 64. And then Van Buren with a 49 saw Gloucestershire home. But, as I say, they were also basically confirmed as being relegated, although we never know. You know, we could have both Warwickshire and somebody else, Kent, potentially, with minus 30 over 8s or something, as Dent gets a very full delivery from Fisher, and again it's pushed into the offside between the two fielders at backward point and mid-off, but Dent is not interested in a single.
I'd love to have a proper chat with somebody about that over 8 thing, you know, because Yorkshire were -2 last week, and then in the Surrey second innings, which lasted about 2.5 minutes, it was 6 overs. 6 overs bowled, and I think I'm right in saying 5 of them were bowled by one spinner or the other, Don Bess or Johnny Tattersall, to try and get them back round. But how do you make up -2 in 6 overs? And they came back level.
Fisher bowls. Dent looks for the single this time. He's played it softer, mid-off, shies at the stumps with an underarm throw. But Charlesworth would have been well home. So that is the first run for Chris Dent. Gloucestershire 3 without loss, with 1 ball remaining in the second over.
And it's a bit weird, isn't it, when they're trying to make up time, you've seen bowlers running back to the mark or whatever, you know, almost like they're in the Olympic, 20-kilometre walk sort of thing.
It's the power walk.
Yeah.
Got to get your technique right. Sort of, it makes it look as if you're made of that kind of tube material. You know, those sort of flailing arm things that you see outside car dealerships sometimes. Power walking. Fisher bowls round the wicket to Charlesworth. It's very full, forced down to mid-on, pardon me. And that is the end of the over. Gloucestershire 3 without loss. Tidy enough start from Matthew Fisher. But yeah, I mean, Gloucestershire also have had their problems with over 8 this season. It wouldn't have mattered in the end, but I think they lost 2 points at Taunton. They lost 2 at the Aegeus Bowl as well, and I think they lost another one somewhere else as well. So I seem to remember it's 5 points that they've dropped due to that, but it could have been even worse at Taunton. I mean, they had another similar situation on the final morning. They managed to get about 6 overs in or something like that, and it went from -3 to -2, even though it was the opening bowlers bowling.
Here's Ben Code round the wicket to Dent, who just thinks about a little nibble at that, but we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Ball that just holds its line, angled in, but it does look a good pitch from this distance. That straw colour compared to some we've seen recently, and in fact the one at the Oval last week had a green tinge about it, but to be fair, it was, I reckon, probably the best all-round cricket pitch that Yorkshire have probably played on this year. Bit of everything. Oh, Code, good delivery here, which is angled in and straightens, and also well negotiated by Chris Dent. Soft hands diverting it out into the cordon. Yeah, it's sort of, there's got to be a measure by which, you know, you want the game to be played at a certain pace. We know it's 4-day cricket, but there are quite a lot of laboured days out there where the play takes far too long, Here comes Code again, once again attacking the stumps, and Dent safely negotiates, dropping it out to Bess in the offside, no run.
We better not even start on Test cricket over
No,
8.
but it just feels laboured, doesn't it? But everything about, I think, the whole game in that respect feels laboured. So, you know, I've moaned this year, not necessarily on air, but probably off it, may have even moaned on air about T20 over rates. I mean, they, you know, sometimes they are slower than championship over rates, but because it's just a finite amount of time, 20 overs, kind of people put up with that. But games that were supposed to be played over 75 minutes in the first instance or innings, Cole's latest delivery turned to leg by Dent. No run. Harry Duke fielding. They're now an hour and 35, an hour and 40 for one innings, aren't they? It's a 4-hour game now, is T20, rather than that sort of ideal of 2.5, 2 3/4 as it was in the first place, or certainly no more than 3.
It's funny, isn't it? Because I think in the IPL, for example, there's been a lot of frustration about how slow the games are from everybody except the IPL, and people in India seem actually to like the fact.
Yep, there's Cole's latest delivery is wide of off stump and left.
They seem to actually quite like the fact that they last that long. It's like it's sort of an occasion. It goes on all evening, goes late into the night as well. You know, they're finishing those IPL games at, I think, sort of, 11 o'clock, midnight, that sort of thing. But it's just it seems to be a kind of a thing in this country where it's all about getting through it as quickly as possible.
Here is Ben Code again. This one wide of off stump and goes even further away with a bit of swing after it's pitched. End of over number 3 then. No early alarms for the side who won the toss, Gloucestershire, who are 3 without loss.
No thoughts of strategic timeouts in the county championship yet, I notice. I mean, it adds a new dimension to it.
There are strategic timeouts all the time in county championship. They're just not officially called that.
Yeah. No, I don't know. I mean, I think it's just the sort of at times lack of transparency as far as the over rate calculations are concerned, which can get a little bit frustrating. Fisher starting a new over, bowls to Charlesworth, who clips that one towards forward square leg. There's no run as it's fielded there by Harry Duke.
Yep, Harry Duke back in the side. There should be run penalties, says our third voice, Graham Orange, as far as slow over rates are concerned. And in the Yorkshire Premier League, where Graham is an umpire, world-class umpire, he tells us, 50 overs must be bowled in 3 hours and 10 minutes, 16 overs per hour is that over rate.
Okay, yeah. Here comes Fisher then, round the wicket, bowling to Charlesworth, who drives pleasantly down the ground, but it's well fielded by Fisher and is follow through, so there is no run. So is that what? I'm curious to know how these penalties work now in terms of, what is it, one run per or 5 runs per minute or something like that? I don't know. Anyway, curious to know. We'll find out, I'm sure, in around about 15 minutes' time.
Yep. When G gets to the microphone.
Plane going overhead as Fisher bowls to Charlesworth. That's another pleasant-looking drive. That's a lovely shot, just to the off side of the stumps and down to the boundary for 4 in a flash. Charlesworth is a very pleasing driver of the ball when he's got his eye in, and he moves on to 6. Gloucestershire are 7 without loss. Charlesworth picking up the first boundary of the match. 21 years of age, Ben Charlesworth. He'll turn 22 in November. Just playing his 4th match of the season. He did play in the reverse fixture down at Bristol, but that was his last championship match for a while, as Fisher bowls again to Charlesworth. That's another good-looking drive, off-drive attempted, but stopped by Fisher in his follow-through.
He was one of 4 victims of Matthew Fisher's in that first innings. If you remember, he bowled really well, didn't he? 4 for 19 from 14.1, and then injury struck again, and he struggled in the second innings. Fish, I'm just looking back, and he was bowled by Matthew Fisher without scoring in the second innings in that game, Ben Charlesworth. So he might be just thinking about the man who's bowling at him now. What's he going to serve up?
Fisher bowls to Charlesworth. That's tucked off the hip for more runs out through straight mid-wickets. A long boundary out towards that corner. They'll probably be able to get a pretty comfortable 3. And that indeed is the result, as the throws just about managed to make it to within the same postcode as where Tattersall has the gloves. That was a bit of a wicket-keeper's throw from the outfield there, if Tattersall doesn't mind me saying that. And Charlesworth moves, Duke doesn't mind me saying that, I should say, as Charlesworth moves on to 9.
I don't think Harry would mind that at all. He'd just giggle, probably.
Over the wicket to the left-handed Dent comes Fisher and bowls to Dent, who angles the bat, defends it into the onside, and it's picked up at mid-on for no run. So 7 runs off that over. Gloucestershire at 10 without loss after 4 overs. Hope we're not about to get an emergency landing, because it sounds as if we might be from what I can hear in my headset, but I'm sure everything's all right.
Be fine, everything will be fine. Yeah, it's got a nice landing strip out there on Kirkstall Lane, just to our right. Yeah, Harry Duke, studying for a degree in, I think, business studies at the moment as well, out of Leeds Beckett University, which is just over the back here.
Very close, isn't it? Yeah.
Just up the road. So he's also obviously considering what's to come once cricket days are done. But he'll be delighted to be back in the side. He's run the drinks for a little while now. Obviously played in the RL50. Here's Code, meanwhile, bowling to Charlesworth, who pushes out into the offside, no run. And just thinking about Matthew Fisher bowling the other end, he's got my favourite bowling action in the game, I've got to say. Just everything about it looks superb, and you just watch him bowl and think, how does he get these injuries? Because it doesn't look like he's putting any undue stress or strain, more than, you know, probably less of that sort of strain than a lot of bowlers with their actions. Everything about it looks superb, and yet getting on the park has obviously been a problem for quite some time. Code in again, and that's turned wide of Patterson by Charlesworth. Stephen Patterson going down in instalments to feel that at mid-on. And your thoughts then turn to him, don't you? It's his final match after a long and superb career for the White Rose. He's going through a few stretches at the moment.
Stretching it out now after having done the fielding rather than before it.
Code wide-ish on the crease, and Charlesworth solidly behind that. There's no run. Remind me of your Twitter handle, Ed.
It's at EdCricket6.
There we go.
As in the number 6.
Yeah. And at Jonathan Doidge, BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com if you prefer to get in touch by email. Good morning to Lily, who says congrats to Johnny Tatt and Matthew Fisher on receiving their Yorkshire caps. And Code coming in again. And driven this time very nicely as well by Ben Charlesworth, just past the outstretched right hand of Ben Code, and that will be 4 down beneath our commentary position. Jordan Thompson jogging after that, so 14 without loss, a handy little start.
You talk about the bowling action of Matthew Fisher, and you struggle to work out why he gets injuries. It's sort of, you watch Ben Charlesworth bat, and you watch him play a couple of shots such as he's played already, and you think, well, how can he not have a
runs?
Yeah. And it's not as if he's he's not really a one-day. Well, I say he's not really a one-day player. He's not a T20 player, I think is what I would say at the moment.
Good job they're not playing T20 then, as Code's in, and Charlesworth with an easy leave this time. Andy G says there's something quite mad about the cap system. Tats is currently captaining the team, and Fisher has played Test cricket, yet they still hadn't received one prior to today. Yeah, well, I think every time the cap thing comes up, Andy, there are usually questions I'm fielding about why and how is it now and what's the criteria, and there isn't anything set as criteria. I think it's just you are considered deserving thereof, as Code is in, and Charlesworth pushes to mid-on, and there is no run. But I suppose in both their cases, end of the over 14 without loss after 5, in both their cases, Matthew Fisher, as you point out, has played Test cricket, so it kind of feels strange that he's been good enough to earn a place in the national side, but not good enough to earn his county cap. So there's a bit of probably something about that in the fact that he's received his cap today. And Jonathan Tattersall has been around, and obviously he's come and gone and come back again. And he's captain in the side at the moment, so he's been around in terms of longevity. He's gone through the mill, as we've spoken about this year. Lost the gloves, was out of the side for the best part of a season, if you think about it, from halfway through last year to halfway through this. But anyway, he's proudly wearing that cap at the moment. Change of bowling, as you'll have heard. Stephen Patterson then coming in after a short spell by Matthew Fisher to bowl at the Howard stand end.
Just a couple of overs from Fisher. Patterson bowling round the wicket to Dent, who has a feel for that one immediately and misses it. That was a bit of a poke away from his body by Chris Dent there, so Patterson immediately making something happen. But yeah, I mean, just going back to Charlesworth, not a T20 player. He hasn't made his T20 debut yet, and he's had some good success in both the years of the Royal London. He's scored runs whenever he's played. It's been more of I'll come back to that. Patterson is in and bowls full and straight. Dent jams down on that one. Wasn't entirely sure where the ball had gone. It went just behind him and to his left out into the offside, but immediately Patterson causing a bit of uncertainty out there in Dent's defensive stroke play. But when he plays 50 over cricket, he tends to be the kind of the anchor at the top of the innings. It's not a sort of a young player playing his shots. He gets out doing that. It's not that way with Charlesworth, as Patterson bowls again. Another full straight delivery, which Dent is onto the front foot and playing more assuredly this time back down the ground, fielded by extra cover coming in. So, you look at the moment at a first-class average, which is just over 20, and you'd kind of wonder, is this another case of sort of being symptomatic of the problems with today's young batters, as Patterson bowls wide of the crease this time, and Dent again plays very softly, just backward of square on the offside, and only around about a pitch width away from the one that they're playing on. There is, needless to say, no run, but it's not like that. And there are many statistics out there at the moment which show how tough it is opening the batting in English cricket, and I think particularly opening the batting as a young opener, as Patterson bowls now to Dent, who is beaten. And I thought for one moment that he might have got an outside edge on that one, because Tom Kohler-Cap at first, the outside edge for the second time in the over. Mentioned wasn't after that Yorkshire get started, which Patterson to Dent, who's well forward this time, pushing it out into the covers, and that is the end of the over. It's a maiden, so metronomic start from Patterson, as you would expect. 14 without loss after 6 overs, Gloucestershire. So he played in that game against Somerset, which was the first game of this final block for Gloucestershire. They only had 3 in this final set because they had a round off. He did get twin half centuries against Somerset, but he got one in particular in the first innings against Warwickshire, which was just an absolute beauty, which rose up off a good length and caught the shoulder of his bat and was caught at slip. It made 10 and 7 in that one. But yeah, needless to say, every batter wants to score every time they go out there, but Charlesworth would love a score to finish his season off.
Here he's trying to make one, facing Code. It's wide of off stump. There's no run. They've brought in James Wharton, wearing number 23, the tall figure of James Wharton, just off the cut strip. That's on in a catching position in case he drives it upishly, maybe pops one up. He might feel the ball whistle past his left lug as he crouches down. It'd be 16 yards or so, you'd think, from the bat. Ben Code round the wicket still, and this one makes Charlesworth play static at the crease, just short of length. Back to Pato, who bowled well again last week when he got the opportunity. I'm sure when Yorkshire finished off Surrey first time around, they needed 4 wickets when they returned on the 3rd morning, and he's 13 shy of getting 500 first-class wickets for Yorkshire. And I think we probably all thought he's going to get at least a couple of those and narrow the gap for this week. In comes Code, that's turned into the leg side, and there's no run. But the last The last 4 wickets that morning were taken by others. Ben Mike, a couple for George Hill, and Ben Code wrapped things up, so he didn't manage to increase that wickets column. So if he's going to do it, he's going to have a sensational match here to take 13 Gloucestershire wickets within and get there. Here is Code. Oh, good delivery from Code right up there, and it would have been in peril with Charlesworth had he missed that, but he doesn't play it altogether convincingly through extra cover. Picks up a couple of runs.
Yeah, it was a slightly squirty drive, wasn't it? It just seemed as if he was actually looking to play it possibly straighter than it ended up, and then the face of the bat just sort of turned in his hand, and then it went slightly aerially out into the cover region. Well, I suppose the other way that it could be done is if nobody else tries to take any wickets at all. I think Gloucestershire would be quite happy with that, if they just agreed that Patterson took all those wickets and nobody else tried.
His Code in, and that's pushed up to Patterson, right on cue, mid-on, no run. Yeah, go on, lads, just bowl it, just bowl it wide of off stump until Pato comes on, and we'll...
But you know what would happen if they did try to do that, though? They'd still take wickets, because that's just the way that it happens.
Jed Robinson says, hope the club's got something special planned for Pato's last day on Thursday. Sad to see him leaving. He's been a hugely under-recognised stalwart. Code in, just straying slightly leg stumpish, and has been picked off by Charlesworth for a single. Down to deep backward square. So 6 to him, 17 to Gloucestershire without loss after 7 overs. We've also got Rob McGlashan saying, could it just be a coincidence that both our opening bowlers have been injured for much of this season after the loss of the support staff, physio and S&C, that know them and their bodies? Well, that's obviously a nice tribute you're paying, Rob, to the previous physio and S&C staff. I wouldn't know the technicalities, but you'd also have to say that I think Ben was injured a little bit last season, and Matthews had other injury problems as well prior to this season, so just to add a bit of balance there.
Patterson starting his second over. He's bowling for Charlesworth for the first time, who works that one away firmly out towards mid-wicket. It's fielded by Duke there, and there is no run. I'm going to have to get used to Harry Duke being in the field, because of course he had the gloves for the reverse fixture down at Bristol. It seems a bit odd to see him out in the field.
He's a character. We were talking to him last week about, I just think, bearing in mind his age, he's very young, about Only Fools and Horses.
Wow.
Big fan of it.
Love it.
Big fan.
Patterson is in and bowls. Charlesworth gets a little forward to a delivery on a good length and just drops that one down to mid-off for no run.
His favourite episode is A Touch of Glass, the famous chandelier one, he says.
Okay. Well, I'm always a fan of any younger person who is into their comedy of the right era of British comedy, the golden age. In comes Stephen Patterson. He's in and bowls. Charlesworth, again, nicely forward, right over the ball as he pushes that one out into the covers, and there is no run. Charlesworth has had the majority of the strikes so far, 27 balls to Dent's 18. Dent just the single to his name. Yeah, I mean, it looks like it even feels like a lovely day up here, because the sun's warming us in our commentary position, but I'm looking at the slipcord and fingers in, hands in pockets in between deliveries. That's another pleasant looking drive this time from Charlesworth, but only succeeds in finding mid-off. And there's no run. Charlesworth is driving the ball with some freedom down the ground early on at the moment. It's still mostly cloudy though. It's a fairly thick set cloud, but I don't think we're going to be interrupted anytime soon anyway, not like elsewhere where there have been a couple of delayed starts. Patterson bowls to Charlesworth, who squares up a little to this one, but plays it calmly enough up towards mid-off. Starts delayed at Edgbaston, which is not good news for Warwickshire, who are playing Hampshire, and Kent and Somerset are also delayed. I don't think either of those sides particularly care if
No.
all 4 days get rained off. Draw's good enough for both of them. In fact, well, it doesn't matter for Somerset anymore because they ended up beating Northamptonshire. Patterson bowls this time wide of off stump and a very rare leave this morning. I can't remember seeing very many of those. And that is the end of the 8th over. And Gloucestershire 20 without loss. Overs ticking by, 8 through the first, not even quite half hour yet.
Yep, and Pato just ticking up the maiden count again. News in from the Professional Cricketers Association, by the way, this morning, is that Donna Fraser, former athlete for Great Britain, has been appointed as the Director of EDI, Equity, Diversity and Inclusion. Equality, Diversity and Inclusion. For the Professional Cricketers Association. Changing the com box, Ed having a breather, and Graham for the first time with us today. Ben Code bowling here to Chris Dent, who shoulders arms. 2-1 wide of off stump, and there is no run. Morning, G.
Good morning, JD. Good morning, everyone. Yep, a solid start by Gloucestershire, and the over rate is very good. 8 overs in the first half hour. That's perfect.
So no thoughts of any of those run penalties at the moment.
No.
Code turns again. It'll be fairly chilly out there now the sun's gone in. And he bowls. Dent across the top of that, pushes out into the offside, no run. As I said earlier on, it looks a good pitch, and given the position that they're in and the fact that some points would definitely be very handy as far as the avoidance of relegation is concerned. Yorkshire with 3 teams below them, Kent 1 point behind on 100 fixture and 45. They want some point. Is it laborious for, I guess?
So, because if that hadn't happened, there'd have been 3 which one, but yeah, then very
good delivery. Dent over the top. No, he's asked play. His shirt finger was he walk mark. Once again, the ball is middle. Just Gloucestershire. 3 changes. Hiding just joining us a little later this morning. Back in the side, not keeping. That remains with Johnny Tattersall at the moment. As Code's in, pushed out into the offside where Thompson fields, and there is no run. James Wharton back in the side for the first time since the first match of the season at Bristol against Gloucester. Or Gloucestershire, to give them the correct title. And of course the headline, Matthew Fisher. England's Matthew Fisher back in the side also for the first time since that match at Bristol way back in April. So they're the 3 players back in for Yorkshire. And no place for Will Frayne in this one, nor for Ben Mike, who of course made his debut for the county last week at the Oval. And also with a hand injury, Finlay Bean, who's played in the last 3 championship matches, misses out this time.
It looks like a good toss to win. The pitch looks pretty good. Not been too many alarms. They've played and missed once or twice. You'd expect that from an opening pair against 2 very good bowlers, and well, 3 now with Patterson bowling from the Howard stand end.
And he comes then, bowling here to Charlesworth. He's letting one go. They brought in Wharton this time on the catch at fairly short, mid on, mid off. S at point, 3 slips. Well, season, well, in respect more. He's fairly in great and thankfully also this day. Here comes Patterson again, nicely played by Ben Charlesworth, who got over the top of that and has just used the pace of the ball to guide it down to third, where George Hill makes a sliding stop and keeps them to 2. Charlesworth on to 18-19 without loss.
Yes, the fickle nature of cricket, JD. You know, Warwickshire could well go down with Gloucestershire, and this time last year they were celebrating being the county champions.
Well, of course, we remember that game when they came here September last year. Tim Bresnan taking a stack of catches, runs wickets, celebrating on his return to Headingley as Charlesworth plays again with the pace of this Patterson delivery. And George Hill out there once again at third man doing the fielding. 21 without loss, 20 of those now to Ben Charlesworth, who's playing well so far. Still to come for Gloucestershire, Oliver Price, Miles Hammond, James Bracey, who scored big, of course, down at Bristol in the reverse fixture. Skipper Graham Van Buren, Jack Taylor, Tom Price, Zafar Gohar, David Payne and Ajit Dale. But at the moment it's Ben Charlesworth with a solid block of Patterson's latest delivery.
Yes, it's obviously been a disappointing season for Gloucestershire, and they'll be hoping just to sign off with a good performance in this last match of the season, so that, you know, they just might go into next season with in decent form, as it were. It's obviously been very disappointing for them, as I say.
Final ball of the over, Patterson in, Charlesworth right behind it, and again no run. Jack Dudman says, morning JD, a bit surprised we haven't got the victorious Katie Lev for a stint on comms. I'm sure she had a nice quiet Sunday evening in. I'm sure she did, yeah. Bowled that last over, of course, didn't she, yesterday in the final, willing her on from the comfort of the sofa at home. I say comfort, I was on the edge of the seat hoping that the Diamonds would get home, and they managed to do it, so massive congratulations to them. And Roger Jones saying, morning, has Stephen Patterson announced anything about a new club for next season? No, he hasn't, and you'd have to ask a few questions about whether he will continue. He's not given a definitive decision on that yet, but he will be 39 soon. The only thing really for him to do that he hasn't done is to tick that 500 wicket box. I think he really wanted to do that 500 for Yorkshire in Championship cricket, as Dent drops that out into the offside, and Patterson and Thompson even does the fielding. Sorry Jordan, you're not quite that old yet. And so yeah, you just wonder, don't you? I think wind sort of knocked out of his sails with the decision. I know he won't want to be, he's not the sort of character to be bitter about it. And I think he may just sail off into the sunset after this one as Code's in. That's turned to leg there by Chris Dent, fielded by Harry Duke. There's no run. But yeah, no official announcement, I think is the right thing to say there, Roger. Forever Dormo, morning Doige says you'd think an attack with Fisher, Code and Pato, and with Jordan Thompson, Hill and Best to come later should take wickets late September at Headingley. So we have to have some optimism in this game. I cling to that hope. Weather better than expected, question mark. Yeah, it's all right. It's not bad, given the time of year. Code in, and now then, that is a leading edge this time by Chris Dent. He's fortunate in the sense that it's gone across the face of everybody in the cordon, just a little bit wider, and he's going to come up with 3 runs for it. But that moral thing we talk about there, the victory for the bowler, it was a false stroke.
Yes, he was totally squared up there, wasn't he? And the ball squirted out to third man. He's got 3 runs for it, but it wasn't a convincing shot. But they've gone to 24 without loss, Gloucestershire.
A contact as well from an Ed Seaborn who says, hi Doige, is it okay if I come back on commentary at 11:30? And I'm afraid not, Ed. No. Get yourself off back home. Here's Code, and Charlesworth pushes that to Patterson at mid-on. There's no run. Yeah, so a lot going on in the sport at the moment. We got the Strauss announcement last week. Counties to have their say in the future scheduling of the game, but many of those points, a lot of confidence that they will be pushed through. In comes Code, wide on the crease, and nicely played. Just too short of length from Ben Code, and Ben Charlesworth has stepped back and crashed that away square on the offside for a very nice looking 4 runs. 24 to him. He's certainly not hanging about. It's 28 without loss, Gloucestershire.
Very good shot. Too short from Ben Code, and Charlesworth took full advantage of that. And 4 runs square on the offside for the left-hander.
Last ball of the 11th. Here comes Ben Code again, past umpire James Middlebrook. Wide of off stump, but an easy leave. So 28 without loss. Charlesworth 24. Dent on 4. James Middlebrook umpiring. Well, it's very much a home game for him, isn't he? Still a resident in the Leeds area. We don't see him umpiring many Yorkshire fixtures. He might have done one this year, maybe 2, something like that, earlier on, but it's been a while since we've seen him standing anyway. And a good old chinwag with Jonathan Tattersall.
So when do the counties get their say on the Strauss review, as it were? Do we know?
Couldn't give you a precise date on that. Ed'll know.
He
He's
knows everything.
good with dates and things like
Yeah,
that.
he knows everything.
He's going to look it up, I hope. Patterson coming in then from the Howard stand end. Good delivery. Patterson right on the money. And Dent just having a little feel for that one that was angled in towards him from around the wicket, and then just bit and held its line. Through to Tattersall. Tom Kohler-Cavmore at first slip, Lyth at second, Hill at third, and Wharton has now been moved with Dent on strike to Gully. Quite a wide open stance, Chris Dent. And turns that latest delivery to leg, where the ever enthusiastic Harry Duke is in to do the fielding. That mane of blonde hair sticking out the back of his cap.
It'd be very interesting to know which counties maybe vote for it, those that vote against it, because this is big for English cricket.
Yeah, Patterson in. That's dropped into the offside by Dent, and Bess into field. Yeah, it is. Interesting piece by Chris Waters in the Yorkshire Post over the weekend.
Yes, not very complimentary about the Strauss review at all, and the possible reduction of county championship matches.
Yeah, and some great humour involved in it as well. Patterson in, dropped into the offside by Dent, and again no run. Had me really did tickle me reading how he wrote that. Great piece by Chris. Tim Atkinson says, just you wait, Doidge, halfway through next season, Yorkshire will be calling Pato out of retirement to cover for injuries and England call-ups. And Ian Savoury says, another defeat on the cards. Hashtag Darren Gough out. Patterson in. That's dropped into the offside by Dent. And Bess and Thompson both keen to get in. There is a bit of enthusiasm about the fielding from Yorkshire today. I'm thinking that's possibly partly because it's a bit nippy out there, so you want to run a bit more.
Yeah, it's certainly cool out there. I'm just wondering when the floodlights will be switched on. I'm not saying they should be now, but I just wonder when they'll come on. When I was at the Essex game, they came on fairly early, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I think it's fine at the moment, as Dent plays this very late, drops it into the turf behind him to complete another Patterson over. He's gone for just the 4 from 4 overs so far. And this, of course, the penultimate innings in which he'll be bowling in his Yorkshire first-class career, possibly his first-class career. So 28 without loss after 12. No major alarms. There's certainly been no chances given by either Ben Charlesworth or Chris Dent so far. They've had to be watchful. It is 10:30 start in late September at Headingley after all, but I think no problems with how they've approached this. We've got a change of bowling at this Kirkstall Lane end. Matthew Fisher, as Howard Ferguson says on the PA.
Yep.
I just wanted to, when he finishes that, I wanted to say, Matthew Fisher, nice. A bit like, well, welcome to Jazz Club.
Yeah, that's right, nice.
Matthew Fisher replacing his pal Ben Code, who got through a half dozen overs himself without taking a wicket. So, short spell from the Howard stand end previously, and here we've got prime viewing of that wonderful bowling action. Everything smooth as he comes through and bowls that delivery to Charlesworth, who pushes it into the leg side, no run.
Yeah, it's great to see him back, isn't it? And of course he plays for Sheriff Hutton Bridge in the Yorkshire Premier League. I think he's played a couple of games from this season recently, but I don't think he's bowled.
Of course, took 6 for 9 against Lancashire Seconds a couple of weeks ago. He's in, and that's dropped into the offside where Cody's round to field, and they're through for a single. So his figures so far this season, as you might expect, he only played the one match, don't reveal a huge amount, apart from the fact that he's got ability, because he took 4 for 19 in that first match of the season. Finished with 5 for 101 in the match off 36 overs, but I think was bowling in pain second time around. An early indicator of abilities was that he's averaged 20.2 coming into this. I know that was obviously a very small sample. No surprise that Ben Cody's played just the 5 matches himself. He's averaging just over 21 as well as we move towards the end of the season. Fisher switching to over the wicket here to bowl to Dent, who's got one around about leg stump and flicked it to deep backwards square where Best fields, and they get 1. I suppose both of them, first and foremost, will have had their blushes spared, because Jonathan Tattersall topped the bowling averages after he came on at Old Trafford, and he's been shunted down to 3rd place now. An average of 23.5, 2 for 47 from 6 overs. Economy rate's not the best, 7.83. 30 without loss, Gloucestershire here. Fisher back round the wicket, bowling to Charlesworth, who pushes out into the offside, and Wharton does the fielding.
Yeah, they're telling to bowl round the wicket to Charlesworth and over the wicket to Dent. Still an attacking field, of course, but a steady start by Gloucestershire. 30 without loss. Charlesworth 25, Dent on 5.
Fisher then, number 7, on his back. Comes in wide of the crease, again angled in towards off stump this time, and makes Charlesworth play. Patterson warmly applauded for a piece of fielding that really should have been fairly routine. To his right. The number 7 on Matthew Fisher's back just reminds me of watching BBC Breakfast this morning before I left the house. Rob Burrow. Focus on him again. Kevin Sinfield's going to do another challenge. Ridiculous challenge.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Kev, who of course graced the other side of this stadium complex so well. Good delivery by Fisher. Has he got him here? He has. A delivery that climbs on Ben Charlesworth and feathered through to Jonathan Tattersall. Just felt a little bit quicker from Matthew Fisher. That beautiful action at play once again. And he's just managed to nip that ball ever so slightly. And that's all it took to see the back of Ben Charlesworth for 25 off, I think, his 44th delivery there. Precisely 13 overs gone, and Gloucestershire are 30 for 1.
Yes, that seemed to be a very quick delivery. Caught the batsman by surprise. A bit of lift in that, and nicked through to the keeper. And so Yorkshire made the breakthrough. 25 of 44 balls, hit 3 fours. So 30 without loss. And of course, Charlesworth has scored most of the runs, 25. But he got a very, very good delivery, or seemed to do anyway. And I don't lay any blame at his door there. A very good delivery by Fisher. So he's back, is Fisher, among the wickets. And that'll be good for him. It's been a funny old season, of course, with the injuries. And he played at Bristol in the opening match, and he took 4 for 19 in Gloucestershire's first innings. And Bracey comes to the wicket, of course, and talk about players making a mark in that particular match. Well, Bracey scored 177 in Gloucestershire's second innings.
Yeah, he did. He played very well. Very well. Got another opportunity here. And I think you just got to say that was a good piece of bowling by Matthew Fisher, player who'd certainly got himself in. Ben Charlesworth, as you say, faced 44 deliveries, been out there 49 minutes. He'll be disappointed, won't he, to have been good enough to get a nick on that. Having worked hard early, got himself a start, got himself in. But he just felt a little bit more like an effort ball there from Matthew Fisher, that final ball of the over.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's what Yorkshire have really been missing, that just extra bit of kick off the pitch.
It went through very quickly to Tattersall, and I thought for a split second it may have grasped it. Obviously it didn't.
So here is Stephen Patterson, once again bowling to Chris Dent, who's not out on 5. As Graham mentioned, James Bracey has made his way out to the middle. 67 first-class matches to his name, over 3,500 first-class runs, including that highest score of 177 against Yorkshire, averaging 32.68. He's at the non-striking end at the moment. Patterson wide on the crease. Dent gets that straight delivery and works it to leg. Code is at mid-on and is round to field, and there's no run. They've brought back in James Wharton at gully for the left-handed Dent. Are they going to keep him in there for the similarly left-handed James Bracey? Looks like it.
Bit of a sickener, isn't it, really, when he's got 177 in the second innings of a county championship match in a losing cause?
Well, it's not a sickener for the average, is it?
Well, no.
But yeah,
It's unusual, isn't it?
sickener that you've not had a winning effect on the match with that. Yeah. Here comes Patterson again, past umpire Ian Blackwell. Bracey facing his first delivery and securely drops that into the offside. No run. Roger Jones says, if the Festival of Cricket, quote unquote, were to go ahead in August 23, where would Yorkshire play? Scarborough, question mark. Headingley presumably occupied by the 100. Watching Yorkshire v England Lions on the coast sounds appealing, but might be a bit one-sided. Sun back out at the moment as Patterson comes in again. Bracey flicks to leg. Duke fields, fires it back into Tattersall. No run. Yeah, you'd think that there's, given that Headingley is in use during that period, that if they did play these so-called festival matches, that would be given first-class status. But I'm still scratching my head as to their, where's the competition, if you like, in that. Scarborough and York would be the two venues that have obviously been used by Yorkshire in recent years, other than Headingley. Bracey tries to pull out of this leave, but it's a little bit too late and cannons the ball on the bounce to George Hill at third slip. No run.
In the past, JD, there used to be England trials, and there used to be, of course, gentlemen against players. That finished in 1962. But there were England trials. They don't seem to happen anymore, do they? There's no time for them, really.
No, Patterson in, good delivery. Bracey pushing at that one. Wide of off stump, holds its line. Again, warm applause for the old boy. 5 overs, 3 maidens, none for 5 for Stephen Patterson. Gloucestershire 31 for 1, Dent 6. Bracey yet to score. And Liz Mitchell, good morning to you. She says the last game's always a bit sad. The Winter Wells will be soon happening. This season feels different now, as we genuinely don't know what we're coming back to next season. I'm a Yorkshire fan, but also a county cricket fan, and we need to fight for all the counties to have a future in this competition, and I think so say all of us.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, so Matthew Fisher.
Yeah, Fish going to continue then at this Kirkstall Lane end. Bowling here to Chris Dent, who gets one to drive. Bowling over the wicket. Dent once again. It's driven firmly back to Fish, who rings the right hand because he couldn't take it cleanly. Bit of a stinger for him.
What is this festival that we've been mentioning, actually? What's all that about? I don't think I've read about that.
It was all on the stuff that came out last week. More in a moment, because Fisher's coming in past Middlebrook again. That is just wide of off stump. Pretty good leave by Chris Dent. So the proposal was to reduce 14 to 10, wasn't it? In terms of championship matches, but there could still be windows when first-class cricket could be played, and so there was a kind of an encouragement about the thing to form regional festivals of cricket.
Are we talking about 2024 here? Or next year?
2024.
Right.
Next year they've said there's still going to be 14.
Yeah, that's right,
games.
absolutely. Yeah.
Fisher turns again, and in he comes, and Dent has gone. He's played that one on, a delivery round about fourth stump, and just because of the angle was tightened up, and a super piece of bowling from Matthew Fisher once again. Fish is back. Gloucestershire 31 for 2.
Notice that when Dent plays, a few times when you were on Ed, he sort of played it down very, very late and fairly close to the stumps. He's done the same again, hasn't he? It's not a convincing shot, really. It's neither one thing nor the other. It's neither forward or totally back. It sort of just squirts out, and he's paid the price, I'm afraid.
He has, and Matthew Fisher's just benefited really from just nagging away round about that area. I'm saying fourth stump, that was only on one look. It must have been, it may have clipped off. It was very tight anyway.
Yeah.
And it's cannoned onto what was probably leg stump. Chris Dent, his stumps slightly unsighted from the angle, because we're not far from being straight on here with the pitch they're playing on, probably about 2 strips from straight. And so that brings to the crease number 88, Miles Hammond, at number 4 for Gloucestershire, who had that pretty comfortable start, Graham, but at 36 for 2 doesn't look to be the case now, does it, all of a sudden?
No, they lost both openers in quick time, and Dent goes for 6 off 39 deliveries. He seemed to struggle a little bit out there, but it was the loss of Charlesworth, as far as I was concerned, that was a big blow for Gloucestershire. And yeah, as you say, Miles Hammond comes out to the crease, and I bet they wish he was Walter Hammond.
Yeah.
Sorry, well. Speaking of Gloucestershire, one of the great batsmen, England batsmen
Of all time.
Wally Hammond.
Yeah, what a great record he had. He sounded like an interesting character.
I think so,
He
yeah.
was his own man, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was, very much so. And he bestrode English cricket, between the wars. And he captained England, of course. Anyway.
Yeah, Miles Hammond, 50 first-class matches to his name, a highest of 169, averaging just short of 30, and playing his first delivery into the leg side where Patterson fields. Succession of left-handed batsmen for Gloucestershire. Gives the bowlers a chance to get him plenty of practice against them, get him lined up. 3 slips and a gully. There's not been a huge amount thrown up there to really get the hands through and drive from either end and any bowler so far. And here's Fisher again over the wicket. Hammond pushes once more to Patterson. Tells you how straight again that delivery was. They're just attacking the stumps, Yorkshire. And well, it's beginning to pay off. One to come in the 15th.
Yes, it's set Gloucestershire back right on their heels. They have to start all over again, as it were. And in fact, both batsmen are yet to score.
Here comes Fisher. And in he comes to Hammond, who chops that into the turf just wide of the stumps. And warm applause for Matthew Fisher, who has taken his second wicket and Gloucestershire's second wicket in this match. 2 for 10 from 4 overs so far for him. We're going to have a change in the commentary box once again. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 10 for Matthew Fisher. I'll take a breather. Ed is back, and Graham will also continue, but here's Ed.
Hello, goodbye. So, Gloucestershire off to a bright start, and then Matthew Fisher just suddenly getting a few deliveries to go, swing-wise, and also in terms of seemingly a bit of extra bounce. So it's Patterson then bowling now to Bracey, who is forward, pushing this one softly out into the covers, and there's no run. This is Bracey's first time back at number 3 since June. So early on, and really the main reason why Gloucestershire are going to be relegated this season is that they have really struggled to bowl sides out. So a couple of steps along those lines was James Bracey moving down in the order, which, you know, you can start to make the connections. As in comes Patterson, bowls wide of the crease. It's tucked away through square leg by Bracey for his first run, fielded by Duke from mid-wicket, and Gloucestershire are 32 for 2. So many overs in the field, behind the stumps for all that time. The thinking was that it had a run of lower scores since that 177 really in the reverse fixture, and it was just constantly having to bat almost immediately after 150 overs, and it was that amount of time. It spent more than 150 overs in the field a couple of times, as Patterson is in and bowls to Hammond, who plays that one down towards mid-on, and there is no run.
Yes, as a keeper, I can understand that. Of course, in the day, quite a few county sides had their wicket-keeper batting it low down, to even 10 and 11.
Yeah.
Because they saw him purely as a wicket-keeper. The batting was almost irrelevant.
Patterson approaching past umpire Blackwell and bowls. Hammond drives more forcefully towards mid-off, but to no avail as far as picking up runs.
Yeah, but all that's changed, hasn't it? I mean, as a wicket-keeper nowadays, you've got to be able to bat. I remember, Bob Taylor of Derbyshire. He was a tremendous keeper, probably the best keeper I've seen. But of course, his Achilles heel was, he didn't get many runs.
Patterson in and bowls, full and straight. Hammond defends right down the pitch, and Patterson picks up with his right hand and his follow through, and that is not quite the end of the over, still one more to come.
And I suppose the one that really set things alight at Test match level, a keeper batsman was Alan Knott. Batted at about number 7 or 8, but my word, he could be relied upon to get 50 on a regular basis. And obviously he was a top-class keeper.
Patterson to the crease now and bowls. Hammond again forward, and the ball goes to Dom Bess, who's fielding at a straightish mid-off position. So that is another over that's gone by with Patterson only conceding 1 run. He's bowled 6 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 6. Gloucestershire 32 for 2, 16 overs in. I suppose the one thing about that start was that Charlesworth was doing most of the scoring,
yes.
And once Charlesworth was removed, you wondered what might happen, and actually with Dent now gone anyway, they both got to rebuild, but it was only Charlesworth really who seemed to be finding things easy until he got out.
Yes, I was actually going to say that, the fact that he got 25 and looked in pretty decent nick, and as we said, he seemed to get a tremendous delivery that was pretty quick, a real effort ball, and rose on him, and he got an edge, and I wouldn't blame him at all.
No, and Dent was looking the more likely to get out before that as well.
Yes.
And I just wondered, as I was standing at the back and watching, and I'll make this point after Fisher bowls this ball. He's bowling round the wicket to Bracey, who's well forward. Loud shout of no as he sends it straight up to mid-off, and there's no run. I almost wondered, because you pointed out the couple of times that he'd played very late, very softly behind square on the offside, and he's just come off a pitch which you had to play that way on because it was doing a lot, and he was facing an awful lot of spin as well. Warwickshire had Briggs and Jayant Yadav bowling at opposite ends, and I just wonder if there's a little bit of an adjustment having to be made here with somebody like Fisher bowling a lot quicker on what will be a slightly quicker pitch, as there's too much width on offer that time from Fisher, and Bracey drives out towards extra cover. It's not going to go to the boundary though. They'll get 3. Fielder slid a fair distance there. There was a brief moment when I thought he better release that as he was sliding towards the boundary, but he managed to arrest his momentum, and Bracey gets 3 runs, and it's 35 for 2.
Yes, it just seemed a bit of a false shot, if I can put it like that, by Dens. It was either something and nothing, really, you know. And he'd played 1 or 2 of those, and it just seemed to slide off the face of the bat. He wasn't convincing at all.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll never know, really. I just wonder whether it was a bit of an adjustment from one very different pitch to this one. Fisher bowls full and straight, and Hammond on strike, and defends it back up the pitch for Fisher to field. There's just one other point, actually, I wanted to go back to the discussion about wicket keepers, because this was one of the great stats, I think, that came out of this summer when Ben Foakes scored his century at Old Trafford. And the stat was that was the first century scored by an England wicketkeeper after they'd kept wicket since Matt Pryor's century to help save a test match against New Zealand in Auckland in 2013. Fisher bowls, bit of swing, but it's driven by Hammond back to Fisher, who's able to field and do the shining of the ball himself and walk back to his mark with it. But I think that's a long time, and we've had, whilst the keepers that have been in the side haven't been, absolutely top of sort of Test cricket world-class standards, there have been some good players who've kept wicket for England in that time and not scored a century, only in the first innings of matches. Is there some lift again there, and is there another wicket? There is. That's the 3rd, and that really seemed to rear up on Miles Hammond, who pushed at it slightly, but that was a full delivery from Fisher, and it just seemed to jump at him. Hint of movement away, outside edge, and Tattersall does the rest. Gloucestershire, having started off so well, are in disarray here at 35 for 3.
That was reminiscent of the way Charlesworth got out.
Yeah.
That seemed to go through a lot quicker, more bounce, got the edge. It was very similar to, as I say, the way Charlesworth got out, and there's no doubt he's got a good ball there. There's no question about that. And Fisher is having a wonderful return to the Yorkshire ranks.
So Hammond, the latest to depart, and that is his first duck of the season. So he's had actually, pardon me, it's not, because he got a duck actually in his last innings of the last match. So my apologies. But in general this season, he's managed to get starts, but not today. And Fisher, who did bowl superbly in the reverse fixture, he looks as if he's really enjoying his work out here, especially against these left-handers that Gloucestershire have had so far. They'll be the first right-hander now as Ollie Price comes in at number 5. So it's basically a straight swap for this match between Bracey and Ollie Price, who have been batting at 3.
Yes, and of course Fisher is continuing his very good form. He's been displaying for Yorkshire seconds in his build-up to coming back to playing in the first team. I think Jonathan mentioned he took 6 for 9 against Lancashire seconds recently. So he's obviously in pretty good form, and he's an England bowler. He's won 1 Test cap, hasn't he?
Yeah.
And
I thought bowled very well.
He did actually on a very benign.
With nothing to offer him at all. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he played in that one, and the one that he would have wanted to have played in was the last Test match on the green seamer. So it's Ollie Price then facing up to Fisher. That's just straying a little onto middle and leg stump, and it's flicked by Ollie Price through straight mid-wicket, wide long on for just the 2 runs in the end. Good pursuit out there towards the boundary, and Ollie Price gets off the mark to his first delivery, but more applause for another successful over from Fisher. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 15. Gloucestershire 37 for 3 after 17 overs, and they were 30 without loss with a ball to go in the 13th.
Yeah, so it's 7 for 3. And Matthew Fisher, yeah, it's a tremendous performance. And there's a bowling change from the Howard stand end. I think Jordan Thompson's coming on, bowling right arm over.
It's not going to make things any easier for Gloucestershire, you wouldn't think. So he's bowling some bizarre looping deliveries to mid-on. It's a strange way to warm up, but obviously it works for Jordan Thompson, who's bowling over the wicket to Bracey. Bracey drives hard. God, he timed that one, but he does not get a run for it because extra cover, who's Wharton, manages to get down and stop it. If that had been, I mean, never mind a yard either side, if that had been half a yard either side, that would have been 4.
Yes, I think as soon as it came off the bat, you thought that's a boundary, but it was a good stop, obviously, but it was straight to him, really. And he's wringing his hands now, his fingers. Had to warm them up in this in the relatively cold weather.
Thompson bowls to Bracey, drives, doesn't repeat the same mistake of the previous delivery. This time he gets it to the right of extra cover and drives it to the boundary for 4. So that is him on to 8, 41 for 3.
Yeah, although they're 41 for 3, I still think it's a good toss to win and bat, really. I mean, Fisher's produced a couple of really good deliveries, and it's taken 3 wickets altogether. But you know, Hammond and Charlesworth, received 2 very good deliveries. I still think it's a good pitch to bat on. We will see.
Yeah, no, I think I'm with you. As Thompson bowls now to Bracey, who's forward, and manages to negotiate this one off the front foot up towards mid-off. There's no run. I mean, I thought, they'd done an awful lot of the hard work, actually. I was thinking Charlesworth and Dent, and then all of a sudden Fisher produces some cracking deliveries out of, well, not really out of nowhere, but there wasn't a great deal happening before then, and you know what happens once the ball gets older this year. There just comes a point as Thompson bowls to Bracey, who turns that one into the leg side this time, out towards Duke at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Just comes a point where batting becomes a lot easier. Absolutely,
yeah, absolutely. And as you said, there've been no real alarms up to that point. They're going along nicely, but as they say, 1 wicket brings 2, 2 brings 3, and we've seen it this morning.
Yeah, I have. Patterson has more than played his part as well, whilst there hasn't been quite the same kind of life off the pitch for him. 6 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 6 as Bracey pushes that one into the covers again, and there's no run as it's fielded by Wharton. But they've proved a potent bowling partnership this morning, even though it's Fisher that's got all the wickets.
Well, that's a very good point, because I think that Patterson gets wickets for the other bowlers at times.
Yeah.
He's so accurate that the batsmen maybe take chances against the other bowlers.
Yeah.
So
every batsman wants to score, don't they? I mean, in comes Thompson and bowls. Bracey drives. Doesn't quite time that one as well, but he's going to pick up 4 runs. Certainly timed it well enough. It's still whistled away to the extra cover boundary. It wasn't quite as pleasant a drive as early on in the over, but I'm splitting hairs because it's still gone for 4 and it's 45 for 3.
Still good enough, wasn't
Yes.
it? Yeah, absolutely. It more or less went where he wanted it to. And Brace is on 12 and is taking the attack to Yorkshire in a small way, I suppose, at 45 for 3. Because there's always, a tendency as opposed to go into your shell when you lose 3 quick wickets, but you need to keep the scoreboard ticking over, even if you don't hit the boundaries. Pick up your 1s and your 2s, keep the the scoreboard ticking over, especially when we got a left-hander in now and a right-hander. Just make the bowlers think and the fielders think a bit more about their jobs.
It's Fisher to continue. He bowled 2 overs from the Howard stand end before going off, and the move to come back to the Kirkstall Lane end has really proven to be a good one. That's where he's got his assistance from. 4 slips in place as Fisher bowls now to Ollie Price. That's well wide of off stump, but movement still on offer there for Fisher as it goes through to the gloves of Tattersall, and Ollie Price leaves the ball alone. Fisher to Price. It's going to be child's play for somebody.
Fisher Price.
Well,
oh dear me. Yes, well, there we are. Moving swiftly on, he's receiving the ball back at his mark. Fisher Price, yes.
I think for Ollie Price, who, he would have had to have got his pads on pretty quickly, I would have thought. See how he deals with Fisher here. That's a full delivery which is driven out towards cover. He's not timed that superbly. It's going over the practice pitches but won't go to the boundary. And Ollie Price gets a couple of runs and moves on to 4. But I can well see why Fisher had his hands go up towards his head there, because if you miss that...
He was squared up, wasn't he? If
yeah.
he'd missed it, it'd have been in big trouble there. But he didn't miss it. He's got 2 runs. Tell us about Ollie Price. What sort of season has he had, Ed?
Well, he's also been studying, so he's only really come into things for the second half of the season as Fisher bowls to Ollie Price. A tempter, I think I would call that, outside the off stump. Really floated that one up there, asking him to drive, but Ollie Price did not, and was wise not to do so because it wasn't quite a half volley. So he left it alone. Yeah, he's batted in a few different positions as well. So when he first came into things, I think he was batting at 6 when he had his first game of the season, which was against Kent. On his 21st birthday, he scored his maiden first-class 50. In comes Fisher and bowls. Drive down the ground, this time by Ollie Price, but Fisher knocks it down with his right hand in his follow-through, deflects it up to Ben Code at mid-on, and there's no run. So he's had 4 half-centuries, including twin half-centuries also in the same match as Ben Charlesworth against Somerset at Taunton a couple of matches ago. And highest score 59 against Hampshire at Cheltenham. Fisher in now, bowls to him on off stump. Well forward, Ollie Price goes up towards mid-on again with Code there to do the fielding. But yeah, I think it's, is a young, another player who falls into the kind of the category of a young player trying to make his mark in the top order, and life hasn't been always particularly easy. And also, I think it's, what you'd really like to see is you get to 50 and then you go on. As I mentioned, 4 scores of 50, but as Fisher bowls outside edge gun, 4th wicket. Ollie Price caught high up on the bat again by Fisher. The edge flies to 4th slip, who takes a fairly comfortable catch. And Fisher 4 for 17 now in 6 overs. Gloucestershire 47 for 4.
Yeah, Fisher's the man, isn't he? 4 wickets, and that looked a good delivery. He had to play at the ball, really. Yep. Again, I wouldn't really blame him. He was beaten by what seemed to be a very good delivery, and Fisher is really on fire here. 4 for 17.
Yeah, it was such a short opening spell as well that you'd think I suppose he's coming back from injury, but even so, you'd think there's another couple of overs for him to inflict even further damage. Wharton it was who took the catch at 4th slip. It was really as easy as they're going to come there. It looked as if it caught Ollie Price fairly high on the bat, and it went to him at a really nice pace and a nice height. And yeah, you can't be dropping those.
Well, no, as far as slip catches, I mean, they say there's never such a thing as an easy slip catch, but as far as slip catches go, that's as easy as you're going to get, really. I think it'd have been extremely disappointed if it dropped that, but no, it's so Gloucestershire in trouble here, and the captain Graham Van Buren comes out to the middle.
Yeah, Van Buren, whose form since coming back from his injury layoff during the middle part of the season has been pretty good. Scored an unbeaten century against Northamptonshire, got a unbeaten half century in the first game of the Cheltenham Festival against Hampshire, was rather sold down the river in his first innings back at Chelmsford when he was looking pretty good, and produced a vital 49. It doesn't sound like much, but it wasn't a high-scoring game. Produced a vital 49 in Gloucestershire's win against Warwickshire in the second innings there, but this is a tough situation for him to come out, and he has batted in the top order, and batted in the top order pretty recently, really. I mean, he was batting at 3 at the start of last season, before another season where a lot of cricket was lost for him due to his status as an overseas player last season. Some paperwork which hadn't come through in time, so he missed a lot of time there. It was a shoulder injury that he sustained diving on the boundary in a championship match this year that kept him out. So he's had a couple of slightly disrupted seasons, the last two. Certainly when he gets going can be a dangerous player and can score quickly, but not going to find it easy here. It's going to be Dom Bess to bowl from the Howard stand end. And so a bit of spin as Bess bowls now to Bracey. He's down the leg side, and he's had a flick at that. I mean, there would have needed to be a lot of turn for it to bowl him round his legs, but Tattersall whipped off the bails anyway. Didn't look as if the back foot had moved. But it's always good to see getting the spinner involved early. Bess bowls. Bracey works that one out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Because it's one of the things, of course, that the high performance review has highlighted, is the fact that spinners aren't bowling a high enough percentage of overs. As Bess bowls to Bracey, off the back foot, pushed into the offside this time, fielded at extra cover, and there's no run. I mean, it's not everything in that high performance review is kind of contentious, arguable with, you know. I think pretty much everybody would like to see more spin bowled.
Absolutely. Maybe that's to do with the pitches, but reducing the county championship match to 10, I don't think will encourage spin bowlers, but I may be wrong. Anyway, there was he bowled there to Bracey, no run.
Yeah, and I think it would also, I'd be quite interested to know what the numbers were for this year, because the data they took, I think, was from 2014 through to last year. Bracey doesn't bowl. Bracey drives a delivery from Bess straight back to the bowler, and there's no run. But you know, they put a chart of the percentages of overs bowled by spinners in there. Bess bowls down the pitch, comes Bracey, just checks his momentum down the pitch as Bess rather fired that one into him, possibly looking to fire it past him, but actually Bracey's done quite well there, and he's guided it out to a fielder on the cover boundary. So he picks up a single, and so Van Buren will have to wait to face his first delivery. Bracey moves to 13, and Gloucestershire are 48 for 4 after 20 overs.
Yes, I mean, I'm just reading a book at the moment about the England tour to the West Indies in 53, 54. It's quite a contentious tour, a lot of crowd trouble, umpiring incidents and things like that. And we didn't get on, the two teams didn't get on very well with each other, basically. And I noticed that the matches were, well, there were 8-ball overs, as there were in Australia up to about 1972 or whatever. And the test matches were over 6 days. How things have changed, you know, and you know, I can't see how it's going to help English cricket to go down to 10 championship matches.
Fisher over the wicket to the left-handed Bracey, who drops that one into the leg side, and there is no run.
I mean, that's just my view, because it seems to me that they're marginalising county championship matches to the start of the season, the end of the season. I know we've got that now to a certain extent, and I don't know. I don't know what our priority is, and surely a player's career is defined by what he does in county championship matches, in test matches. Those are the stats that you always see. Anyway.
In comes Fisher. He's there now and bowls full. Bracey on drives, but picks out Patterson at mid-on, and there's no run. I think, you think about these festivals as well, as you were talking about, that will happen alongside the 100, and the way that those work, I haven't quite got my head around, in terms of, you'll have these potentially these regional groups of 3. I don't know where the matches get played though. Fisher bowls to Bracey, into the covers that one goes. Might have thought about a single to the right of Code, who's a little way away from where the ball is, because they've got 4 slips and a gully now for Matthew Fisher, and really why wouldn't you, the way that he's bowling? But it's 10, as you say, 10 championship matches. What's the level going to be like for those regional competitions if we're worried about the level of the county championship? What are they? I suppose all they're achieving is keeping people occupied then, pretty much, or trying to appease people by giving them some cricket to watch whilst the 100's on. That one's cut back at Bracey this time and strikes him somewhere in the midriff. And that was another really good bit of bowling from Fisher, because for the most part he's been leaving the left-handers, and that one came back quite sharply to James Bracey. The ball just rolled off out into the slip corner for no run. Yeah,
good delivery there. And but going back to the festivals, I mean, are they competing with the T20s and the Royal London Cup matches?
No, the impression I got was that the festivals were basically the alternative activity during the 100 rather than the Royal London. As in comes Fisher there and bowls, full delivery, gave it every chance to swing there, did Fisher, and the ball goes up to Patterson at mid-on, and there is no run. As we welcome in listeners on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, welcome to Headingley. It's Ed Seaborn and Graham Orange with you at the moment. Jonathan Doidge will be back in a moment's time. Yorkshire, who are at the moment battling to try to avoid relegation, but they're going about it very much the right way. They'll be pleased to hear the news that there's no play before lunch in the game between Warwickshire and Hampshire, but they've reduced Gloucestershire to 48 for 4 here as Fisher bowls to James Bracey, who's forward, pushing this one towards wide mid-off. They're going to get through for a couple of runs here as Ben Code tried to catch up with the ball and get his feet sorted. It's the 50 up for Gloucestershire with that 2. 21 overs in. Bracey on 15. Graham Van Buren, Gloucestershire's skipper, is out there at the moment with him, yet to get off the mark. But the story of the morning so far has been that of Matthew Fisher making a return from injury, and he has bowled superbly. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 19.
What a return to Yorkshire's ranks for Fisher, and he's been absolutely brilliant. 4 for 19, and Gloucestershire in trouble because, well, I say because of him. I mean, the other Yorkshire bowlers have bowled pretty well, and they've been building pressure on the Gloucestershire batsmen, and I think Fisher has taken advantage of that, but of course he's bowled really well. And we've got spin on now, of course. Bessie's coming on for his second over from the Howard stand end, and he's bowling to the Gloucestershire skipper, Graham Van Buren.
Charlesworth for 25, Dent, for 6. Hammond without scoring, and Ollie Price for 4. Fisher's 4 victims. Here is Dom Best then, bowling to the right-handed Van Buren. Van Buren is forward, defending this one up to Dom Best, who very neatly flicks the ball with his boot up into his hand and marches off back to his mark. We've got sunshine again at Headingley, still quite dark clouds apart from it, but we look to be okay weather-wise as Van Buren drives that one. Crowd catch. There would have been a few caught out by that in the blast, I feel sure, especially those at an angle with Van Buren's back to them. He drove that one right into the ground and out towards extra cover, and there is no run. Bess is in once more and bowls, and Van Buren this time drives, and I think he opened the face deliberately on that one, judging by the fact that there wasn't a great deal of reaction from the Yorkshire close fielders. The ball goes down towards the third man boundary, which is quite long, and so they're through for 3 runs. Van Buren gets off the mark, Gloucestershire 53 for 4, and Jonathan Doidge is back alongside me.
Hey up.
Hello. Been watching Matthew Fisher spell with some interest, I suspect.
Yeah, he's quite good, isn't he?
Yeah. Best bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Bracey. Bracey has squirted that one away. I don't think you could say he really opened the face on that one. He squirted that one down to third man as well and picks up more runs. Picks up 2 this time with Code on the pursuit. 55 for 4 with Bracey on 17. This Bracey's first innings back in his normal position, as it were, of number 3 since June. For our Sports Extra listeners who weren't with us for that particular discussion, James Bracey had been kind of moved down the order to ease the pressure on him. As Bracey faces up to Bess, pushed into the gap in the cover point area, and a nicely taken single by James Bracey, who's on to 18, 56 for 4, because Gloucestershire have spent so many overs in the field, particularly in the early part of their season, that it was kind of felt that Bracey just needed a little bit more time off after that. So went down to 5. Bess bowls to Van Buren. Bit of turn there. Works with the turn though, does Van Buren. And it is fielded under the helmet at short leg by Wharton. And there's no run. 56 for 4 at the end of the 22nd over. But you know, it made a lot of sense. I don't think that James Bracey sees himself as a number 5, though. He sees himself as a number 3. So, you know, what solution can be found to that next year? I don't know. Whether the solution is just that Gloucestershire don't spend so long in the field in the 2nd division, whether it's... I know there are some people who would like to see Bracey really focus on his batting because of the fact that it's seemingly... a couple of prolific seasons with the bat might get him back into the England conversation. Some people would like to see him do that. In a way, it would be a shame because his keeping has improved massively this season. He's kept wicket beautifully. I think I can only remember one catch that went down. It might even have been in that Yorkshire game, you know. And he's done an awful lot of work on it, and he's been pretty much near flawless back there.
Jordan Thompson back into the attack at the Kirkstall Lane end to replace Matthew Fisher, who's just left the field. And that's been driven by Bracey out through the covers. James Wharton picks it up and then almost does a bit of skating. As he does so, it looked like it could have been one of those nasty injury moments there. But anyway, he survived it and returned it, and returned the ball, that is, and had a laugh about what went on with Ben Code. They took 2, so Gloucestershire 58 for 4. Bracey on to 20. Positive as always since he came to the crease. In some trying times, as it turned out for Gloucestershire. Here is Thompson over the wicket. Big appeal for a delivery that looked like it was missing on both grounds of height, and probably also may well have pitched outside leg.
But it hit the pad.
Yeah, so let's all go up for it.
Yeah.
Why not? Why not? But yeah, excellent morning for Matthew Fisher. 4 for 19 from 7 overs. 2 of those overs opening from the Howard stand end, the old football stand end. And then the other 5 from the Kirkstall Lane end, where he took all those 4 wickets. Jordan Thompson in and pushed up to mid-off this time where Ben Code fields. Thompson just 1 previous over from this end, went for 8 and was whipped out of the attack. Don Bess wondered if he was just being used for an over at the Howard stand end to facilitate a change. Maybe Matthew Fisher taking a breather at that point, but he bowled an extra 1 before Jordan has been brought on at the Kirkstall Lane end, and he's in and bowling to Bracey, who's solidly behind that, pushing to Ben Code coming round from mid-off. And again, there's no run. Despite the fact that the pitch has clearly been well shaved and out there, not a lot of grass on it. It's never easy at Headingley early doors, and with the 10:30 starts as well. Bound to be a little bit of moisture in the pitch early on. Thompson in, that's dropped into the offside by Bracey and flicked up nicely by James Wharton into his hand.
It's a funny thing with the kind of live grass covering, because you often turn up at Chelmsford and see a pitch with not masses of live grass on it, but it still seems to do rather a lot there. I don't know, sometimes you hear it described as almost kind of like a matting type grass, where the ball seems to do quite a bit off it if it hits the seam.
Thompson in, that's turned into the leg side where Patterson does the fielding, but they're through for a single to James Bracey. 21 to him, 59 for 4 at the end of the 23rd over. Yeah, I suppose that's also to do with things that I'm not an expert on, like the soil, in certain different grounds and whatever, the growth of the stuff out there in the middle that they play on. It must differ slightly from area to area and things like that. So therefore, what looks the same from the distance that we sit at to commentate, maybe nothing like that when you're out there in the moment in the middle.
Yeah, you don't hear quite so much about the different grass types in cricket as you do in golf. Your Zoyges and whatever else there are.
That one's over my head.
Trying to think of more now, and I can't. Best bowls now to Bracey. Plays on quite late and plays it off the back foot, even though it's quite a full delivery, but he gets a good amount of bat on it and guides that one away into the offside, and there's no run. You can see Ian Blackwell having a chat with Graham Van Buren. There's a lively character out in the middle as well as off the pitch. Graham Van Buren has Bracey's guided that one away, and the fielder at short third man ran in completely the wrong direction to start with. But it's not going to matter one bit because it's 2 runs anyway. But slightly amusing to see Ben Code just turn his back on the ball and run in the exact wrong direction. But he located the ball, or had the ball pointed out to him. And they get 2 more, 61 for 4. Bracey on to 23. So at the moment they're sort of seemingly milking Dom Bess at the moment, but 2 slips going in place now, because there have been quite a few runs which have been run down in that region. So 2 slips rather than the slip and short leg, as there's some turn there, and Bracey has played a bit of a loose drive at that one, a bit of a half-hearted one as well, and misses it. Tattersall takes. There is some turn already there for Dom Bess, which will excite Zafar Gohar from a Gloucestershire point of view, as that's fired in quickly this time by Bess. On the stumps, pushed right back to him for no run. Zafar, who picked up a 5-wicket haul in the first innings against Warwickshire last week. 38 wickets for Zafar on the season now. His best bowls, a very slow, loopy delivery, which is just about push-driven past extra cover, and they get a single. There was a lot of shouting there. I'm not sure whether there was a bit of hesitation with the batters, or whether it was Yorkshire just trying to make Gloucestershire believe that the ball might be stopped, but they got a comfortable single in the end, 62 for 4. So if there is a bit of turn, then Zafar would certainly be more than pleased to see it. Bess in and bowls. Van Buren goes back and cuts that one away, and that has flown out towards the deep backward point boundary for 4. It's a shot that Van Buren likes. It doesn't have to be that short or wide. He just will back his eye that he'll be able to hit it. He did miss one in the last match when it was turning into him with Jayant Yadav bowling, but it's a shot that he plays a lot and scores runs off it, so he'll keep playing it. So a boundary to him. And Gloucestershire 66 for 4 after 24 overs.
Yeah, I don't think it was either, as you're saying, not that short, not that wide, but he was right over the top of it. Classic square cut. Played it very well. He's on to 7. Partnership already worth 19.
By the way, they are now playing at Canterbury between Kent and Somerset have already lost an early wicket. 4th ball of the match. Lammonby caught leaning at bowled Quinn without scoring.
Here's Jordan Thompson. Oh, beautiful shot. Beautiful shot by James Bracey. Got some width to work with from Jordan Thompson, who has let them get off to a flyer at the start of the over. Bracey right over the top of that, and a superb square drive to bring him 4. Jordan won't be too happy with that to kick the over off. 2.1 overs for 15 now for him. But Dom Bess, of course, bowling at the Howard stand end. Just looking down the Yorkshire bowling averages for this year. He's a fair way down, is Dom, averaging 43.78 for his wickets in 2022. 33 of them he's taken, and he's bowled the most for Yorkshire in Championship cricket this season. About 473 now, 0.4 overs.
That's a huge number, isn't it? I mean, we'd have thought that. I mean, admittedly, he didn't play in all of the games, but I thought Zafar's 408 was enough. But Zafar's missed a couple of matches, but still.
Yeah, here's Thompson again. Bracey gets a straighter delivery. That's a good readjustment from Jordan Thompson. Pushed into the offside. Ben Code does the fielding. Jordan himself is now into his 407th over this season. Stephen Patterson, can't remember what he bowled earlier, but he had 401 before this match started. Yeah, 407 himself. So those two seamers, you can see how much work they've got through. There's Jordan again, just a little bit more width for Bracey to work with, and he drives it wide of Ben Code, who makes a diving stop. The ball, by the way, with that boundary from Bracey, first ball of the over, bobbled over the rope on the western terrace side of the ground, and I think ran through over the top of the covers that have been discarded. There was some rain around yesterday in the early evening. Well, I'm saying that I live about half a dozen miles away, something like that, and there certainly was at where I am, and I'm
it was.
surprised.
It was raining here at about 8:30, 9 o'clock. Yeah.
Thompson in, and that's flicked aerially for a moment this time by Van Buren, and he's going to get back for 2. Again, sliding James Wharton out there, making the run to field it. So yeah, just to say that the ball ran across the covers. Yorkshire and Lancashire over at Old Trafford recently, there was a significant ball change after that happened. Ben Code gave it a good inspection here, and a good rub on the trousers before handing it back to Jordan Thompson. So maybe a bit of juice got on it as well.
Oh, it felt wintry last night as well. Really wintry. It's coming, unfortunately.
Thompson to Van Buren, who shoulders arms to this one. This heat wave is this up here, lad.
How did I know there was some sort of comment might be coming along those lines?
About?
Some reference to my orientation as far as the country goes as well, I thought might be coming, but...
Still in shorts and T-shirt. One to come in the 25th. Bracey on 29. Van Buren on strike. He's on 9. Partnership starting to blossom. 26 between them. There's a little bit of shape in towards the right-hander there by Jordan Thompson. Final ball of the over, though, is negotiated safely by the batter for a dot. So 3 overs for 18. Won a ball, Jordan Thompson, so far. 3 overs for 14, Dom Bess. 25 overs in. Gloucestershire 73 for 4, and we'll be thinking about just trying to ensure that they suffer no further losses, I think, Ed, before the lunch break.
Yes, very much so. I mean, even 3 wickets, you'd say, having lost the toss, you'd be pretty happy with, I think, if you were Yorkshire. But to get 4 in the morning, yeah, it's been squarely Yorkshire's session, and Gloucestershire are just going to have to try and battle to whatever they can in the final 15 minutes or so, and yeah, try not to lose another wicket and hope for a dream afternoon session.
Change of bowling, George Hill.
George Hill, thank you. I think it was George Hill who was taking his sweater off, and they had that unfortunate thing, especially on a cold day, where the shirt gets taken off with the sweater. It always happens on a cold day as well, without fail. No. Hill to bowl round the wicket then. The 6th bowler used by Yorkshire. He's in now, bowling to Bracey. Tight enough to off stump, but could be left pretty comfortably by James Bracey, and allowed to pass through to Tattersall, who's now just got the 2 slips for company. Cola Cadmore at first and Adam Lythe at second. This is the first time I've been to Headingley since the Howard stand, actually. And it seems extraordinary that a ball could be hit over that, as was by Liam Livingston. Hill bowls to Bracey, push drives out into the covers. They've got a sweeper out on that cover boundary now, so Bracey will have to be content with the single. 30 to him now.
Yeah, it was a magnificent shot, but of course it won't count in the record because it was a Lancastrian who hit it. Right. So that's not going to count, is it, really? We'll forget that one.
Goodness me. Extraordinary to think that you could hit a ball like that. I was here, last time I was here was for an ODI between England and Australia in 2015. And Owen Morgan hit a ball, come back to that, as Hill bowls to Van Buren. That was rather inside edgy through mid-wicket, but it'll go down as 1 in the book as mid-wicket slides away to stop it. Van Buren moves into double figures to 10, 75 for 4. Owen Morgan hit one, I think, onto the roof of the old football stand, I suppose. It was called, I guess, wasn't it? Was it called the football stand?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's all right. Just checking. Yeah, and I thought that was a big enough hit. And of course, Morgan hits the ball so high as well. Hill bowls to Bracey, who's had a fiddle at that one and misses it, and is rather fortunate not to have been the 5th wicket there. It was an indeterminate shot. Feet didn't really go anywhere, and he just prodded away from his body, maybe looking for that gap for the single out into the covers. Maybe it was a bit too tempting for him, but fortunately for him, he's able to stay there as it missed his outside edge and went through to Tattersall. But I mean, Morgan was hitting them. I've never seen a cricket ball hit as high as that one, even though it went onto the roof of that, but it wouldn't have cleared this one. Hill bowls to Bracey, work to leg, fielded at mid-wicket this time for no run. It was also a match where Glenn Maxwell took an astonishing catch on the boundary. It was one of those ones where I think he took it one-handed, reaching backwards over his head, chucked it back in the air, hopped back, hopped in, and then caught it. And then after the match, he said words to the effect of, not these words, because Hill's coming in and bowling, and Bracey defends into the covers and there's no run. It would have been quite amusing if he had said, James Bracey defends into the covers and there's no run, but he didn't. What he said was words to the effect of, it was absolutely ridiculous that I was allowed to take that catch. The fact that my last point of contact could be outside the boundary, you could just jump in the air and go back in and catch it. You're thinking, well, that's Glenn Maxwell for you. I mean, how many cricketers wouldn't just talk about the astonishing catch that they've taken? But Maxwell's said, well, no way I should have been allowed to take that. But it was an amazing bit of cricket. It was Liam Plunkett that he caught. I was looking it up the other night. I can't claim to have remembered that part.
Yeah, I remember it well. Here is Jordan Thompson bowling to Van Buren, who's pushing out into the offside to Harry Duke. There's no run. It's a bit like crop circles things going on here at Headingley, isn't there? Since we were here the other week for the Essex game, it's kind of like 3 boundary lines at the moment. It's almost as if you get it over the first one, you get an automatic 1. You get it over the second, we'll let you have 2. If you get it over the third, you can have 4. If you can get it to come to rest between lines 1 and 2, maybe you should get 1.5 or something for it. Thompson in, and Van Buren pushes out into the offside, where the ball is fielded by Matthew Fisher, who's back out on the field. Harry Duke backing up.
What's the name of that game where you have to roll something and it lands in those circles like that? I can picture this game, but I can't think what it's. That's really annoying me now, because you can overshoot the kind of the centre of the target, and then it lands in the sort of outer rings.
Thompson in, that's dropped into the offside by Van Buren, who's solidly behind it. No run. Harry Duke in to do the fielding. He's just talked about his enthusiasm earlier on. Any excuse to run, Harry. You can imagine. Not sure what his footballing skills are like, but if he was a footballer, he'd be one of those sort of midfield, box-to-box midfielder, wasn't he, Harry Duke? Full of energy, snapping away at the opposition's ankles.
He'd be a scrum half if it were,
yeah,
if it were rugby.
Yeah, he definitely would, wouldn't he? Yeah. Thompson in, and Van Buren again solidly behind that. The right-handed Van Buren pushing to
sudden, sorry, George. I had a sudden thought. Then is it scrum half in rugby league as well?
It is.
It is.
Yeah,
that's all right.
Yeah, he'd be. I mean, mentioned Rob Burrow earlier on. He's very much that sort of a figure, isn't it? Whippet-like. He's fairly quick across the ground. He was doing some sprints against Jack Shutt over at Old Trafford when neither of them were playing in that match, but they were with the team. Thompson in, pushed into the offside by Van Buren, and right on cue, Duke's in and fielding and throwing the ball to Johnny Tattersall, and he was probably giving Jack Shutt, I don't know, something like 5 yards, 5 metres start, and winning the race to the other end by about the same distance. And it was on his birthday as well, his 21st birthday. And he said, yeah, Doige, he said, I enjoyed the running bit, but then they had me in gym for an hour after that as well. Great birthday, that one. 75 for 4, Jordan Thompson coming in again past James Middlebrook, and just a little bit leg-sideish, but he's got away with that. Flicked to leg and fielded by Wharton at mid-wicket. End of the over then, 75 for the loss of 4 wickets. And Harry Duke herring away to the boundary as well. I bet his school teachers had a lot of fun with him in class, don't you? You know, he'd been Mr. Enthusiastic, wouldn't he? Hand up for everything, probably.
Yeah, I mean, he was in position to field on the boundary almost before the bowler had taken his sweater. It was great. Yeah, it was a bundle of energy. There are some, actually, one of the things I quite enjoy, and I do make probably too many baseball references which people get annoyed by, as in comes Hill and bowls to Bracey, who drives, gets an inside edge, and it goes out towards Ford's square leg. He'll pick up a fortuitous single. He clearly looks as if he wants to try to get on top of George Hill, does James Bracey, but Hill has not picked up the bundles of wickets that he has for nothing. So he might just have to rein himself in a little bit with these drives, Bracey, because he's been beaten on the outside edge and then just had the inside edge caught there. Gets a single and it's 76 for 4. But there used to be a player for, among other teams, the Oakland Athletics, called Adam Rosales. That's a drive this time from Van Buren, opens the face on it, and it goes out to backward point where Code fields, so he doesn't pick up a run for it. It was a pleasant shot, but straight to the fielder. So he, you know, when they hit a home run, it's normally a really slow jog round the bases. They want to lap up all the adoration of the fans, see the looks on all the fielders' faces as they go by, get a big high five from the third base coach. Hill is in, bowls a short ball. Van Buren pulls that one high and mightily out towards square leg for 4 runs. You don't get too much joy in general bowling short to Van Buren. Duke was out on the boundary, so it could still have caused Van Buren some difficulty, but he pulled it away very hard and well in front of square. Oh, I say well in front of square. Well in front of the fielder, anyway. In front of square of the fielder. And 14 it is now to Van Buren, 80 for 4. But Rosales, they were timing him for some of his home run trots. He wasn't really a home run hitter. As Van Buren pushes that one out into the covers, there'll be a single this time to the right of Code at backward point, 81 for 4. And not even just content with running round the bases for a home run. I suppose it's kind of in the name, but yeah, anyway. He then had to run all the way down into the dugout, run through his teammates, and I think he had to complete that in something like 40 seconds, which, you know, quick enough. In comes Hill and bowls to Bracey. Guides that one away out into the covers. They're looking for 2 here, but it'll be quite a short throw for Duke from the extra cover boundary. So they settle with just the single, 32 to Bracey, 82 for 4. I suppose in contrast, you'd have somebody like David Ortiz, who would probably have taken about 2 minutes to round the bases in his later years. Nobody's going to be arguing with that. Anyway, just think of somebody like Harry Duke in those terms. If he were a baseball player, it'd be one of those that would sprint round the bases. Hill in and bowls. That's a flashing shot off a wide delivery from Hill out to the cover boundary for 4 from Van Buren. He does look to be positive. His words tends to be busy. Likes to make himself busy out at the crease. He got a wide ball and threw the kitchen sink at it and picks up 4. 86 for 4 then, with Van Buren on 19 from as many balls.
Yep, just a little bit too much width from George. Wasn't the best of him. 2 overs for 13 now. 28 gone. Still 5 minutes to go before the lunch break, so certainly time for one more, if not maybe a second. 86 for 4. Just had a follow on Twitter from or by Nigel Martin, and I'm disappointed, Nigel, that he must have unfollowed me at some point to follow me again. Of course, made his name at Bristol Rovers, didn't he? I think started his football career there. Leeds United, England, Everton, Crystal Palace. Top man, and still using Twitter by the looks of it then, as Jordan Thompson's in, and that's pushed by Bracey out into the covers where they get a single. It says on Nigel Martin's Twitter little profile thing, proud Cornishman, knackered old goalie, Knaresborough and Cornwall over 50s cricketer. Play for Knaresborough CC, just up the road.
Bet that's a nice club. Yeah, I'm getting a nod from Graham behind.
Yeah, they give extra, I think, extra bun to Graham for his tea when he umpires that, so he's got to say they're a nice club. As Thompson's in, that's worked to leg by Van Buren to Ben Code. There's no run. Or is it an extra bun so that you don't raise the finger when Knaresborough are batting? Not saying there's any corruption involved in the Yorkshire Premier League North umpiring, but yeah.
Buns for tea. I mean, I was obviously in the wrong league when I did a bit of umpiring actually back when I was a student. I was umpiring in the Lincolnshire League. Yeah, went too many buns, but one in particular did samosas for tea. Ooh. That as a tea item, fantastic.
Yeah, Thompson in. That's just swinging to round about leg stump when Van Buren doesn't make contact with it with the bat because it's a leg by just backward of square. Sounds good, samosas.
Yeah, I think that's one of the best. You know, because you've got to have something savoury as well as something sweet. And Graham's brought. Can you believe it?
Is that from Knaresborough CC?
Brought some samosas from Knaresborough. That's the bribe for the next season.
And right on cue, Johnny Corcoran of Knaresborough CC says, keep up the compliments, and Graham has steak. Is that right? Thompson in, that's pushed into the offside by Bracey, who's on 33, and fielded by James Wharton coming in from extra cover. Martin Rowe says, Nigel Martin, ... old mods, question mark. Yes, the same, but left old mods, moved on to Knaresborough a little while ago.
They did actually have this.
He also heard that the steak was good.
Well, they did actually have this though, didn't they? I think it was the cricketer had the #1 tea item. I seem to remember it was scones that won.
Scones.
Yeah.
Sorry. As that's turned backward of square by Bracey for a single. Hands on head by Jordan Thompson. I can understand that because there was a moment where you thought it could have been cannoning onto his stumps. A little bit like we saw Chris Dent earlier. Bracey moves on to 34. 89 for 4. What a good morning for Yorkshire, says Andy Walker. The bowling has been fantastic. I'm delighted that we're really in with the chance in this match at the moment. Length and line and length, he says. Here's Thompson in again, and this time once more targeting a straight delivery, just slightly offline, leg stumpish. Curses himself, Jordan Thompson, afterwards. He's gone for a leg by backward of square.
Yeah, not going to make it. Clock's just that second gone to 12:30, so they won't make another over.
So 3 behind in that morning session. 29 have been complete. Jordan Thompson takes his sweater. It's been a good morning for Yorkshire, who lost the toss. Gloucestershire decided to bat first. And it's been a particularly good morning for Matthew Fisher, because he picked up all 4 wickets to have fallen. Charlesworth caught Tattersall, bowled Fisher for 25. Dent bowled Fisher for 6. Hammond caught Tattersall, bowled Fisher 0. Price caught Wharton, bowled Fisher for 4. And so at the lunch break, they've of course taken the score off the board, which is not particularly convenient. But
89 for 4. No, 90 for 4. Beg your pardon. 90 for 4.
90 for 4 after 29 Gloucestershire. From Ed and myself, Jonathan, we shall take a breather along with Graham, and we'll be back with you when they return, which is going to be in about 40 minutes' time. Mics are on. Yeah, and it's been a good morning for Yorkshire, who lost the toss. Gloucestershire decided to bat first, but Yorkshire, in fact, Matthew Fisher, on his return to first-team action, and on the day he received his county cap, along with captain Jonathan Tattersall, has taken all 4 of those wickets. Charlesworth for 25, the top scorer so far for the visiting side. Yorkshire, of course, going into this needing 10 points from the match to guarantee their safety in Division 1, and so far they're making a good fist of it. Gloucestershire 90 for 4 at lunch. Welcome back then from Headingley, where Gloucestershire, having won the toss, are 90 for the loss of 4 going into the afternoon session, and Ben Code is going to open up from the Howard stand end of the ground. The right-handed Graham Van Buren, Gloucestershire captain, on strike, and he is not out 19. James Bracey went into the lunch break on 34 not out. Those 4 wickets taken this morning, all going to Matthew Fisher, who's bookended the season with just the 2 first-class matches because of injury. Had a good time of things, particularly in one of the innings down at Bristol at the start of the campaign. 4 wickets in one innings, 1 in the other, and 4 again so far today. But at the moment, Ben Code has ball in hand, coming in past umpire Ian Blackwell for the first ball of the afternoon session, which is wider off stump and nipping further away. A little waft at that by Graham Van Buren. Jonathan Doidge with you throughout this for as long as it lasts, as long with Ed Seaborn of BBC Radio Bristol, and in the immediate short term, Graham Orange back with us as our third voice for the week.
Yeah, almost a wicket there, JD. First ball after lunch. Played and missed.
Yeah, handy little start by Code, who's got that sweatband on the left wrist, his front arm And he's in and bowling again. Pushed into the offside this time by Van Buren. And fielded by Bess, who's unusually gone into cover. Tends to field square on the offside. That honour going to the hands in pockets James Wharton at the moment. Tall figure of Wharton. A few stretches going on down to the left by Matthew Fisher. He's at long leg. Harry Duke at mid-wicket. Jordan Thompson mid-on. Stephen Patterson mid-off, and 3 in the slip cordon, and they're not far off being brought into play there by another good delivery from Code. Again, just pitching and leaving Van Buren. Partnership so far worth 43. Should theoretically, Graham, get a little bit easier to bat this afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. But Yorkshire will want to break this partnership as quickly as possible now. These two are batting pretty well up to lunch.
Here's Code again. This time just straying down the leg side. Tattersall takes. Tattersall and Fisher, of course, both receiving those county caps this morning. Matthew Fisher still going to do further stretches. Down at long leg. Yeah, theoretically it should get better. There's no sun at the moment. It's bright enough. Fair bit of cloud overhead. But Gloucestershire's batters will be hoping that any moisture this morning is continuing to come out of the pitch as Code is in, and that's worked with an open face out to Wharton at point, no run.
I think we're in agreement, weren't we? When Gloucestershire won the toss and decided to bat, it was the right thing to do. It looks a decent track. It's just that Fisher has bowled tremendously well, and he bowled 1 or 2 almost unplayable deliveries to get, well, 3 of his wickets anyway.
Code turns, running towards our commentary position. We're at the Kirkstall Lane end of the ground, and Van Buren dropping that into the leg side. The final ball of the first over of the afternoon session, the 30th in total, and Gloucestershire bang on 3 and over, and 90 for 4, Bracey 34, Van Buren on 19. The thing with Matthew Fisher is he's got, Ben Code's not small, he's a reasonably tall figure as well, but Matthew Fisher probably a little bit taller. Really high action. I always purr on about his action, as you know. I think it's a beautiful thing to watch, and he seems to be, he's just got a little bit more pace, so therefore when he hits the pitch gets a little bit more bounce as well, doesn't he?
Yeah,
just that bit more awkward to play in that respect.
Yeah.
In terms of their accuracy, they're both pretty similar, aren't they?
They are.
Fisher and Code.
They are, and that was a good opening over after lunch from Code. So that was a maiden, and now we have Matthew Fisher.
Lovely measured run up, and in he comes and bowls then to Bracey, who's pushing out into the offside. Bess to field. Don Bess already got through 3 overs this morning for 14. He's had to do a fair bit of that in the seasons he's played for Yorkshire, coming on before lunch on the first day. Fisher looks like he's got a short back and sides from this distance. In he comes, and that's again a ball just short of length. Bracey can't get forward to it, but safely negotiates it, dropping it into the offside.
Yeah, Bracey's played pretty well, you know. He's on 34, and you know, he's had to sort of rescue the innings, if I can put it like that. Of course, he's got very good support now from his captain, Van Buren, who's on 19, and this is developing to a pretty decent partnership for Gloucester. They had to do it, but they've yet to get a run in this session so far.
Fisher again, solidly behind it. Bracey back to the bowler, no run. Had a message as well from the Yorkshire County Cricket Club PA announcer, the golden voice of Howard Ferguson.
Yes.
So, I've got a get well soon message to Howard's mum, Jane, who is currently, sorry to hear, bedridden with something called labyrinthitis. Virgo-tastic, says Howard. Sorry, vertigo-tastic, even. As Fisher is in, good delivery. Fiddle at that one by Bracey. There's a couple of arms aloft in the slip cordon, but he didn't get a nick on it. Howard goes on to say lots of Yorkshire fans know his mum because she used to manage, stroke in his words these are, mismanage our lottery. There you go, Jane. Get well soon. Must be a very proud mum to have the golden voice. Wow.
You've got to be careful there. If you say mismanaged the lottery, I think the police might be interested there.
I said in his words.
Oh, in his words, all right.
Reported speech.
Yes.
As Fisher is in. I think he might get away with that. Would have been his mum.
Yeah. Okay.
Bracey just mistimes that one really to Don Bess in the covers. No run. Malcolm Palmer says, morning Doidgy. A good finish we hope, and great to see Matthew Fisher in the lineup. First of all, big well done to Katie Levick for polishing off the Vipers and helping the Diamonds to a great win. Let's see if the Tykes can do so as well. And Charles Kitching's been in touch as well from Spain. Fisher turns, makes his way in once again to bowl at Bracey, who top of the bounce drops it into the offside to complete over number 31 with a dot. Still 90 for 4. Charles says, morning JD and colleagues, I've missed the last couple of disappointing games as I've been watching the European T10 Cricket Championship held in Kartama, 30 minutes away from home. Great fun. We must all be hoping very much for an improved performance to secure our Division 1 status and take us into the unknown future of our club. It'll be very interesting to see what happens over the winter. And he goes on to thank us for the commentaries during this season. Been our pleasure, Charles, of sorts. Yeah, the T10 European Cricket Championship. I was watching a bit of that on YouTube myself the other day. Good stuff. Ben Cody's in. That's dropped into the leg side by Van Buren. There's no run. Paul Hutchison is coaching the Denmark team. He did pretty well in that. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's previously coached Sweden. Paul Hutchison, known to Yorkshire fans, of course.
Yeah. I've seen some of that on is it Free Sports, what they call it? Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Ed's just giving me the nod there, yeah.
It'd have to be free if you were watching, wouldn't you? You wouldn't be subscribing to anything, would you? Tight Yorkshire, wouldn't you?
Well, you need talk.
Here's Code into Van Buren, who opens the face and runs it out backward of point, Wharton round to field, and there is no run.
But you're right. You're fundamentally right. Yeah.
What do you get accused of being when you're from your part of the world, Ed? A farmer.
Cider drinkers?
Yes, that's true.
In comes Code. Van Buren solidly behind that, pushes to mid-on. Thompson fields, no run. Yeah, you get being accused of being tight is kind of derogatory, isn't it? But being accused of being a farmer, that's not really a derogatory comment, is it? Is it?
A farmer.
Or a cider drinker? Van Buren's on 19, as he was at lunch, and Ben Cody's bowling to him here, and he's nearly gone for 19 there because he's fished at one again. Ben Code, super stuff from him. Been asked when you two were on commentary together earlier, I nipped out into the press room having a chat, and I was asked if Ben Code had been bowling all right since he came back, and you'd say definitely yes. You know, Yorkshire are a better side for having him in, no doubt about that. He's not got the wickets that his efforts have deserved, I don't think, so far. And that delivery there would have been a case in point, there or thereabouts, and he's just straightened it slightly, and wouldn't you know it, Van Buren then gets everything behind it. When it's that ball around about, it might just about clip off stump, and then either holds its line from the angle in or clearly nips away. He's always in the game there, but it often just beats the bat and doesn't get the nick that he in Yorkshire would want. Gone for just the 16 from almost 8 overs. It's the last ball of his 8th over here, and Van Buren solidly behind it, pushing into the offside. And no run, so yet to take a wicket today. But, well, we know what that's all about, Graham. That that job that you're doing for your side, keeping it tight, bowling it dry as in modern parlance, and you might get the wickets today, and you might pick them up another day.
We were just saying that when I was on with Ed regarding Steve Patterson, the fact that, you know, time to time he may not get the wickets, but he creates the, you know, the conditions for the other bowlers to take wickets. But it keeps the pressure on the batters, and that's what it's all about.
Fisher, Kirkstall Lane end, bowling here to James Bracey, who works a straight delivery to leg. Nicely played. That's lovely timing by James Bracey, and it might just have the legs. No, Harry Duke's got the legs on it and reels it in for the concession of 3. Howard Ferguson follows up with a thank you and says, I'll tell her to expect a visit from the police.
No, Howard, I don't mean it.
Incidentally, I'm sorry to have to report, but away to the right, the west side of the ground, I can see rain in the distance. Looks very much like it in the, what'll be the Armley area of town. That side. Out towards Pudsey. Here's Fisher. Now then, Van Buren, both feet off the deck as he tries to play that, and does just about safely negotiate it. That was almost like Matthew Fisher was bowling at him, and it just looked like that because he lifted both feet off the deck, didn't it? But straightening things up as well. And I think that the key thing for me this morning and into the afternoon now has been the number of deliveries, the sheer number of deliveries that Yorkshire bowlers have asked Gloucestershire batters to play at.
Yeah.
Fisher in again, past umpire Middlebrook. There's one that he doesn't have to play at, just wide of off stump. Matthew Fisher will be thinking all the time, won't he? What, set this up, try and draw him into playing at something he doesn't want to play at then.
Yes, he'll know that Van Buren is one of the key wickets to take as well. Another, is it 4 runs, and it's the 50 partnership.
Matthew Fisher in again, 3 slips waiting, not coming into play here. The short ball, it's not a very well timed pull by Van Buren, and that can't have been more than about 10 yards to the right of Dominic Bess. And the rain that I mentioned has already come into play here, and they're immediately leaving the field of play. So we've only seen, what, 13 minutes since they went back out there. And we have rain at Headingley with Gloucestershire on 95 for 4, James Bracey on 37, Graham Van Buren on 21. So a little bit of extra moisture around. And I was saying that batting conditions should theoretically get a little bit easier this afternoon. But obviously this won't help. There's a fair weight of cloud cover overhead now. And we've just seen the flickering of the first few floodlights on the pylons around the ground as well, but it felt like it was a fair way away when I first mentioned it earlier in the over. But it is a fairly stiff breeze today, and I did mention earlier, Graham, that it was coming in from the west, and it's hit us more quickly than it looked like it was going to do at first.
Yeah, I thought we were going to get another 10-15 minutes in, but that's disappointing. But looking at the matches throughout the country, there's quite a few have been affected by rain. So, you know, we shouldn't be too surprised. And also, you know, with the floodlights coming on, the light's not great now, is it?
No, let's have a quick look around the grounds and we'll take a breather while the players are off. Still lunch at Canterbury, where Somerset are 43 for 3 against Kent down there. See if we can put a bit more meat on those bones at this moment in time. Tom Lammonby was out 4th ball of the match, as I think Ed mentioned earlier in the day. Caught by Jack Leaning off Quinn without scoring. Andrew Umeed also went to Quinn for just the 4, and then Tom Abel, the Somerset captain, caught by Jack Leaning off Nathan Gilchrist for 5. George Bartlett not out 22, Lewis Goldsworthy not out 12. They're 43 for 3 after 15 overs at the lunch break. Somerset against Kent then at Canterbury. What else have we got for you? Well, Warwickshire, Hampshire, still no play there on day one because of rain. Lancashire at Old Trafford against Surrey this week. That one, of course, I think being televised. 112 for 2 Lancashire in the 36th over. Keaton Jennings is not out 42 and Stephen Croft not out 5. The two batters to have been dismissed. Luke Wells made 36 and Josh Bohannon made 12. Dan Moriarty having taken both the wickets to have fallen there. Essex playing Northamptonshire. That is also off for rain at the moment down in Northampton, where Essex were 107 for 4 at the point they went off for Rhodes Cushy not out 6, Tom Wesley not out 13. They were put in to bat by the home side, for whom Ben Sanderson has taken 2 wickets, 1 apiece for Jack White and Tom Taylor. Nick Brown made 49, Alistair Cook 31, a duck for Dan Lawrence, and just the 2 for Matt Critchley. So 107 for 4 after 30. And then in Division 2, Worcestershire 41 for 3 against Middlesex, who put them into bat at New Road. Glamorgan 93 for 1 against Sussex at Hove, having chosen to bat first at Trent Bridge. Nottinghamshire also won the toss, are batting and are 110 for 1. And at Derby, Derbyshire won the toss and stuck Leicestershire in, and they have them at 96 for 3 at this moment in time. All those 4 second division matches are currently in play, not rain affected. But the rain has come here at Headingley then. It doesn't look particularly bad, and the full covers are not on, which is encouraging, but the covers themselves are on the strip and the bowlers run-ups. And so we'll take a break for the meantime, with a reminder that Gloucestershire are 95 for 4, and we'll be back when we've got any further play to commentate on. Welcome back then from Headingley. You'll see, if you're watching the streaming, that the players, the umpires back out and the covers have been whipped off. So we think pretty much about a 10-minute delay there. That was all for that passing shower. Just keep your eye on things away to our right as we look at the pitch from the Kirkstall Lane end of the ground, but that was where that came from, and I think the breeze looked like it's probably westerly, northwesterly, something like that. Just taking it away in the distance. You can see on the horizon it's still a bit mizzly, but the worst of it looks to have passed Headingley, and so we're going to get some more play. Gloucestershire 95 for 4. Matthew Fisher, who's bowled 8 overs and 4 maidens. Sorry, 8.4 overs and 2 maidens even. 4 for 24 so far. He's going to continue at this Kirkstall Lane end then. Same field as was. Van Buren not out on 21. And umpire James Middlebrook signals play. And on resumption it's Matthew Fisher then bowling to Van Buren, who immediately gets a ball short of length, wide of off stump, and has cracked that away backward of point. Super shot. Raced away over what must be a little bit of a damp outfield once again. Takes Gloucestershire to 99 for 4, and the rain is coming down again.
But they've pursued the 50 partnership, haven't they? It's now 52.
Yeah, and a good recovery from 47 for 4, which was after precisely 19 overs. So 52 added in relatively quick time by red ball cricket standards. Yeah, it very definitely is raining again, but they're continuing. Final ball of Matthew Fisher's over then. And he's in and bowling with a ball that shapes in towards Van Buren, and he just drops out to James Wharton at point. End of the over then, 99 for 4 after 33. Phil O'Rourke says, a beautiful ground, Headingley. Many thanks to all the BBC commentators covering the county championship. Your voices, along with the thwack of leather on willow, have been the soundtrack to my summer. Tough season for us Gloucestershire fans, but have faith, better days lay ahead.
Fair enough, absolutely.
Thanks, Phil. And Sally M says, considering the turmoil pre-season, the injuries and England call-ups, I don't think Yorkshire's done that bad, but first innings batting is problematic, and the main reason we're struggling in Division 1. I'm calling 2022 a rebuild year. Oh, another one of those, Sally. And I'm hoping for better in 2023.
I suppose you could say that Yorkshire could have had another couple of wins, couldn't they? You know, with a bit of luck, like Essex, for example.
Yeah, here's Code. Round the wicket to the left-handed Bracey, who has worked this first delivery to Matthew Fisher. Deep backward square leg, and they've picked up one more. 100 up for Gloucestershire. Halfway to a batting point. Russ Walker says, afternoon, Jonathan. Greatly enjoying the comms today, and Yorkshire's bowling this morning. More required this afternoon. Reference labyrinthitis. I can testify it's a brutal condition to get and will render the unfortunate individual completely off the grid. I've suffered with it for 30 years, he says. Code in, good delivery, appeal for LBW, gone. Van Buren just rooted at the crease. Ben Code gets one to nip again and has beaten the bat this time. And Graham Van Buren, well, he's not the tallest of figures, is he? So over the top of the stumps is a little bit difficult to, if you like, as a get out there in terms of where it's hit him. He did have his back to us, but it looked a pretty good shout. And it was good enough for umpire Ian Blackwell. Van Buren gone, LBW to Code for 25 from 40 deliveries, and Gloucestershire 100 for 5.
Yes, it looked a good shout there for LBW, and he seemed to be squared up a little bit as well. He was right back on his back foot, squared up, and from behind it looked a decent shout. So they've lost another wicket. I suppose, you know, the break for lunch and then the very short rain breakers doesn't do much favours for batsmen, these breaks really, and maybe his concentration wasn't quite right. But although the previous over he played a lovely shot for 4, but he's gone now for 25 in 40 balls with 4 fours. And coming in now with number 10 on his back is Jack Taylor.
not the football referee to the 1974 World Cup final. Before you say it, because I know that's where you're going to go. First man to give a penalty in a World Cup final. Yeah, we know all that.
Was that West Germany?
Was?
Yeah.
When they were so called.
Well, yes, and they beat Holland in the final, is that right?
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah. 1974, remember it. I was cricketing at York Cricket Club that day. Anyway, there we are. I reminisce.
Edelweiss. Yeah.
Are you all right?
So, I think you've got to say Ben Code deserved that. 1 for 17 from his 8 overs and 2 deliveries so far, just for his efforts. He's been there or thereabouts throughout. It might lead to more. 100 for 5. And here is Jack Taylor playing positively through the covers first up. Did run down the middle of the pitch actually there as he's taking his first run. He's come out in his sweater. Obviously struggling with the Yorkshire cold, but he's picked up 2 off the mark straight away, 102 for 5. So continuing with what Russ was saying, he suffered with labyrinthitis for 30 years. Last episode, November 21, wiped him out for 4 weeks. Doesn't sound good, this. So he says, I send my very best to the lady that you recently cited who's contracted it. Yeah, Jane, mum of the Golden Voice. Pitch it up and it'll swing, he finishes off his message. Ben Code has got a bit of swing as well this morning. That latest delivery is just dropped into the leg side by Jack Taylor. Dot ball, couple to come, then we'll have a change in the commentary position.
Yeah, the sun's coming out now. Isn't it amazing? We're off for rain not so long ago now, and the sun's coming out in all its glory. And Headingley's bathed in September sunshine.
So Code, in he comes, and great delivery. He's taken out the off stump of Jack Taylor with an absolute beauty. And Ben Code, as I said, there may be more to follow. He's now getting the reward for those efforts earlier on today, and he has 2 for 19 to his name, with still 1 ball to come in this over. And Taylor bowled by Code for 2, and Gloucestershire in a lot of trouble now. 102 for 6. Yorkshire have 2 bowling bonus points. Remember, to ensure First Division safety, they'll need 10 points from this match, and that is a pretty handy start and an emphatic way to get your second wicket.
Yeah, well, Gloucestershire have, having looked quite positive actually since the break. You think about that Fisher over, which, albeit either side of a rain interval, went for 9 runs. It's all gone rather pear-shaped in that over, losing Van Buren and Jack Taylor, and now yet again, as he's done so many times this season, Zafar Gohar comes to the crease needing to do more work with the bat really than his kind of job description, where so often he's ended up having to either bail Gloucestershire out or just to give them some sort of a fighting chance, as happened in that reverse fixture where Zafar kept James Bracey company and then he made 40 in that game. But it's just all too often Zafar Gohar has been asked to score runs in situations that they've been more difficult for him than they should have been, really, because as a number 8, a lot of the time you feel you should be going out there and actually being able to play your shots with some freedom. It should be a good place to bat, but all too often it's been situations like this.
Yeah, last ball of Ben Code's over then to Zafar, who's solidly behind it, pushing to Patterson. So end of the over, eventful one. 2 wickets in it for Ben Code, 2 for 19 from 9 overs and 4 maidens. Got to say that I think he deserves it. Gloucestershire 102 for 6. Time for me to step out and Graham back in.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a really good season with the bat for Zafar, who certainly wasn't really kind of signed for his batting per se. 30 pretty much he's averaged, which, given that he has batted down at number 8, is more than handy. I mean, admittedly, the usual caveats about the fact that it seems to be easier to bat when the ball gets older, and sort of it seems a pretty good good position in the order to be in, actually, at times. Fisher bowls down the leg side to Bracey. It's off the gloves of Tattersall. Zafar thought about calling Bracey through for a bye, but Tattersall's done very well to knock that down and keep it close enough to him that Zafar decided not to come through for that bye, and Graham Orange is back alongside me.
Yes, his main job now is to keep Bracey company, isn't it? I mean, Bracey's got 38. He's lost 2 partners in quick succession. So Gohar's real task is to stay with him.
Fisher over the wicket to Bracey. It's full, inviting the drive. That's exactly what Bracey does. The ball kind of bobbled over the dive of the fielder at extra cover. The outfield is not going to be quite quick enough to send that to the boundary. And Jordan Thompson would have lunged half over the rope to pull it back. And they get 3 runs, 105 for 6. Maybe just without that slight sprinkling of rain, it might have gone. But it's I mean, we're pretty central in this pitch, so it's a good-sized playing area. That's what you want. Yeah,
I'm pretty sure that would have gone to the boundary without the rain. But you know, Bracey's got 41. He's doing a great job for his county.
Yeah, and I guess you'd say, as Fisher is in and bowls to Zafar, who's forward, pushing that one out into the cover point area. It's fielded there for no run by Wharton. But you know, he's back at 3. He's back at the position that he wants to bat in. So, and of course the other thing is that he hasn't kept wicket yet. So I suppose there are a couple of, you know, it's very easy to come up with explanations because he has scored some runs, but I don't know that it's necessarily, at least in terms of the fact that he is batting at 3, if that's where he wants to bat, as that's clipped fine off, just off pad, according to umpire Middlebrook. It's down to the boundary for 4 leg byes. Tattersall lunged after it and couldn't get it. It was just misdirected by Fisher, which is not something that he's done very much, but it's 4 runs, not to his bowling figures, but to the leg by column, 109 for 6.
Yes, I was just going to say that's you know, a very rare bad ball from Fisher down the leg side. In fact, he's bowled a couple down the leg side in this over. I mean, I presume they're going to use him in short bursts because, you know, the injuries he's had. This is his first match back in the first team since April. He's been bowling quite a lot in the second 11, but I think his bowling needs to be managed, doesn't it, really? But 4 for 31, he's certainly done his job so far.
Had another look at the ball then, but
yeah,
umpire Middlebrook just tossed it straight back to Jordan Thompson at mid-off, so we'll stick with it, as indeed, as prophesied, the sun has come out. Fisher bowls to Zafar, edged, and no, it's not edged. It's come off thigh pad and gone to second slip. It had all the appearances of an outside edge, but it wasn't. I know looking back on it, it did come off a bit softer than you'd have thought, but the fact that it carried through to second slip, you don't normally see those carry that deep.
No, yes, off the pad, absolutely. And Fisher has suddenly, as it were, got his radar back.
Hunting the 5-fer already in just his 10th over. Last ball of it. Fisher over the wicket to Zafar outside the off stump, and he shoulders arms. So 109 for 6 after 35 overs is the score here. And, well, Gloucestershire are just going to scramble up to whatever they can get to. So I guess in some ways the bonus points don't matter whatsoever. They haven't really, in truth, mattered for too much for a little while. They've just been searching for wins and good draws to take some momentum forward into the next season. And actually, really until this outcome here, 109 for 6, they've been doing that. They're by far the better of the game at Taunton and deserved winners in the end against Warwickshire at Bristol, but 109 for 6 on the face of it, not a great position to be in. Code continuing, bowls to Bracey and bowls a beauty, which, I mean, Bracey, I think he tried to drive that down the ground, but
he certainly played and missed.
Yes, he certainly played and missed, and it was a ball which I can see why he would have felt he had to play at it. But he's rehearsed a much more defensive shot than the one that he selected. I think he was looking for the straight drive. Code tempted him into it. He's in now, round the wicket, bowling to Bracey, who punches that one off the back foot out towards deep point and will get a single. Field has been out there for a fair while now. It is a region where Bracey scores a lot of his runs, so well worth, I think, in this situation when you can just attack the batter at the other end, well worth having him out there. 110 for 6 with that single, Bracey to 42.
Yes, I mean, you mentioned the sort of form that Gloucestershire are in, and I mentioned right at the start that, yes, I know it's the last match of the season, but if they can get something out of this game, play well in this game, they can carry it through to next season.
In comes Code and bowls. Zafar does edge this one, but it falls short of third slip. I suppose just must have pushed at it softly enough that it didn't carry, but he did feel for the ball there, did Zafar. George Hill at third slip did well to keep it in front of him, because you don't want those going down to the boundary for, for runs that would get Zafar off the mark. In comes Code once more and bowls round the wicket to Zafar, tucked towards mid-wicket this time, and there is no run.
Yes, he played with soft hands, I suppose. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt there. He was beaten, but he played with soft hands, and the ball just fell in front of the slips there. But I've noticed that both these bowlers now, Fisher and Code, they're really bustling in. You know, they've got good rhythm, and you know, it's good to see.
In comes Code now and bowls. That's edged again by Zafar, this time very much softer. It was on one bounce to Hill the previous delivery, but that time it was pretty much straight into the ground, just guided to third slip.
Because in the recent past, as it were, you know, Code has been mentioned as a possible England player. And if you look at his figures, then you say, well, yeah, possibly. I suppose that's probably the way he's thinking as well. Can I get into this England side?
Last ball of this over, in now and bowls, and well, about fifth stump line there. It's left alone by Zafar, well judged as Code, as he does a fair bit, coming quite wide of the crease, angling it in from out wide, but not coming back enough to interest Zafar in playing a shot. 110 for 6.
Yes, I'm just going back to Ben Code, and you know, obviously the way to get into the England side is to do well for your county, and that's one reason why I'm really nonplussed if this Strauss review goes through and the county matches are reduced from 14 to 10. You know, it's still the way to play Test cricket, isn't it, really?
Yeah, I also think, as we can see, Patterson warming up at mid-on now. Fisher bowls now to Bracey, who pushes firmly into the covers. There would have been at least a couple of runs had Dom Best not been there, but he was, so there is no run. I also think that there was a tendency to look at even somebody like Ben Code, who is a little bit quicker than some that this is levelled at, that's for sure, but to especially after the Ashes series, people who don't bowl late 80s, early 90s, their wickets just got devalued in the championship. Fisher in, Bracey guides that one away towards backward point, picked up there, and there's no run. And I just think, you know, I look at somebody like Tom Price this season for Gloucestershire, as he's done amazing stuff, really, given the fact that he is just fast to medium. 29 wickets at 18.5 on, for the most part, pitches which have offered him very little indeed. So, as Fisher moves in again, the bowls full, driven away slightly aerially by Bracey, but it wasn't particularly close to the fielder at extra cover, and it will not lose its momentum in the way that it might have done, because it's hit the edge of the practice pitches over on the Western Terrace side of the ground, and it goes for 4 runs. Bracey onto 46, 114 for 6. But yeah, I think in a way it is one better thing about having the pitches the way that they have been. I think there's a happy medium to be found between some of what used to happen in terms of preparing result pitches, because that's what you had to do in many situations, and this year where too often there's just been very little in it at all. Fisher round the wicket, bowling full. Bracey drives down the ground, fielded by Thompson at mid-off. There's no run.
Well, you need a pitch that you know, is conducive to batting and also conducive to bowling. I say simple. You know, you don't want a strip that's you know, too batter friendly. But I suppose you could say that if you do get that situation, then the bowlers have got to be more inventive, and you know, it produces better bowlers in some ways. That's one argument.
Yeah. Fisher bowls to Bracey. Bracey defends into the ground. It's scooped up with the left hand by Fisher in the follow through. No run.
But then, you know, you see some results, like the one at Essex the other day, where they only needed 90 odd to win. They were bowled out for 50 odd. Well, to me, that's not good. You know, I mean,
no.
Obviously, I didn't see the game, so you know, you tend to look at the pitch in that situation. But was it really bad batting as well? There must have been a combination of the two, surely.
I think there is, and I just think sometimes Fisher is now bowling to Bracey, who's flicked that one through square leg, and he's going to get 4 more for this. It goes across the square on the other side of the ground, and that is a half century for James Bracey. And here, I think maybe the Gloucestershire dressing room down below us on the effects microphone offering their encouragement and some warm applause from the crowd at Headingley as well, because they know they can appreciate the importance of that innings, the at times battling nature of it, but then he scored it at a pretty decent rate, 70 deliveries I think in the end. Yeah, 70 deliveries and 5 fours, 118 for 6 at the end of the over.
He's batted very, very well, and you know, yes, off 70 balls, 5 fours. Yeah, he's been the saviour for Gloucestershire today so far as James Bracey, and I've been very impressed with the way he's played. And of course, in the match at Bristol, we keep saying he's got 177 in the second innings against Yorkshire back in April, despite the fact he was on the losing side. So maybe he likes the Yorkshire bowling.
Maybe, I don't know. Gloucestershire will be hoping for a partnership similar to what they had there with Zafar at the other end. And it is Patterson then back into the attack from the Howard stand end. So a change in the bowling, and Zafar Gohar once more just looking to open the face. It's as if he's trying to score some runs down through that third man region, but he just can't find it. He's played it to third slip a couple of times, and that time it was to backward point. There's no run. But I mean, just going back to that Essex pitch, I remembered just having a look through the pictures from Chelmsford as Patterson bowls now, and Zafar again can't quite find the gap, and there really isn't much of a gap because now there are 4 slips as well as a point, and I think this is a good move from Yorkshire because clearly Zafar is trying to guide the ball through that area, but really there isn't a gap there, and he's using the outer part of his bat, so why not stick an extra fielder in? That's exactly what they did, and so he stopped that ball. As Patterson moves in now, bowls to Zafar. Zafar this time defends out towards backward point.
Well, he probably sees there's no third man, and that's a pet hate of mine. Again, I'm probably showing my age now, but, you know, in days gone by, bowlers of any pace always had a third man. That seems to have gone out of fashion these days, and I think they're easier runs when they're just guided down to third man for 4. If I was a bowler, which I'm not, I'd want a third man.
Patterson moves in now, bowls to Zafar, who gets this one a bit further in front of square on the offside, and once more there's no run as he's in defence. But yeah, I watched some of the pictures from Chelmsford, and at 7 for 6, which is where Lancashire were in their second. I mean, it's extraordinary to be 7 for 6 at any point and then go on to win.
Yeah, go on to win.
Yeah, the enormous, whatever it was, 23-run lead or something like that from the first innings.
Yeah.
meaning they weren't quite as badly off as 7 for 6. But even so, Patterson in. Zaffer is looking for a single towards cover point that is very much not there. Bracey hadn't moved. But Scott Reed, our colleague from Radio Lancashire, said his words pretty much along the lines of, no batter today or on this pitch as a whole can be blamed for their dismissals, pretty much.
It seemed to me that every single ball was going to get a wicket. You know.
Patterson in now and bowls. Zaffer once more defends off the front foot. This time the ball rolls out into the leg side, and that is a maiden over from Stephen Patterson. Hardly kind of noteworthy nowadays, really, is it? But 7 overs, 4 maidens, 0 for 6.
You tend to take it for granted, don't you? Yeah.
But yeah, I think the point that we're in a extremely rambling and roundabout fashion we're sort of making is there's got to be a balance, but also there is that argument which I do get. I wish that the pitches could have a bit more pace in them. I think that's the thing that I've been saying that ad nauseum over the summer. So apologies to Gloucestershire listeners who've heard me saying it, but I think if you could get more pace into them, then you could bring the fast bowlers more into play. Spin is then more potent because it's not such slow turn. Fisher starts a new over and over pitches one which is driven beautifully through wide mid off for 4 by James Bracey. That was really right where you would want it if you were wanting to drive, but still you've got to put it away. And 4 runs to Bracey, 54 to him now at 122 for 6.
Yeah, beautiful shot there by Bracey. He's leading the charge for Gloucestershire, and it's up to the other batsmen to stay with him now. 54, and I've been very, very impressed with him. That was a glorious cover drive.
Yeah, I mean, I said it about Bracey really at the start of the season, and there was a reason for that. But when Bracey's in prime nick, that's where his drives go. As he drives again hard up to mid-off, but will not add to his 54 as it's stopped at mid-off by Jordan Thompson. But a lot of the times when Bracey drives, it will go out towards maybe cover point, even backward point. The face sort of opens a bit, but when he's driving through extra cover, and he did get one away early, and I just thought, okay, I'm not going to say anything because I know what'll happen if I say something then. But you watch a particular player enough, you tend to know such things. Fisher bowls to Bracey. This time he does drive towards backward point, but it was more back of a length, so it was more of a back foot drive from Bracey, and he'll pick up a single as it goes out to deep point. 123 for 6. Bracey to 56.
Yes.
No, it's 55, pardon me. I just shot the scoreboard.
Yeah, your point about making the pitches a little bit quicker, because that would make, I think, better batsmen, if you see what I mean.
Exactly.
They'd have to bat better. I think it would mean that we would produce better batters. And as you say, the spin balls would come into it as well.
Fisher over the wicket now to Zafar Gohar, forward in defence, picked up at point for no run.
I mean, one thing I've noticed this season umpiring the Yorkshire Premier League is because of such a dry summer. I mean, apart from the outfields looking like deserts, but the spinners have come into it more this summer, and they've been taking quite a few wickets. You know, and I mean that's been good to see. It's encouraged spin bowlers, but you're right. You need a pitch that has got something for everybody.
Fisher is in and bowls well wide of off stump. Zafar swayed out the way of it, but that one in truth just a little too wide that time from Matthew Fisher. Tattersall mops up behind the stumps. Yeah,
I mean, and the argument goes that when we tour Australia for the Ashes in Australia, we need really quick bowlers, which is fair enough. Whereas when we play in this country, you know, medium quick is maybe the way to go, although I still think sheer pace is terrorises batsmen anyway, no matter where you're playing.
Yeah, and you just don't see it very much. Fisher bowls on the hip of Zafar, and he's going to get off the mark as he flicks it down to fine leg and will pinch the strike as well. The end of that over from Fisher. 12 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 45 is figures, 124 for 6 is the score. But yeah, I just remember actually back to the start of the season, and when Harris Ralph played for Yorkshire, it's Harris Ralph bowl
he played
at
Bristol. Yes, that's right.
And,
Absolutely.
and he really did get several of his wickets. It's just pure pace, and because you don't see it, so yeah, it really does benefit every facet of the game, and it's not just a case of looking at a series that happens every 4 years in the Ashes, and it's not just about that. You encounter such conditions in other places anyway. Patterson bowls to Zafar, who's thinking about a single towards cover, which again is not there as Thompson is in to do the fielding. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what you do really, because I'm not sure. I mean, you touched on this as well. I'm not sure how much batting on slow, puddingy surfaces really benefits batters, other than to get their averages up. And you could say, well, increases their confidence a bit maybe, but I don't know. Is that really any good if they come to international level and don't get pitches particularly like that? Zafar on the back foot this time and pushes out to backward point where Best does the fielding. There's no run. I think it's got a little bit more gloomy again as the sun goes in, but I don't think it's going to last for too much longer. A bit more blue sky about.
More blue sky. Yeah, it is a conundrum, and of course, very few bowlers bowl genuinely quick. Very few.
Yeah. Patterson past the umpire now and bowls. Zafar with a pleasant forward push out into the covers, and it's well stopped at cover by Thompson. Could have been 1 or 2 there for Zafar Gohar, and Yorkshire faithful appreciating that bit of fielding from Jordan Thompson. Yeah, I also think though that the argument for better, quicker pitches, it also would benefit the fast medium bowlers as well, because the ones who can take wickets on those pitches in a similar way to what you might argue this season, the ones who can take wickets on those sorts of pitches, Patterson bowls to Zafar and once more guided to backward point for no run. Your Ollie Robinsons, for example. Robinson, I don't know what his figures were from the Ashes series, and it's always kind of difficult to take Robinson's bowling just figures-wise anyway, because he had the problems of getting through the day's play in the Ashes. Especially if you took his kind of first spells alone, they'd be absolutely exemplary. Patterson, bowls to Zafar, who drives, gets it past backward point this time, and that will go to the boundary for 4, crosses it now. And might have taken some of the pace off it, Tom Best there.
I think he did.
Either way, still enough on it to go to the boundary. And Zafar has his first, and he's on to 128 for 6.
Yeah, it's a difficult one, and of course in this country, the tracks are different to what they are in Australia, what they are in South Africa. But we've seen this season Robinson bowling really quick and really disconcerting batsmen. That's what pace does.
Patterson bowls to Zafar, edged and taken at first slip. Stephen Patterson has his first, and a good low catch by Kola Cadmore has seen the back of Zafar Gohar. You did kind of feel that was probably how he was going to go. He was just trying to maybe feel bat on ball a bit too much, and pretty much in the end just a guide into the hands of Tom Kola Cadmore at first slip. Just as 5 Sports Extra listeners rejoin us, Gloucestershire have lost their 7th wicket. Zafar Gohar caught at first slip off the bowling of Stephen Patterson in what could be his final first-class match. We don't know, but it is surely his final first-class match for Yorkshire. We know that, and he's got his first wicket with Zafar Gohar out for 5. Gloucestershire in serious trouble at 128 for 7.
Yeah, I thought that Zafar Gohar was actually, staying well with Bracey, his partner, who's gone to his 50, and he seems to be settling in. And then that was a little bit of a surprise in a way that he gets out like that, but it looked a good delivery. typical Patterson delivery. He had to play at it and got the edge, and taken it first slip by Tom Kohler-Cadmore, who's a very, very good slipper. Of course, he's going to Somerset next season. And so, yeah, in further trouble, Gloucestershire. And number 53 on his back, Tom Price, comes out to bat for Gloucestershire.
Yeah, and Zaffer, you know, I mentioned the season that he's had, where has averaged nearly 30 and scored so many runs in situations where if he'd not scored them, Gloucestershire would probably either have gone on to lose games or not go on to draw them, and indeed even win them, which is what happened in the last match anyway, when his half century in the first innings added vital runs. He was there at the crease when Gloucestershire eventually got over the line. So he's a useful customer, but at the same time he is batting at number 8 for a reason, and just those sorts of deliveries a top order player would find a way to miss, and Zaffer found a way to nick his.
Now, what will be the tactics now for Gloucestershire? You've still got Bracey in there, and what's he going to do now? Will he really go for his shots? What do you think will happen?
Well, Code has switched ends, so he's now on from the Kirkstall Lane end. Matthew Fisher, 12 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 45. If you're on, I suppose if you're on England watch, that's good news. First delivery from Code, just pushed up the pitch by Bracey for no run. But I think Tom Price has ability with the bat.
Right, okay.
He's, you know, I think having talked to him in interviews, frustrated by his recent run of scores. As Code moves in now, bowls to Bracey, flick down the leg side, that will be 4 somethings. It's not going at great pace, so yep, umpire's slapping his thigh for leg buys. So 132 for 7 is the score. Gloucestershire will take them any way they can get them, but leg buys the result that time. But yeah, Tom Price can bat. He's shown ability with the bat and ability in varying situations, and he does tend to look to be quite attacking himself.
No.
What then happens when Payne and Dale come to the crease, I'm not so sure.
Okay.
I don't know that Bracey will go all-out attack, as in comes Code and bowls, pushed into the offside by Bracey. There's nobody anywhere near that one. There's a backward point and a mid-off and a deep cover, and so Bracey can take a simple single, 133 for 7.
But a lot of responsibility now on Bracey, isn't it?
Yep.
He's obviously a recognised batsman. He's on 56, and he knows that he's got the tail now, basically, and he's, you know, I just wonder if what the tactics would be.
Yeah, I'd say I think we won't see too much in the way of anything different from Bracey, maybe not even until Ajit Dale comes to the crease. He's played pretty positively anyway, says James Bracey, 56 from 76 deliveries, 6 boundaries. He's kept the scoreboard ticking, even with 2s, 3s and singles. Here's Code then over the wicket to the right-handed Tom Price, but a swing on offer, but it goes through to the gloves of Johnny Tattersall. And again, for the benefit of our Radio 5 Sports Extra listeners who missed the 2 wickets in the same over, we had a little bit of rain here, not much at all. It only kept us off for about 10 minutes, but very soon after the players came back out, Ben Code got Graham Van Buren and Jack Taylor in the same over, as Code bowls now to Tom Price, who's forward, nudging that one out into the covers but won't get a run. Van Buren was out for 25, built a pretty decent partnership with James Bracey. 53 it put on, but when that was broken, Jack Taylor falling soon afterwards, and really it's been pretty much all James Bracey for Gloucestershire since that fall of Graham Van Buren's wicket. Hasn't been too much scored by anybody else other than James Bracey and the extras column. Just in leg buys, though, as Tom Price pushes forward and is beaten by a beauty on the outside edge that just left him. Could easily have been another one for Code, but not this time. 133 for 7, Gloucestershire after 40 1 overs. And Jonathan Doidge has moved back alongside myself. Ed Seaborn, the first voice you heard, other than mine, was Graham Orange, but he'll be off for the next half hour. Hello again to you, Jonathan.
Hi, Ed. Yeah. Hi, everyone again. I think it's pretty obvious from today. Well, there's a fair few things that get thrown into pots sometimes that make quite a different result to, well, it's not a result yet, but quite a different feel to a game. The addition of Matthew Fisher with that extra pace and bounce that he brings, also that economy rate, that feeling of pressure, along with Ben Code and then Stephen Patterson, and suddenly the Yorkshire bowling attack has got a different feel to what it did a month or so ago, whenever it was that Ben Code came back as Bracey plays this Patterson delivery, first ball of the over, out into the deep in the covers. Jordan Thompson fielding, and that's to take nothing away from Tomo himself or any of the other Yorkshire contributors with the ball, the likes of Matthew Revis and George Hill during the season so far, and of course Dominic Bess as well. But if your seamers on this ground are able to bowl well in tandem, then we know about the history of Headingley and what that can bring to you as a bowling attack. As Patterson's in again, that's Price just offering to push forward at it, and there is no run. That may also be an indicator of opposition today, because we can't lie, can't lie about the facts. Gloucestershire bottom of the table coming into this game, and the only team that Yorkshire had won against in Championship cricket so far this season. But had they had these three bowling throughout, then I dare say they might have nicked a few more wins along the way. There's certainly one or two games you can think of. Patterson in, and Price thinks about cutting that one, and then kind of pulls his bat out of the way.
Yeah, I mean, Tom Price would probably rather enjoy bowling on this himself, but he's got an important job to do now, that is for sure. And as I said, they had been playing more confident cricket, but Matthew Fisher really did have his tail up this morning and ripped the heart out of them.
Patterson in, wide of off stump. Tom Price leaves. Yeah, and if you've got the three, if you've got the trio, then even on the day where one of them's misfiring, or in a spell where he's misfiring, you can go to the other who's had a breather, and you can just keep working it round, and back to that form is temporary, class is permanent. If things don't go so well one day for one of them, then you'd hope the other two are going to be their consistent selves, and it just makes a difference, doesn't it, over the course of a 4-day match. There's Patterson again, and Tom Price this time flicking in front of square on the leg side. James Wharton is quickly round from deep backward square to do the fielding and keep them to 1. And then, you'd start to see more of the benefit for a Jordan Thompson, who's got through so much work this year with the ball. And there's been just a lopsided feel to the way that Yorkshire have had to do things with that long-term injury to Matthew Fisher and the over half a season injury to Ben Code. Any county playing First Division cricket would be hit by those sort of losses over that length of time. Patterson in again, dropped into the offside by Bracey to complete that over. 42 now gone, 135 for 7. Gloucestershire having won the toss and decided to bat. The rain is here again, but they are staying out there.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look as if it's going to amount to too much. He says possibly a little too overconfidently, but I don't know. It doesn't really look like too much. Hopefully, in general, of late, the games that I've seen, the umpires have been very good at keeping them out there for very much as long as possible, rather than the olden days where you'd sometimes feel as if they had not looking around at anybody in particular here.
Ed Seaborn is about 21 years of age. The olden days.
Code and bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Tom Price. Code continues. I wish I were 21. No. I'm not saying olden days. A little bit further back, but not much. I don't know. I kind of feel as if now there's been a lot of talk around the game of staying out there a bit more and try to tough out some of the less than ideal conditions, but still playable. I think that's the sort of the distinction that's been sort of cleared up, as that's very wide of off stump from Code this time, and Tom Price, well, it's probably worthwhile just leaving those sorts of ones alone, really, because not too much good can come of getting a toe end on that one. And Tattersall took behind the stumps. Rain is seemingly getting a little bit heavier now, so despite the fact that they have tried to keep them out there, I don't know how much longer they're going to be able to allow that to continue. Code bowls, that one comes back into the right-handed Tom Price, who worked with the movement and sent it out towards mid-wicket, and there is no run to be had there. They have also now started in the game between Warwickshire and Hampshire. So the Warwickshire opening pair out in the middle, Yates and Sibley. As Warwickshire a bit frustrated by the weather this morning, basically got to win in order to stay up. Code bowls to Tom Price, and that's a forward defence played with quite soft hands by Price. It goes out towards extra cover where Duke fields, and then the cap goes flying off to reveal that excellent volume of blonde hair of his, particularly in admiration of that. The best people have large amounts of sort of blonde hair. In comes Code and bowls, and that's left alone watchfully by Tom Price. He did have a think about playing at it, but decided fairly quickly that he wasn't going to.
I'm not saying winter feels like it's coming on, Ed, but I do, for the only time this season, have a cup of hot chocolate with me here in the commentary box.
Be in danger of dropping off, I think, if I start drinking the hot chocolate at this time of day, especially 2:20, just after lunch. In comes Code bowls, and Tom Price has not nicked that one, but it looked for a moment as if he might have done, because the ball was nipping away from him as he tried to play a forward defence and was beaten by it. Tattersall takes end of the over, 135 for 7. There does seem to be plenty happening out there at the moment for the Yorkshire bowlers, but whether it's quite a 135 for 7 pitch, I'm not exactly sure.
No, it's definitely not a 135 for 7 pitch. I think the extra little, a few drops of rain, a little bit more moisture in the top won't do Yorkshire any harm. I'm sure Gloucestershire's pair out there would probably rather be off as quick as they can, but that rain, although you can still see a little bit against the greenery on the periphery, looks like it's again reduced to some extent as Patterson's first delivery is pushed back to him by Bracey, and there is no run. Richard Mills says, just want to say a massive thank you, Doige, from an HGV driver who spends weeks away mainly in London. Thanks to yourself and the likes of Churchy, etc. I suffer with bipolar, and this summer, thank you. Well, what was it, Blackadder, on the Blackadder thing, never poo-poo a poo-poo, but I think you should thank you a thank you, shouldn't you? As Patterson's in, and that's pushed up to mid-on by Bracey, and there's no run, so thanks for your thanks. Richard, and I'll take that on behalf of all the boys and girls on the circuit. We all enjoy what we do, and we're glad that you do too.
Yep, quite. And it's the mutual company, as it were, that gets you through even a rather tough season as it has been for Gloucestershire.
Patterson again, good delivery. This time Bracey can't have been very far from feathering that one through to Tattersall. Angled in from round the wicket and around about fourth stump, and he was tempted. Peter's happy with the coverage as well. Peter Dixon. Mark Bennett says, you're right, we have missed Code, Fisher and Pato bowling as a unit, but it's the batsmen and their failure to score big runs that has been more costly. Not so sure I agree entirely with that. Here comes Patterson again. And Bracey pushed up to Bess, who's fielding just off the cut strip to the offside of straight, sort of short mid-off. Yeah, I'm not sure I entirely agree with that, Mark, because, again, you look at the personnel at the disposal of the side, and if in saying that, and I'm not saying you are, but if in saying that you are comparing Yorkshire with, for example, the team that Surrey might have put out on the pitch last week, or the Hampshire sides that we've seen this season, just haven't had the personnel there. They've given a lot of players opportunities this year, as Otis Gibson has said to me in numerous interviews, that some of the younger players wouldn't have a strong case if they said they hadn't had an opportunity. Patterson in, driven firmly as well by Bracey. George Hill had just been pulled out of third slip to field in there at short extra cover, so they've packed the offside to James Bracey, almost like they got their entire army out to the offside in front of the bat, barring those two slips.
Just really trying to make sure he can't hit that drive through. Was it hard at Hill at short extra? And I think Tom Price was out of his ground, but Hill didn't release the ball because he was worried it would go for overthrows.
Patterson in again. Bracey drives up to mid-off, who's been set wideish there. Last ball of the over. Dot, 135 for 7. Bracey 57, Tom Price 1. Just thinking back to the first game between the two counties at Bristol, Ed, I seem to remember now having them with them just doing that then. It's brought a bit of a deja vu feel. I think they might have done that with James Bracey down there. Clearly not that successfully when he got 177.
Well, yeah, because I think it almost, I guess, any time that you do resort to such fields, it's because the conventional ones hadn't worked, but then because they did it last time, I suppose they've gone to it a bit quicker this time around. And I like it. I really enjoy seeing funky fields, but I like Yorkshire's thinking. Code bowls now to Tom Price. That's edged and has gone short of third slip, who sprawled away and managed to stop the ball. But Tom Price, he just played that with a shallow enough angled bat that it didn't carry, and they're all pretty close actually now, the slip cordon. They're certainly closer than they were. I guess that's just recognising the fact that the ball's a little bit softer and that it's less likely to carry. But you'd have to have been probably under the helmet at third slip to have taken that one. In comes Code now, bowls to Tom Price, and another delivery which beats the forward defensive of Tom Price. He's having a rather tricky time of it out there at the moment, is Tom Price. I forget what it was that we were on before that. Before the last couple of deliveries, I was going to make another point which I've forgotten. Never mind, I'm sure it wasn't very important.
It'll get worse as you get older.
I know.
It will get worse. There's only one way, Ed Seaborn, that is going to go, and it will get worse.
Oh dear. Never mind.
Promise you.
Here comes Code. Past the umpire now. Bowls. Ball just comes back a touch towards Tom Price. He's done pretty well there, even though it wasn't the most positive of forward movements. He managed to get it out towards backward point where Best does the fielding, because that was the one, having beaten him on the outside edge a couple of times, or taken the outside edge and then beaten him. That was the one that he tried to get to come back, and Tom Price could easily have fallen victim to not budgeting for that in movement, either been bowled or LBW. Here is Code, he's there now and bowls, and that's a defensive shot from Tom Price that I think technically he hit twice, but it wasn't a deliberate attempt. So that's usually where in club cricket somebody has a go at a joke appeal. Well, he hit it twice. What's the mode of dismissal? Hit twice. He hit it twice. I think the ball actually ricocheted back up off the pitch and onto his bat for a second time there.
And you'd probably get some league umpires who'd go, yeah, do you know what?
Code bowls to Tom Price right over the top of that one and defends it back up the pitch, and there is no run. It's raining again in the promotion battle between Worcestershire and Middlesex. Worcestershire 84 for 3 there. Well, I say promotion battle. It's going to be Well, they're going to need slow over rates, I think. It's fair to say, Middlesex, if they're going to get Worcestershire, if they're going to get promoted, as Code bowls now, and Price works that one to leg, fielded at mid-wicket by Bess for no run. Ends a maiden over, and Gloucestershire 135 for 7, but Middlesex's charge getting halted a little, 84 for 3, and meanwhile Glamorgan, it's also raining at Hove, but Glamorgan, I suppose, 146 for 2, a little bit more advanced there, but that's another very much thing to watch over the next few days. Glamorgan 9 behind Middlesex and 18 behind Nottinghamshire, who look to be putting things at the moment fairly beyond doubt at 183 for 1 against Durham. So it does look as if Nottinghamshire aren't going to blow it right at the end.
So it's going to be Stephen Patterson continuing at the Howard stand end of the ground. James Bracey, 57 not out, is on strike, and Patterson going round the wicket, and Bracey, as is his way, is right over the top of that and driving it into the covers, where sweeper, the ever willing Harry Duke, does the fielding. They get a single, 136 for 7. Heads up that I've got a BBC Radio Leeds update to do in 2 or 3 minutes time.
It's a very smart jet going overhead. Somebody's paid a few pounds for that. A little private jet going into Leeds Bradford.
So Tom Price on strike, right-handed. Patterson switches to over the wicket and bowls now, and Price dropping that one into the offside for George Hill to do the fielding. Just developing on that, I said I took issue to some extent with Mark's tweet about the fact that the batters had not scored sufficient runs, but if you've got the bowling attack as well, then you don't necessarily need to do that. A couple of cases in point, really. Yorkshire clearly batted on significantly too long at Northampton earlier in the season. Patterson coming in and bowling here to Price, who pushes into the offside again, no run. Went on way too long, good hour too long, you'd have thought, down there. And that, of course, gave them less time to take those Northamptonshire wickets in the second innings, and they weren't that far short of winning that match. But with their full bowling lineup, may have been able to do that anyway and knock off that hour. Probably would have been able to take winning points down there. That was a draw. Patterson in, and Price chops that one out to Wharton at point, no run. And then when they came back here against Kent, if you recall, Yorkshire walked out with 21 overs left in the match on day 4, needing 114 to win. Oh, update time. Yeah, they're doing pretty well, Richard. 136 for 7, Gloucestershire, who won the toss and decided to bat first here. Just James Bracey, who is 58 not out there at the moment, of course, has had his chance with England in the past. He's offering some stout resistance. Graham Van Buren, the Gloucestershire skipper, and Ben Charlesworth, one of their opening pair, both making 25 earlier, and a very good day for a couple of Yorkshire players, really. Jonathan Tattersall, of course, captaining the side at the moment, and Matthew Fisher back in the side for the first time since he took wickets against these opponents down in Bristol in the first match of the season, the only county championship match Yorkshire have won so far. Well, both Tattersall and Fisher received their county first team caps this morning before play started, and as if in celebration, they combined for the first wicket of the day, that of Ben Charlesworth, and Matthew Fisher went on to take the first 4 Gloucestershire wickets. Ben Coates bowled well, he picked up a couple himself in 1 over, and Stephen Patterson, in his final match for Yorkshire, possibly final match of his career, is also on the board with a wicket as well. 46 overs into day 1. Yorkshire, a reminder, Richard, they need 10 points to be absolutely certain of playing Division 1 cricket next season. They've got 2 of those already, having taken at least 6 Gloucestershire first innings wickets. Gloucestershire 136 for 7. That was short and very sweet. So, as I was saying, I think something to the effect of, yes, had they had the full bowling cohort, you'd have thought they could have finished Kent off for fewer than the 393 they scored that day, which dragged the game late and meant that when the darkness came, Yorkshire couldn't bat for a second time.
Driven firmly, first ball of this new code over, out towards deep cover, and it's well fielded out on the boundary by Wharton, so it's just a single 137 for 7.
That's just 2 examples early in the season that I can think of, and then you just think a couple of weeks ago here they lose again by 1 wicket against Essex, with the full potential of the bowling lineup, you know, not out there. Again, could have swayed that the other way if it was.
Code bowls to Tom Price, works towards mid-wicket. It's fielded there for no run, and then yeah, I can see why Jordan Thompson's not particularly happy with that. The ball was underarmed towards him on the bounce, and I'm not certain that they would have ran for that, the batters, but it wasn't really rested in the hand of mid-wicket for particularly long, so had that ball got past Thompson, there was always the possibility that Dom Best might have conceded some overthrows. Code bowls to Tom Price. There's a forward defence out into the covers. I said Tom Price usually looks to be quite positive, but at the moment he's had pretty much very little choice but to try to defend. He's had very little to attack and knows how important his wicket is. And whilst Bracey is scoring at the moment as freely as he is at the other end, it's just got to be a case of trying to tough it out. 1 of 26 deliveries at the moment, make that 27 as the ball rather played the bat there rather than the other way around, but the ball went straight into the ground and out towards point again for no run. Floodlights still on. I guess they'll remain on for the rest of the day now, which is usually the way when the floodlights do get turned on, that the sun comes out, but it hasn't actually quite worked out that way today. It's trying to make an appearance. In comes Ben Code, he's there now and bowls. Nice looking delivery, angling in towards the stumps, but Price gets bat on ball again, and the ball goes back to the bowler.
Got a reply. I sent Katie Levick a congratulatory message yesterday. Hopefully she did buy a box of tissues, because she could be seen on television sobbing her eyes out after they'd won the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy, and she says, "Thanks, Doig, you celebrated well, hence only just getting round to my messages."
Right. That's a pleasing straight drive from Tom Price, and it will beat the dive of mid-off and go for 4 runs. Timed that one pretty well, did Tom Price, and just got it straight enough that mid-off could not get there, so picks up a boundary. 141 for 7 is the score at the end of that over. 47 overs have been bowled so far, so we're almost halfway through the day in terms of overs. Yeah, I think on behalf of the entire women's regional setup, I would like to thank the Northern Diamonds, because it really was getting rather boring. The Southern Vipers winning everything, and after being one of, well, clearly the second best side in the competition since its inception, it was great to see the Diamonds take that extra step this year. Qualified automatically for the final, deservedly so, and then going on to win it. So offer my congratulations to them as well.
141 for 7. Patterson bowling to James Bracey, who again is drawn into a drive. You've got the feeling that although he's got 59 here and has played well, he's just close to getting a nick quite often here, James Bracey, to Patterson in particular. Just going back to, I know I'm harping on about that message from Mark, not in any other reason than just to actually try and reason out what Mark was saying, and I've only got my opinion from 1 or 2 of the facts that we've seen so far this season in matches. As Bracey gets an edge on this one, bounces on its way to Cola Cadmore at first slip. You heard the ooh from the crowd in the background. But just looking down the Yorkshire list of run scorers, Yorkshire's batters have not scored big enough, or worse to that effect, Mark was saying. Well, Harry Brook made 967 runs from 12 innings. That's pretty good, especially as he's played only about half the season. He's been missing in drinks running action for a lot of the time since then. Patterson in, dropped into the offside by Bracey. David Milan made 528 in 8 innings that he played, averaging 66. Joe Root batted just 4 times and made 234, including a ton. And then Tom Kohler-Cavmore couldn't get him on the field for long enough because of that head injury early in the season. He's only played the back half. Immediately got 100. He's scored almost 300 at 36. As Patterson comes in again, and Bracey once more pushing into the offside, where Hill does the fielding, no run. So you know, those personnel, the top three, batted 24 times between them and scored 1700 plus runs, which is a good return, but of course they've not been on the park all the time, and they're going to be a huge miss, aren't they, if they're not playing. Patterson in, good delivery again. Bracey feeling for it round about fourth stump, play and miss. Yeah, we always know, of course, that Joe Root's only going to play a few times, but David Milan, you're never quite sure. Got 8 innings out of him and 12 out of Harry Brook before they were snapped up by international calls. George Hill's made 681 runs at 32. Adam Lyth almost 700 at 31.68. Here's Patterson again, and that's dropped into the offside by Bracey out to Jordan Thompson. And it's a dot to complete that Patterson over. Then 12 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 13. And while I dare say that I've got, yeah, a percentage of sympathy with that argument, you know, there have been times when players have got themselves in and then got themselves out. Still think overall, if you want to be towards the top end of or challenging for a championship title, you have to have the bowling attack that's going to take you 20 wickets. And Otis Gibson said to me himself on, you know, a couple of interviews or more that they've just not had that penetration, and particularly in that early part of the season on those feather beds that everybody was playing on with those balls that everybody was playing with, that first raft of balls that were in use.
Yeah, you know, in general, it is your bowling attack that defines your championship season. Not to reduce it down quite as simply as that, as Jordan Thompson is now bowling. So another change. Thompson 5 overs for 20 so far, and into his 6th over. Tom Price drives to mid-off for no run. But you know, you look at Gloucestershire's main problem, particularly at the start of the season, as goodness knows what on earth that was.
Dear me.
Something's,
what did
sounds like
for
it's
lunch?
fallen over down there, but anyway. In comes Thompson and bowls to Tom Price, who guides that one towards backward point. Few yelps from around him. Fielded there for no run. Still have absolutely no idea what that was. I'm looking down below us to see if I can see anything that's in a position different from where it was before, but I can't.
Maybe it was salad for lunch, mate. It brings a new meaning to the word rocket, doesn't it?
Here comes Thompson once more. They're now on bowls, and on the back foot, Tom Price plays a pleasant shot through extra cover for 4. It was kind of a back foot punch, really, more than a out-and-out cut shot, but he picks up 4 and moves on to 9, 145 for 7. It's got a bit of width, and it was just a little too short from Thompson, meaning Tom Price could get hold of it. But you know, you look at Gloucestershire's issues, and obviously weren't particularly helped by the fact that Tom Price arrived halfway through the season and took the wickets that he did after that point. But as Thompson moves in and bowls, and that's an even better shot from Tom Price. That's a gorgeous back foot drive out to the extra cover boundary for 4 more. 149 for 7. Stood really tall there. Back came through at a lovely angle. And Tom Price on to 13.
Yeah, when talking at lunch, that had the feeling of a bit of fodder about it, didn't it, from Jordan after the ball before. It was pretty much the same delivery, and absolutely no problems with the execution. spot on.
But you look at Gloucestershire's main bowling options, the ones who you would have said would have taken the most wickets at the start of the season, as that's a more genuine short delivery targeting the head of Tom Price. Sways out the way of it, plays it pretty well, but it wasn't the worst short ball from Jordan Thompson. David Payne is playing in just his 6th match of the season, so that's not helped. Then the overseas player issues that Gloucestershire had at the start of the season, Naseem Shah getting injured after he just bowled in 1 innings of the Northamptonshire match. Thompson bowls full, defended out into the covers, there's no run. They did try to get Mohammad Amir as a sort of a last-minute replacement, and yes, you could say, yes, he was never going to get through many matches, but they had to try something. They had to get somebody else in, and they ended up with Zafar as an overseas spinner for the first part of the season, which really wasn't ideal, so they didn't get amazingly lucky in that regard. I suppose you could say, well, maybe could have considered potentially a slightly more reliable option than the teenage speedster coming off a test series, but equally he could have been that point of difference. So, you know, as ever, there are mitigating factors, but Gloucestershire haven't had the bowling attack for a lot of the season that they might have wanted. Anyway, time for me to make way, and it will be time for Graham Orange to come back.
Thanks, Ed. Stephen Patterson continuing at the Howard stand end, and James Bracey dropping this first ball of the over into the offside for George Hill to field. Still 2 slips. Jordan Thompson not happy with himself, just kicking at the grass as he walks back. And between deliveries here, after what he served up in the previous over, he's at backward point. Harry Duke is out on the east stand side of the ground, sweeping on the cover boundary. George Hill at short extra cover. And then Dominic Best just off the cut strip at a short straightish mid-off. And then there is still a mid-off piercing the gap between them at a more orthodox sort of distance away from the bat, as Bracey pushes another one to George Hill. There's a Ben Code at mid-on, and hands in pockets James Wharton at mid-wicket. 149 for 7. Peter Dixon asking who's going to have a big breakthrough next season. Here comes Patterson, past umpire Blackwell, round the wicket to Bracey, who's fiddling at 1. Give him credit for a little bit of control about that, because he managed to guide it wide of the now 2-man slip cordon, and he's picked up 4 through 3rd man. 150 up for Gloucestershire, and 63 of them to Bracey.
Yes, Yorkshire striving for another breakthrough, and Bracey's playing very well for his county. 63 not out, and thank goodness from a Gloucestershire point of view he's done that, because he's not had a lot of support really, because as we said at the toss, it looks a decent track.
Patterson in again, Bracey pushing into the offside and quickly off the mark. Jordan Thompson round to field, and they get through for a single. 64 Bracey, 154 now for 7 Gloucestershire, with Price back on strike, right-handed on 13. And in terms of who's going to have a big breakthrough next season, Peter, who could that be who's not already broken through? Looks like a reduction in the number of players. Patterson in and bowling to Price, wide of his off stump, and he leaves. So no Stephen Patterson next year. No Tom Kohler-Cadmore next year, of the players out there. Already we know that there's no David Willey next year. The Sullivan brothers have been released. Matthew Waite going. Tom Loughton going. That's 7 I make, and I might have missed somebody. Apologies if I have. Patterson in, and tightens it to the stumps this time, and Price gets behind that. So it depends what you call on the big breakthrough. If you're talking about somebody who's going to come in that we don't really know much about and have a major influence on the season, then the only player that I can think of who may well get promoted in terms of opportunities, given what the coaches say about him, is is Dominic Leach, who's of course spent a lot of time out injured this season. Can bowl it at 80 plus. Did get an opportunity or two under the previous coaching regime and just hasn't been able to get on the park very much this year. So if you like, of the younger players, he has still to have a proper breakthrough in that respect. Graham's just written Matt Milnes down on a piece of paper, but of course he's already broken through, hasn't he, really, elsewhere. As Thompson's in, and that's flicked up by Bracey. Tattersall fumbles, but they stay put. Dot ball. I suppose Ben might, could come into that equation as well as having a big breakthrough. He's been around for a little while, but he's clearly been signed with potential in mind, and the fact that he can bowl wheels, as they say.
What about Finn Bean?
Yeah, Finn, big breakthrough, could be still appropriate for him. He's only played the 3 games so far. He's got a half century, but yeah, you'd be thinking if he gets the opportunities, clearly you'd want to see more runs. Thompson in down the leg side, flicked out again by Bracey. Johnny Tattersall with a half stop, diving to his right. They're coming back for a second, and they will get that second, and they were byes. Bracey remains 64. Gloucestershire now 156 for 7. Yeah, so there's a few players I suppose who could come into that mix as having a big breakthrough, but to nominate one, Peter,
it's difficult, isn't it?
Yeah, one of those sorts of players, probably. Jordan Thompson in again. That's pushed to the onside of straight by Bracey, and Patterson does the fielding. You can get in touch on @JonathanDoidge on Twitter, or @EdCricket6, or BBC West Yorkshire Sport @gmail.com. Jordan Thompson none for 28 so far, halfway through his 7th. Comes in again, passes umpire Middlebrook, driven into the offside. They have Don Best positioned just for that at shortish extra cover, and he'll do the fielding. James Bracey, well, they've packed the offside, haven't they, when Stephen Patterson's been bowling at him. It's not quite as packed when Jordan Thompson is from this Kirkstall Lane end. They've still gone with that short extra cover. Mid-off, sweeper out on the cover boundary and a backward point. Thompson in again. Bracey can't play this with bat. Wraps the thigh pad and drops into no man's land. Thompson quickly across there to prevent them getting a single. He's faced 102 deliveries, I think it is now. James Bracey for his 64. 7 boundaries within. And going on for 3 hours of batting. Good job as well.
It is, from Gloucestershire's point of view, absolutely. Yeah, he's done very, very well.
Thompson leaves us behind then. Right arm over. Bracey plays that top of the bounce.
He's kept the strike, hasn't he?
Yeah, out to the sweeper, who is Yorkshire substitute. Check out who that is. Single off the last ball. Bracey 65, Price 13, 157 for 7.
Have you identified who it is?
No.
Okay. I'm rather nonplussed as to why Joe Root can't play in this match, JD. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, we're told on the record that the ECB said that he was unavailable.
Really? Okay. I can understand resting bowlers. Well, when I say bowlers, I'm talking about fast or fast medium. I can understand that. Why would you ever rest a batsman? If a batsman's on form, then keep him in the middle. If a batsman's out of form, he needs to be in the middle to get into form. You can't, sit in the pavilion and hope that the form will come. I don't understand why Joe Root can't play in this match, for example. I just don't get it.
Is what you're saying, I can't understand it at all.
I can't. If Fred had been here, well, I don't know what's going on here. They don't know what they're doing.
There's no way you can get runs without batting. Get yourself out in the middle, lad. Peregrine Pocock says, George Hill for me. Drop him to batting in front of Jordan and hold the tail together. That's a long way down from top of the order at the start of the season, Peregrine. Dominic Bess into the attack at the Howard stand end. Full toss first up, which James Bracey could probably have hit into LS28, but it dropped somewhere near his feet in LS6. 2 slips, point, sweeper on the cover boundary, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, straight mid-wicket, and backward square leg. Bracey trying to flick another one to leg. There is an appeal, but it is denied by umpire Ian Blackwell. I've got to say, Peregrine's suggestion of George Hill, for me, he's already had his breakthrough. I mean, he's got 150 odd, 130 odd this season, another ton in white ball, taking a 6 for. He's broken through. He's an established player in the side. I think little question about that as Bess is in, and that's dropped into the pitch in front of him there by Bracey. And there is no run. Here's Bess. That's pushed into the offside by Bracey. And James Wharton does the fielding. One of those plays, if all of your so-called stars are available and there's a change in that batting order, and obviously, you know, the younger players tend to be the ones who are expendable in that respect. Bess in again, and Bracey drops that at his feet. Tattersall round to clean up. You're still looking at where can we fit George into this team. You can do both. He bats well, he bowls well.
It's funny you should say that. I'll expand on that in a minute.
Here's Bess again, work to leg this time by Bracey. He's going to take on Patterson for the single, and I think there was only ever going to be the one winner in that one. Bracey 66, Gloucestershire 158 for 7. That's 52 overs of their first innings complete.
Yes, and of course Bracey keeps the strike. As a member of Yorkshire County Cricket Club, all the members have been asked to nominate. It's a bit of fun. Well, I presume it goes towards the award, but the player of the season. Who would be your player of the season? I know there's 3.5 days to go in the season.
Yeah, I'm not going to nominate anybody because that's far too early for me.
That's your cop-out, isn't it? Yeah, okay.
Well, somebody might come out and score, you know,
that's one match.
whirlwind.
I'm talking about the
250.
season. The season. Because I've already voted.
Have you really?
I have, yeah.
Here's Jordan Thompson, has been lofted, whipped aerially into the leg side through straight mid-wicket by Bracey for another boundary. 33 now off Jordan from 7 overs and 1 ball. And yet to take a wicket, but you know with JT, just about the moment you're thinking, is it time to bring him off? Usually something like that happens. And then he gets 2 and possibly 3. Maybe. Even. Maybe even 4, but not in this innings. He's not going to get 4.
No.
Not unless we're giving Gloucestershire an 11th wicket.
Well, that was a glorious shot, that has to be said. Lovely shot from Bracey. He's gone to 70.
Yeah, 70 off 109. Jordan Thompson has switched to bowling round the wicket to him, and we talked about toe ending not that long ago. I think Ed was mentioning it. It looked like he might have done that, but it didn't. In the end, it looks like he's missed it completely, and it's wrapped him on the helmet because he's whipped it off the head. He's taken the single, but we're going to have the usual break now. Head buys given by...
Head buys?
Well, leg buys given by James Middlebrook, but it was head buys, wasn't it? Mm. So another helmet will be called upon. 163 for 7. It's a tricky one in the sense that he hasn't played all season, but I wouldn't want to look any further than Harry Brook for his performances in the first half of the campaign. Just outstanding.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. But I haven't gone for Harry Brook.
Have you not?
No.
You've gone
I've gone for a young man who has had a lot of responsibility this season, both with bat and ball, and has not let Yorkshire down at all. He gives 100%.
That's all of them.
What?
That's all of them.
Well, yes, I know they give 100%, but this particular individual on the field I think is brilliant.
Go on.
George Hill. He's been asked to, I say, he's only very young. He's been asked to open the batting, open the bowling. He's a good fielder. I think he's had an exceptional season for someone so young.
So 681 runs in 22 knocks at 32.42, with the highest score of 151 not out at Northampton. And with the ball, he, don't forget, was used relatively sparingly. He's bowled 138.2 overs going into this match and has taken 16 wickets at a cost of 396 with a best of 6 for 26, averaging 24.75. Yeah, it certainly makes it into a debate, George's figures. And as I was just saying, he's an established player in the side, so
yes,
no bigger compliment than saying that when those star players are available, we're not quite sure who's available. If that's just that notional thing, but if they're all available sort of thing, you look down your batting order, you look at what you've got bowling-wise, you're trying to find a place there.
Yeah, you are. And maybe an obvious thing to say, but it can only get better. As I say, I keep mentioning his age. He's only very young. He's had a lot of responsibility this season.
Yep. But I think, for me, and I totally accept your point, he's had a good season for a young player coming through. Absolutely. He's definitely been a positive, significant positive about the way that he's played and, in the good moments for the county. But if you just look at those figures, Harry Brook, 12 innings, 967 runs, highest of 194, averaging 107.44. That's way beyond, isn't it? That stands out.
Yeah, it does. I actually remember a T20 match at Northampton when Yorkshire was struggling, 2 for 2, 11 for 3. He walked in and turned the game completely around and won the game for Yorkshire, as far as I was concerned.
Yeah, I'm only talking Championship cricket.
Yes,
there,
I know.
We've not even looked at white ball, have we?
Absolutely.
In those figures.
No, that's right.
Jordan Thompson in. It's short and cue ended really by Tom Price to Ben Code at mid-on. There's no run. In terms of those other things, those other factors, not necessarily always performances, but you look at the sheer workload that the Jordan Thompsons of this world has got through. Played in every game bar one. Stephen Patterson in the Championship, I think, has just missed the one. Short ball here by Thompson, pulled, and going to be 4. Tom Price, don't think he got all of it, as they say, but he got enough of it to get it the way through mid-wicket.
Yeah, it's not the place to bowl. It's too short, isn't it? And of course, mentioning Harry Brook, in the corresponding match at Bristol in April, he scored 101 and 56 not out.
Yeah, class act, I think, as he's now showing on the international stage, and hopefully, I'm sure we all wish him well, and hope he gets first choice pick somewhere in that England T20 World Cup 11 to come fairly soon.
Well, you can argue he's been England's best batsman in this series.
Well, that was a great knock on the back end of last week, wasn't it?
Unbelievable.
167 for 7 here, Gloucestershire. Short ball again by Jordan Thompson, pulled again, and 4 again, backward of square leg. And there are two men out there in the deep setback. That was Dominic Bess, who was coming up with a flailing dive. Couldn't quite reel it in. So Price on to 21. Partnership for the 8th wicket here, 43. Last wicket fell the last ball of the 40th over. So they put on 40 odd in just about 13 overs. Not whirlwind, but certainly brisk enough from Yorkshire's perspective. Jordan Thompson in again. This one back of a length and dropped into the offside by Price to complete that over then at 171 for 7. Bracey has 70 of those. You might have your own thoughts, folks, on Yorkshire's Player of the Year. Joe Leland says, at the Oval, the ECB allowed Surrey to play Pope and Folkes, but we don't get root, so no bias there then.
Well, that was my point, really. The fact that Surrey were able to play those players. So why can't we have Joe Root playing? I think I've made my point, don't you, JD?
I think I'm making mine again, which is that the official line is that the ECB will not release Joe to play.
I know what the official line is, but what's... Yeah, okay.
That's the official line, Graham.
Rings rather hollow, doesn't it?
Ollie Pope and Ben Folkes wanted to play for Surrey last week. Here's Dominic Bess bowling to James Bracey, who pushes that out into the covers, where Harry Duke will field, and they get a single. Are we going into round 2?
We will do.
Price on strike. He's got a short leg in place now, Dom Bess, bowling over the wicket. And that's full length delivery, just flicked into the leg side where George Hill, Graham's pick for Player of the Year, does the fielding. That's not a criticism, it's fine. You're absolutely entitled to your opinion. We differ on that one, but no problem. It's good that there's a debate about it as he fields another one from the bat of Price.
Talking about debates, what about the dismissal on was it Saturday, Sunday?
Oh,
in the Women's International, England against India.
okay, I've got an opinion on that as well.
Have you?
Yeah.
I thought you might have. Does it differ from the law?
Probably differ from your opinion. Yes, Bess. And that is turned around the corner. Thompson does the fielding. He has a shy at the stumps, and Adam Lyth was backing up and spares any blushes. Had it been a direct hit, might have been interesting. Well, yeah, I mean...
So what's your take on it then?
My take on it that it's within the rules, so it's out. Bess to Price, fires that one in quicker, wide of off stump. He's happy to shoulder arms. From a spirit of the game point of view, if it was me, I'm only talking personally as somebody who never once took the bails off as a bowler, and I bowled many overs. Bess in, that's turned around the corner.
Many unsuccessful overs.
By Price, and there's no run, 172 for 7. You are absolutely correct on this occasion, Graham. Many unsuccessful overs. But I offered the ball at the stumps on, I don't know, but it wasn't uncommon for me to do that.
Yeah, as a warning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that would be my take on it. Warning first, and then you're gone. Now, I have a brother, for example, might be listening in, Matthew, who once whipped the bails off without a warning, and at the time was called Maradona, just after the Hand of God incident, so it's a long time ago.
Oh, yeah.
And he just said I was playing within the rules. So,
yeah,
we've different takes on that.
Maradona,
the rules are the rules, ultimately. If you do that, and if you appeal, I mean, the rules were slightly different on the so-called man-cadding at the time than they are now. They've changed that, haven't they, slightly?
Yeah.
But within the rules, it was out.
Yes.
George Hill, Graham's Player of the Year, bowling here. Good delivery, and he's got a wicket. First ball back. He's got a habit of doing this, George Hill. Graham Orange raises both arms aloft in the commentary box. And that is the end of James Bracey. Caught behind by Jonathan Tattersall off George Hill for 71, and Gloucestershire 172 for 8 in the 55th.
Well, that's exactly what Yorkshire wanted, exactly what Gloucestershire didn't want. Yeah, George Hill, the man with the golden arm, has done the trick. But well done, James Bracey. That's a good innings. 71, 112 balls and 8 fours. Very, very good innings. And it's been difficult for him because wickets have been falling all around him. And well done to him. He stuck in there. And it looked to be a decent delivery as well, joking apart. And the 8th wicket goes down at 172. Yorkshire will be hoping now till he wrap this innings up. But that was a good partnership, and to be fair, Tom Price has done his job as well.
So,
go on.
Man-cutting, for me, yeah, I would give a warning, and then next time you're cooked.
Right, well, first things, the law says you don't have to give a warning.
No.
Right, you don't have to give a warning. I know some players will and do, which is fine. I mean, obviously, if that happens, then as an umpire, you call dead ball. But let me ask you a question. Who's doing the... I was going to say cheating. Cheating is the wrong word. Who is at fault in that situation?
The non-striking.
Yes.
The non-striking.
Exactly.
I've always believed that.
Yeah, absolutely.
I've always believed that, but I would give a, just my personal feeling. I would give a warning, but I'm not. I think that was out, and you know, I don't think there's any argument about it. It's just out.
No.
You know, there's always a big brouhaha. Why are we even discussing it? It was out.
Correct.
You know, if the bowler wanted to give a warning, fine. You know, I'm happy with that sporting angle to it, but I've not. But even as somebody who would give a warning myself, if you don't want to give one, that's fine.
But it all depends on the match situation to some people, because, you know, England were within, well, it was the last pairs at the wicket, but they weren't all that far off winning England. Would you know? I mean, would they give a warning if England still got another 100 runs to go and the last wicket was at the last pair at the wicket?
Maybe, but I mean, if you're a walker, if you're a batter who walks. Do you not walk when you're the last person in?
Well, again, that's an argument, isn't it?
So
Absolutely.
George Hill bowling here to Payne.
Yeah.
David Payne, who is in at the striking end, the tall figure of David Payne as well. It's going to be more difficult for me now because these two have got sweaters on and no numbers on their backs. Maybe that was a firework display because Graham Orange's nomination for the man of the match took a recent wicket.
Well, not man of the season.
Man of the season, sorry. Hilling again.
Oh.
Tell you what, he was nearly man of the match with that delivery as well, as Payne was pushing down Bakerloo, and it went through the Metropolitan. Or even the Metropolitan. 172 for 8.
What? I think I know what you mean. Yeah, I mean,
easy for you to say.
Yeah, I heard a comment the other day from a former England women's player.
Hill in again, and Payne solidly behind it. Back to the bowler, no run.
About the incident that she thought it was wrong for India to do that because she says I'm sure the batter wasn't trying to get an advantage. Well, that's the whole point. The batter was. She was halfway down the pitch, and that's why she was run out.
No problem.
Yeah.
Here's George Hill. He's bowled him.
Oh,
great delivery, angled in towards Payne, holds its line. Arms aloft once again in the commentary box from Orange because his man of the season has taken 2 wickets in an over. 2 for 13 he has now off 2 overs and 5 balls, and that was a very good delivery. And Payne was not good enough to safely negotiate it. He's gone without scoring in 4 deliveries. It is 172 for 9.
Well, you called it there, JD. It was just too good for Payne there. And so their 9th wicket goes down, Gloucestershire's 9th wicket. And Hill is ripping up the tail enders. It was far too good for him there.
Yeah, super delivery. And he played, as I say, it was angled in, wasn't it? And it just held its line, really, off the pitch. He played down the original trajectory and missed it.
Yeah, it was poor footwork, I suppose. But he is a number 10, isn't he? So we've got Ajit Dale in now, number 11.
Gloucestershire, Ajit Singh Dale.
And yeah, so you can add those two wickets now to the season for George Hill in terms of man of the season, or player of the season, should I say?
You can. I can and I will.
Yeah, I thought you would do. Yeah, okay.
I can and I will. I can and I will.
Yep.
Yeah, in fact, we can bring that up to date because on the ESPN Crick Info scorecards, it gives you real time, doesn't it? So George Hill now has 20. Oh, does it? Let me just check on George.
It doesn't matter. He's my man of the season anyway.
George. Yeah. 26 wickets he's got this season. That's pushed into the offside by Ajit Dale. Final ball of the over. Anyway, we'll let you two debate the whys and wherefores of Yorkshire's Player of the Year because I'm going to disappear off. There are still 9 overs to go before the scheduled tea break. And Graham's going to continue with Ed.
Yeah, so Yorkshire making headway in this innings with Gloucestershire 172 for 9. And a nice spell there from George Hill. When I say spell, it'll be continuing, but at the moment now from the Howard stand end, it's going to be the off spin of Dom Bess.
Hello again, and there are a couple of things that I want to add. Because I have to. As Tom Price has gone for a big slog sweep here, and he's going to get 4 for it. Dom Bess starting the over. And Tom Price, it's a shot he likes. It's an area that he likes to target. It's gone through a straight mid-wicket and 4 runs. He got enough of it. I think he was probably looking to plant it into the stand, but actually it was a better shot for the fact that it went along the ground. 176 for 9. So Tom Price on to 25. Just a couple of things on, because I knew we were going to have to talk about it at some point, because it has been the talk of the town, as it were, over the last couple of days. Best bowls to Tom Price, works to mid-wicket for no run. The first of those being this strange idea that seemed to be being floated by quite a lot of people about the idea that it was fake bowling in the same way as there's fake fielding. Well,
no.
In comes Bess and bowls. Flighted delivery, and Tom Price has swept that one round the corner and may well pick up 4 more for this. Really good effort from Duke, but it's unsuccessful, and it's gone to the boundary. 180 for 9.
The arm hadn't come over. The law now says that the batsman has to stay in behind the popping crease and must not leave the crease until the bowler is expected to release the ball. That's what the law says.
But I just think, I'll wait for that because Bess isn't giving us a great deal of time here. Tom Price goes for another huge wipe from well outside the line of off stump, but he's dragged it down to long on for a single, so he'll give Dale 2 deliveries to face in this over, and the score up to 181 for 9. Tom Price to add some useful runs at the end here is on 30. We probably better come back to that at the end of the over if we get a chance, because, well, having said that, we're now having a conference between the two. Isn't that typical? Just when there was going to be no time at all. No, I don't get that. This whole she never had any intention of bowling the ball. Well, yes, because she saw that the batter was out of her crease.
Absolutely.
Bess bowls to Dale, who clips that one to leg, who wants a single for it, and Tom Price is going to let him have it out towards deep mid-wicket. 182 for 9.
I mean, another way of doing it is running in and just keeping a hold of the ball and just taking the bails off.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not fake bowling.
I don't know. That seems to be what people want the bowler to do, and why would you, really?
Yeah, I mean, one thing you cannot do. Let's wait for this ball.
In comes Bess, bowls to Tom Price, flick to leg. They've left that gap at mid-wicket, which means that Tom Price can get a single and keep the strike. So in the end, that was actually the perfect result for Gloucestershire to take the single, because it just allowed them to take another one off the final ball. 183 for 9 at the end of the over.
What you can't do is bring your arm over to bowl, keep hold of the ball and bring your arm round and take the bails off. You can't do that, because obviously the non-striker will be expected.
Exactly.
The bowler to
Expecting
release
the
the ball.
to bowl.
Absolutely. Yeah, you cannot do that. And she didn't do that.
No.
So it's not fake ball.
What do you? Yeah, exactly. What do you expect? Do you expect the batter to be so far out of their ground so that you can just sort of sidle up to the stumps and then just casually flick them off, and that's the only way that you're going to get run out backing up. In which case, why everybody isn't? I mean, I suppose to be honest, actually they are. It's just that it's not being effected. That's why everybody isn't charging down the pitch.
Correct.
And the non-strikers end.
At the end of the day, it's up to the non-striker to stay in the crease until the ball has been delivered.
In comes George Hill. Now bowls to Tom Price. He plays very delicately and very late. I mean, I suppose that's the sort of shot you can go for maybe with the number 11 at the crease. But he played that from a centimetre or so off his stumps and tried to find the gap that does exist between second slip and backward point down to third man, and would have got 4 runs if he'd managed to get it where he wanted to guide the ball. And so I think they're now going to put a so they are going to put a third man back after having seen that.
My favourite position, the third man.
I thought you'd be pleased.
Yeah.
Almost as pleased as when George Hill took his couple of wickets. Hill bowls to Tom Price, who slaps at that one towards extra cover. It stopped well there, and there's no run. The other thing that I do just want to say about that dismissal, and probably the last thing, otherwise I'll risk boring people to death over it because I've already had more than enough over it the last couple of days. But Deepti Sharma does that.
So you know
that she does that. Every person who has watched Deepti Sharma bowl before knows that sometimes she just doesn't bowl the ball just to see what the non-striker's doing. Hill bowls to Tom Price, clears the left leg out the way and drives hard towards deep extra cover, and it's well fielded out there by Fisher, because he's got those practice pitches to deal with, and I think he's now feeling it in the knees, having slid across them. But it was worth it to keep Tom Price at now the non-striker's end as he moves on to 32 with a single, and it's 184 for 9.
But the last point is this. I'll make the last point.
Okay.
What happens, you're the umpire, and that happens, and the fielding captain says, I wish to withdraw the appeal.
It's all right. Well, on your head be it then. Hill bowls wide of the off stump, and Dale has a big slash at it and misses it. And it goes through to Tattersall.
As an umpire, I wouldn't allow that.
You wouldn't?
No. The batsman's out. End of story. The batsman's out. I mean,
if you withdraw the appeal in any other situation, though.
Well, the thing about that is what happens if, for example, you have 2 opening batsmen in at the crease and they're not batting very well, they're scoring very slowly.
Hill to Dale, who works that one away to the leg side, not particularly certainly, but he has managed to keep it down and send it to mid-on, and it's a dot.
Let's say it's a T20 match, and the batsmen are struggling to get the ball off the square, and then one of the batsmen edges to slip, taken by the slip.
Okay.
But the captain knows that the next batsman is a very destructive batsman who plays for England or whatever. He doesn't want him in, so you've got the batsman out, but he says, I wish to withdraw that appeal. Would you allow that?
Huh.
No. The batsman's out.
In comes Hill, bowls full, and Dale works it right into the ground. It's fielded by Hill, who then has a bit of a throw back towards Dale, which I suspect Dale will note mentally, and we'll see what happens between Dale and Hill when it's reversed. But there we go. Okay. There's no fear of throwing faking to throw at bowlers anymore, is there? 184 for 9 after 57 overs.
But you can't. You mentioned fake fielding. You can't do that anymore. You know that, don't you? It's in the law. Yeah.
But that's why I meant that some thought was that there should be some kind of fake bowling thing as well as fake fielding, because it's sort of deception against the spirit of cricket. But yeah, I think do we all agree on something?
Yeah, but
I think we all agreed on something then.
What we can agree, it was not.
Jonathan's decided he doesn't agree now. No, I thought you might. Dom Bess is bowling to Tom Price down the pitch, hitting us from in the air down towards long on and over long on. The umpire is just checking with the fielder that it has gone for 6, and indeed it has. So Tom Price hit that one quite flat, hard, and just out of the reach of long on, who's now having to fetch it from the first row of seats, 190 for 9.
I think this is great. This is what Tailenders should be doing. And you know what? Gloucestershire could well get over 200 here. And a
couple more blows like that, and they will.
He's on 38. He could get his personal 50 as well.
We'll see. It's a tantalising prospect. I mean, that straight boundary does seem to be potentially quite tempting. It's a big hit out towards mid-wicket, but it's a shorter hit straight. Bess, is he going to throw it up there and tempt him? He does, and he's bowled it. So Tom Price was looking, I think, maybe to go over extra cover that time. And he's got a Yorker from Dom Bess, which was really well bowled. We'll be able to see it again here. Yeah, Yorker. Can't really get underneath that. He gave himself a bit of room and has been bowled. So Dom Bess gets a wicket, which means he'll end with 1 for 33. Tom Price, a well-made 38. He was saying to me after his 8 for, well, actually it wasn't after his 8, it was after he'd taken, I think, 5 of his 8, but anyway, in the last match, that he felt as if he was seeing the ball quite well. He just wasn't getting the runs in the Championship. So to feel better about that innings, because in the end, sort of feel, well, okay, I could have got more runs, potentially. I'd not run out of partners, but he's got 38. Gloucestershire, though, in all, 190 feels well short on this surface, just from what we've seen so far, but you never know.
You never know. I mean, I suppose you reserve judgment until you've seen both sides bat. But bearing in mind that Gloucestershire won the toss and elected to bat, then, you know, they've had the choice. And so you said they have to be disappointed with that. But there's still a lot of overs left in this day's play yet, and you know, if Gloucester can just get 1 or 2 quick wickets, you never know.
No, indeed. So there will be, I think, 36 overs left in the day's play. I did see just on that screen there that they are going to take tea, so they will indeed combine the 2 breaks. I mean, they can do that more easily, I think, because of that little rain break that we had. So, therefore, the first innings of Yorkshire will resume at just before 3:45. As far as the wrap-up of that innings goes, James Bracey, the mainstay for Gloucestershire, with 71. Tom Price's 38 was the second top scorer. There were 25s for Charlesworth and Van Buren, but really it was a story of the Yorkshire bowlers, and headlining that, Matthew Fisher, who was the one who caused the damage up front when actually, to be honest, at 30 without loss early on, 13 overs in, you were thinking, actually, yes, this looks like a pretty decent pitch to bat on, but Fisher seemed to change all that. 4 for 45 he finished with from his 12 overs. A couple of wickets to Ben Code, 2 for 26 from 14. George Hill picked up 2, Dom Bess and Stephen Patterson 1 each, but Patterson 13 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 18.
It's amazing.
Remarkable stuff.
It really is, absolutely. And yeah, so there we are. That's the first innings completed, 190 all-out Gloucestershire.
Right, so we will take a break then. We'll resume at just before 3:45. We'll probably be back on air around about 20 to 4. So we'll take tea and be with you again shortly.
James Waterley opening the batting for Yorkshire.
Welcome back then from Headingley. Ed Seaborn of BBC Radio Bristol and myself, Jonathan Doidge, BBC Radio Leeds and all the Yorkshire stations, bringing you the commentary on this one, along with Graham Orange. And a reminder that Gloucestershire, who won the toss this morning, decided to bat first, have been bowled out short of a batting point. 10 short, in fact, at 190. Top scorer, very much so, was James Bracey with 71. 38 as well for Tom Price, who whacked a few towards the end before he was the last man out, bowled by Dominic Bess. 25 apiece for Ben Charlesworth and for Bracey Van Buren. And David Payne to open the bowling from the Howard stand end. I think I could just hear from Howard Ferguson's dulcet tones as the passing air traffic went by. Adam Lyth left-handed and James Wharton right-handed are Yorkshire's opening pair. 4 slips awaiting. And here's Ed.
Yeah, so rather than Gloucestershire, who've got an awful lot of left-handers at the top of the order, it's Lyth and then a lot of right-handers for Yorkshire. Payne with 4 slips in place. Moving in now to bowl to Lyth. And Lyth leaves the first ball alone. Would have been close enough to the shouldering of arms that David Payne would have thought he was in the game, but Lyth left it alone. So we've got Ajit Dale warming up at mid-wicket, I believe. So indications would be that he might take the new ball with Payne. Payne bowls to Lyth. Lyth forward in defence. Ball goes up towards mid-on. There's no run. Tom Price could take the new ball. Just depends on... I don't know, actually. I mean, it's sort of trying to think in the last few matches. I think Dale has taken the new ball more than Price, but it would be fairly close. Tom Price had it when he took the 8-for in the last match. Payne bowls now to Lyth, who leaves that one alone. Doesn't really get through to James Bracey that well, so whether he fancies a further step forward now, having seen that, we'll see. Lyth isn't magnificent here. I mean, it's fine for now, but it's a little bit concerning if this cloud cover doesn't really look as if it's going anywhere. It might be a bit of a concern if it stays like that, the cloud cover, for much longer. And Lyth has driven that ball away for 4 runs off the back foot. Just a delivery which was a little bit too short, and allowing Lyth to punch it through the covers, and Yorkshire are underway in their reply 4 without loss.
Yep, nicely played, just a little bit too short, and a little bit of width offered as well. Adam Lyth latching onto that.
Yeah, so Dale would give them more pace to open the bowling with. Tom Price would move the ball about a fair bit more. So that's the conundrum. Payne bowls to Lyth, who punches this one down towards the vacant mid-off. But in the end, it's Payne who's able to do the fielding off his own bowling. So they've gone for the 4 slips, backward point. Extra cover, really. It's not even in that position where you sometimes see where you kind of float between extra cover and mid-off. It's very much an extra cover, a straight mid-on and a mid-wicket. Payne bowls to Lyth, bit of swing, but it's wide of off stump, considerably so, and allowed to pass through to James Bracey. So 4 without loss Yorkshire after the first over. You can already see the shadows of the players really quite markedly down there. 4 pointed shadows forming a big double X in the middle as the 2 batters converge there. So it's not magnificent, really, the light already, and we're only at 4:45, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. It's Tom Price who is going to get the new ball. I would have been a little bit surprised if he hadn't, given what he did the last time he took it, but did see Dale warming up, so it may be, and they've done this as well, it may be that it's just quite a short burst for one or the other, and Yorkshire did this as well, just had Fisher bowl a couple of overs before then changing ends with him, so we'll see. But it is Tom Price off the back of figures of 8 for 27 to bowl.
From this Kirkstall Lane end, right arm over the wicket to James Wharton. Right-handed, ball just nips in on him a little bit, and he's solidly behind that. James Wharton, of course, made his debut in the reverse fixture of this back at Bristol in April and has played one other first-class game. That was against Surrey at Scarborough since then. I'm trying to remind myself of his return in that second match. As this is wide of off stump, and Wharton has an easy leave. Here we go. Yeah, well, Dodge will keep thumbing through the records until he finds the right page.
I thought you had it then.
No, I did. I thought I had it then, and then I realised I was looking at the Hampshire match rather than the Surrey match.
You keep too. I think you're almost too detailed there.
There's a lot of notes here from the season. Brighton again, well wide of Wharton's off stump, and conveniently he's not out to that delivery, which would have made a mockery of the whole thing.
I suppose my equivalent is to have about 40 tabs open.
Yeah.
So I can't claim to be any better off. It's just that most of my notes are electronic rather than written.
He made 3 LBW to Tom Laws in the first innings at Scarborough. And then in the second, he fared better. As Price's latest delivery is wide of his off stump, and he's watching that one go through. LBW to Laws in the second innings for 23 from 56 deliveries. That is probably as good as it's got for James so far. And it is as good as it's got in his short first-class career. 41 runs from just the 4 knocks. He's had a couple of T20 matches as well. 21 years of age. Huddersfield born. Here's Price again, and Wharton across solidly behind it, pushed into the offside, no run. I think we said at the start of the season, I probably also said it against Surrey, but when James Wharton's been discussed in my company in the past in terms of how he plays, it's always been temperament, you know, the sort of player who would be suited to play in the long form of the game. But he's clearly obviously not had many opportunities, just a couple so far.
Did he give 100% though?
110,
I think. Yeah.
110%. He's solidly behind this, pushed back up the pitch to the bowler, and there is no run to complete that second over, which is therefore a maiden 4 without loss. Just having a look at a text that John Ver, Yorkshire's second team scorer, has kindly sent. Hope you're well, John. He says Wharton's got 493 second 11 championship runs this year at 54.8. Yeah, just calling up some figures while I was talking and grasping at straws there. 2 tons and 2 50 pluses. So he's had a good second 11 season. Second team have won the championship, and he's got an opportunity again. Final match of the season. So 1 at the start, 1 at the end, and 1 round about halfway through the season is James Wharton's first-class season.
Payne starts his second over now and bowls to Lythe, who accidentally plays a shot at that one, and it goes down to 4th slip, who stops it well. Gets Miles Hammond at 4th slip, who prevented that from going for runs. He was trying to leave the ball alone there, Lythe, but it was just one of those ones where just a ball glances off the face of the bat but goes down into the ground. It doesn't. More often than not, that's what it does anyway. Payne bowls to Lythe, who leaves well outside off stump. Well, the only reason I was mentioning, just for those who might have joined later and thought that was a flippant comment about the 100% business, it was only because of what we were talking about earlier.
100%.
Yeah, about them giving 100%. Everybody gives 100%.
Some people give 110, don't they? 150 sometimes.
Yeah. It's true. It's what everyone's trying to get to, that extra 10%, as that's left alone by Lythe outside the off stump, and thankfully a plane comes overhead to drown out this ridiculous discussion there.
But it's wrong, isn't it? I mean, it's one of those things that annoys me. Yeah, we all give 110% out there. No, you didn't. I'm afraid.
Is it because of the fact that the 110% doesn't exist, or because of the fact that they didn't give 110? Payne bowls to Lythe. They get squared up a little bit here, but manages to play it down, and that will go down to the third man boundary for 4. Went wide of the slip, Gordon, and so Lythe gets his second 4, and it's 8 without loss.
The former.
Right, good.
Bobson Dugnut says, Mr. Orange and yours truly talking absolute sense. 3 runnings out at the non-striker's end. Goodness me, we've never been accused of that before, Graham. Never. And never shall we again.
Payne is in and bowls wide of off stump, shaping away from the left-hander, and a good leave from Lythe. Bracey takes that one sort of in front of Jack Taylor as at first slip. Yeah, well, I didn't think that we do that either. Talk sense. We agreed on something, which was... I mean, we found an issue that not only can we agree on, but apparently also talk sense on in the same motion. Payne bowls down the leg side. Lythe has a flick at it, but can't glance it away. And so that is the end of the over. 3 gone, Yorkshire 8 without loss in reply to Gloucestershire's 190. There are 35 overs supposedly left in the day's play. We'll see.
Yep. Brace yourselves for further passing air traffic while I say that Ruth Charville says she's enjoying the coverage and wishes that she could be here at Headingley. Forever Domo says, I agree with you. I'd always give a warning. Just stop and hold the ball near to the bails. A look at the batsman is all that's required as he or she gets back to safety. Anyone leaving the crease a second time has no sympathy after that, but warning or not, it's out. Here comes Price again. Tom Price, that is, wide of James Wharton's off stump. You had to get off the mark, James.
Ruth was also, sorry, Jonathan, Ruth was also admiring Hill to Dale, which I should probably have noticed when it was happening. I'll be able to point it out when it's Dale bowling to Hill later on.
Looking forward to that. Here's Price and Wharton leaning forward and playing inside the line of that. Andy Milner says, JD, did you say Harry Sullivan's been released? Was distracted but caught you saying Josh S, Tom Lowton and 1 or 2 others. Harry's had a great season for the twos, loads of wickets and beautiful high action, still only about 19, which is so young for a spinner. Yes, there was a little story on the website, press release, I think came out a couple of weeks or so ago. Both Sullivans and Tom Lowton being released at the end of the season as James Wharton flicks one in front of square on the leg side. And there is no run. Gloucestershire have done that. I'm torn in saying this because they've got those lovely proper cricket sweaters on out there. But you know what I'm going to say.
I know.
We now cannot see the numbers on the backs of the majority of the Gloucestershire players. And therefore I'm reliant upon my colleague to identify some of the fielders.
Which is always a dangerous thing.
Which is always a dangerous thing. Price in again, passes umpire Middlebrook. The ball shaping in on James Wharton, who's solidly behind it. No run. Yeah, it just does now, even more so than when you mentioned it a couple of minutes ago, Ed. Starting to feel a little bit gloomy.
Yeah, I mean, the speed that they've gone off at some points this season, light-wise, forget rain, but light-wise, I can tell you we wouldn't have been playing at Cheltenham this season with conditions being as they are now.
Price in again. Now then, appeal for LBW here. There was bat involved, but was it pad first? Not according to James Middlebrook, or if it was not out either way.
Yeah, from 3 miles away, I thought that it was pad first, but there may well have been other factors involved in it being not out as well as that anyway. But it was well worth a shout if it were pad first, but I'm not, let's say, so far away. It was just an impression from this far away, but there we go.
Price in again. Wharton again right behind that to push the final ball of the over back to the bowler. So 4 gone in this Yorkshire first innings. They trail by 182 runs at 8 without loss.
He can be a tricky customer, Tom Price, for many reasons, but not least for the fact that he can bowl right arm in swing, which you don't see quite so much as right arm away swing. So if he's getting the ball to move away from the right-hander, then that's when he's going to be a real handful, because of the fact that he's then more likely to move it both ways, because the in-swing's kind of natural as far as the swing goes. Payne this time bowls a ball well down the leg side, and Lyth can't get anything on that. He did struggle rather with his line in the Warwickshire game, David Payne, particularly in the second innings. So at the moment, I'm afraid he's already speared a couple down the leg side. In comes Payne, bowls to Lyth. Lyth pushes that one out towards backward point, and there is no run. It's been a strange old season for David Payne, given that he's only played in 6 matches, and yet it's not quite James Bracey like, in that at the same time he made his England debut. So it's kind of ups and downs. He's had injuries this season, David Payne, multiple injuries to deal with. He's in now and bowls to Lyth, who defends right back up the pitch, and there's no run. But any season where you make your debut for your country can't exactly be a bad one, and he must have felt, I certainly worried that after a couple of squads that he made and didn't get picked, that even on that tour to the Netherlands they might not give him a game. Payne bowls to Lyth, who opens the face, guides it to backward point. Ben Charlesworth does the fielding there, and there is no run. But it was a magnificent moment for him, really proud moment for the county as well, to have David Payne go on to play for England, because he also must have thought that potentially the time had passed. Various points. Payne is in and bowls to Lyth, who once more sends that one straight back up the pitch for Payne to field. So this over, certainly since the first delivery, he's settled down in terms of his line. But I'm sure, needless to say, if you only play in 6 championship matches, you'd be frustrated not to have been out on the park a bit more. Payne bowls now to Lyth, who punches away firmly off the back foot, and that's a good stop by Charlesworth away to his right-hand side, and so that means that the maiden over is preserved. So back-to-back maidens for Gloucestershire. Yorkshire 8 for no wicket after 5 overs. But he did have a superb blast campaign, David Payne. He was absolutely magnificent in that, and looked every bit the England T20 bowler. Well, he's actually T20 bowler, he's an ODI bowler, but looked every bit a bowler that was picked to represent potentially England in T20 cricket. But I think his 100 competition didn't really go the way that he or the Welsh Fire indeed wanted.
Here is Tom Price bowling to James Wharton, who drives back to the bowler in his follow-through. No run. Rupert has emailed in saying, rumour central. Rumour has it that Yorkshire will be signing a new media and comms person, Discreet Vale. He's best known for his work representing underperforming teams in Nordics and Benelux football, and is expected to face off to the unrelenting scrutiny of BBC's Jonathan Doidge in a close season and into 2023. As Price is in, and Wharton drops that into the leg side, and there is no run.
Might have to be Italian rather than whichever regions were mentioned. I do gather that the Italian media can be somewhat sensationalist in the coverage of their football teams. Can he stand up to the scrutiny of Jonathan Doidge in that background? I'm not sure. I'm not sure it's quite good enough.
Price in again. And bowling here to Wharton, who's shouldering arms once more. Hasn't had loads to play at, James Wharton, so far. Tom Price hasn't gone for a single run just yet. but there's been a few leaves. Malcolm says, "Hi Dodgy, my player of the year is probably Johnny Tatt by a short head from George Hill. Harry Brook has won enough plaudits. Agree with the Mancad. I warned a batsman once or twice as a slow bowler, but wouldn't have run him out. Well done, Fish." And all the lads today can't think why they're releasing Pato. Jordan Thompson needs a long rest and then plenty of net time. Price in. There's an appeal for LBW here, but that was always looking like it was on its way down the leg side. And we take it that James Middlebrook agrees, because he said not out.
It's very full, and it was, I think, actually, in that instance, it was the in-swing which has done Tom Price out of the LBW, because I was with you, thought it was doing too much. First look. I think that's the only look we're going to get anyway, so it'll have to do.
So 8 without loss. 2 left in the 6th. Price in again. A little bit of wobble, but that was before it pitched, which was a fair way from James Wharton. He was able to leave it on both line and length.
Yeah, they look, the spectators in that Howard stand over there, they do look rather cold, I have to say. Just that look of everybody in dark coats and almost huddled together for warmth.
A bit parky. Here's Tom Price, bowling to Wharton, straightens it up again. Once more feeling of a bit of both bat and pad from James Wharton, but he got plenty of bat on it and has driven it to mid-off, where there was an attempt at fielding it by Graham Van Buren. Wasn't his most successful attempt in the field, I don't think, but he prevented him scoring a run, which was the main thing.
He's still not conceded a run yet. Tom Price, 3 overs, 3 maidens. He picked up a 5-wicket haul against Somerset in the game before last, 5 for 75, and against Kent in his first game back with the first 11 this season. Tom Price did claim his maiden fifer, but he also got a hat-trick, so it has been quite some season for Tom Price with the ball. Payne continuing, bowls to Lythe, who plays a loose shot off the back foot to a ball that was quite close to him, and the ball beats his outside edge. 4 slips in place waiting for the nick, as well as James Bracey, but it did not come. Got Jack Taylor at first slip, Ollie Price at second, Chris Dent is at third, and Miles Hammond is at fourth slip. Payne in and bowls to Lythe, who defends onto the leg side. There are only 2 fielders the entirety of the leg side. There's Dale, who's just fielded that at mid-wicket, and Zafar Gohar, who's down at a almost deep backward square. It's a very wide long leg anyway, even if it's not a deep backward square. As once again, welcome in listeners on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Payne bowls to Lythe, that's left alone outside the off stump. Ed Seaborn and Jonathan Doidge with you from Headingley, where Yorkshire are 8 without loss after 6.5 overs of their reply to Gloucestershire's 190. Tom Price added 38 late on with the bat, which at least got Gloucestershire a little bit closer to 200. Payne bowls to Lythe, he pushes that one out towards backward point, and there is no run. Yorkshire battling to, well, when I say battling, they're in actually a pretty decent position, of course, to stay up, but they are still involved in the relegation conversation, so they want to produce a good innings here, get a big first innings lead, and in the process pick up another good chunk of the points that they need to ensure safety. Payne bowls on the leg stump, flicked away by Lythe for a single down to Zafar on the long leg boundary, and that moves the score up to 9 for no wicket. Lythe has all 9 with James Wharton at the other end. Matthew Fisher ended up with 4 for 45. He took the wickets in the top order, that of Charlesworth, Dent, Hammond and Ollie Price, took the first 4 wickets to fall. Then Ben Code got a couple of wickets in the same over. And George Hill it was who got rid of both James Bracey, who had made 71, looked really good actually in his old role, as it were, at number 3. Payne now bowling over the wicket to Wharton, just hints back to the right-hander, but not enough that Wharton needs to play at it, so he doesn't, and it goes through to James Bracey. 7 overs have gone, Yorkshire 9 without loss, so a couple of wickets for George Hill as he got rid of David Payne in the same over. And then the last wicket fell to Dom Bess, with Tom Price looking for some big shots with just the number 11 in, and he was yorked for 38. So it's been Yorkshire's day so far, but it's Gloucestershire trying to push for victory. No, they're not. They're trying to push for wickets. I'm sure they're trying to push for victory as well, but they're trying to push for wickets late on this first day. It's quite a gloomy Headingley at the moment, but just as I say that, the light seems to have improved a touch.
Yeah, not as bad as it was 10 minutes or so ago. And they've not even had a meeting, have they, the umpires, about the light yet anyway, so it doesn't feel like it's that close. Coming off the field, there's a fair bit of brightness away to the west now. And gaps in the cloud out there, a bit of blue poking through, but immediately over the top of the ground and down towards the city centre, away towards the southeast. Pretty grey as Tom Price is in. Adam Lythe hasn't seen much of Tom, apart from the non-striker's end. He pushes back up the pitch, and there is no run there. Adam Lythe has all 9 of Yorkshire's runs to date. And changing the com box. Head taking a breather, Graham back alongside. 4 slips in place as Price comes in again, and that's a straight delivery, and Lythe over the top of it. Loses balance slightly, pushes it to Payne at mid-on, no run. James Wharton's been watchful at the non-striking end, and watchful when he's been at the striking end as well. 19 balls his face, yet to get off the mark. The pair of them been out there 26 minutes so far. In comes Price again. Wide of Lythe's off stump, and he's shouldering arms. Yorkshire will want to bat well here, Graham, and if they can bat well enough, we want to try and only bat once in the match, dare I say it, because they ain't done that so many times this season.
That would be nice from a Yorkshire point of view, absolutely. Long way to go yet, of course, but and it's been hard going for them. The Gloucestershire bowlers have bowled pretty well on the whole.
So Lythe waits, high back lift, goes back and across, and Price driven back down the pitch by Adam Lythe. A smattering of spectators opposite us in the lower and the upper of the 3 tiers. Nobody amidships. And again a smattering away to the left in the east stand, northeast stand, which is usually pretty well populated, but fairly difficult to see from my commentary position, and the same goes for those at this end, who are just about always unsighted. Price in again, and Lythe driving back to the bowler, and there's no run.
Do we have any milestones coming up in terms of runs scored by Yorkshire's batters in the county championship this season at all, JD?
Harry Brook needs 33 for 1,000.
Thank you. You won't get them.
Here's Price, driven beautifully as well by Adam Lythe. Over the top of it, one of those signature Adam Lythe strokes through extra cover. And it was a stroke as well, didn't hit it, Picks up 4 runs, 13 to him, 13 without loss Yorkshire after 8 overs. Just looking down the list at G. Tom Kohler-Cadmore needs 7 to make 300. Jonathan Tattersall needs 60 to make 500.
All right.
You call that a milestone?
Yeah, I would. Yes.
Ben Code needs 364 to make 500.
From the Howard stand end, Ajit Singhdale.
Okay.
Matthew Revis needs 233 to make 500.
Moving on, the umpire's made a signal to the groundsman. I thought at first he was asking for some sawdust, but I think he just wants a brush on the crease. There must be quite a bit of debris on the crease.
Adam Lyth has passed 700.
I was thinking about Adam Lyth actually.
And George Hill needs 19 when he gets in to get to 700. Meanwhile, here's Ajit Dale over the wicket in a change of bowling at the Howard stand end. And that is Wharton pushing into the offside. And there is no run. So 700 runs. Quite a few wickets. Player of the Year material, that.
No.
Dale running towards us then from the Howard stand end. Oh, good
Oh.
delivery. And Wharton's nicked it. And he's nicked it to first slip. Did it carry is the question.
He's walking.
He's walking off now, is he? He's not sure. He played a couple of wind strokes afterwards, James Wharton. But because there's a bit of indecision, he's decided to stand. Adam Lyth looks like he's trying to get his 2 in. And it looks as though James Wharton has survived because the finger has not been raised. Going to say it didn't, just something about it from behind, and it's obviously more difficult when the slip fielder is kind of blocking that last moment as the ball goes to hand, but it did feel like it was on the way down, and clearly they feel that it didn't quite carry.
It wasn't a concerted appeal, was it? But I'm pretty sure, unless you think I'm mistaken, JD, that he started to walk. Did he?
Well, yeah, because he knew he'd nicked it,
Well, yes.
but I don't think he realised that there was any
All
decision
right.
to make.
Okay.
You know.
All right.
Here's Dale again, and punched firmly by Wharton this time to short extra cover. Where it's fielded, there's no run. So you wonder, you know, he clearly knew he'd nicked it. There's no question about that. It's gone the first slip. But I don't think, did you consciously notice whether or not he looked round? I don't think he did.
Well, probably not.
And so he just presumably thought, well, they're gathering, so he must have taken the catch. I better go. Then he saw umpire Ian Blackwell move away to his right towards James Middlebrook and decided to stand his ground, having walked maybe a stride or two off. There's an appeal here stifled it, albeit for LBW again as Wharton turns one to leg off the thigh pad. No run.
I must say congratulations to Woodlands, JD, on winning the Yorkshire League's final here at Headingley just over a week ago. I came to watch them. They played Appleby Frodingham, and they won convincingly by 9 wickets.
Here's Dale. Solidly behind that, James Wharton. Pushing to the bowler in his follow through. Now then, Ian Blackwell's just had a walk forward onto the pitch here. And he's clearing off a bit of debris. Adam Lyth also adding weight to that, if you like, by doing a bit of gardening as well. Not sure if Ajit Dale's been warned for running on previously or not. Ed might give us a nod on that. Doesn't think so. Here's Dale again. And Wharton pushing out into the covers. And there's no run to complete that over at 13 without loss. Yeah, there's just his second stride. Yeah,
it's very close,
it
isn't it?
isn't it? Second follow-through stride is just a little bit close. You can see already a bit of marking there. Richard Wilkinson says, hi John, Tats for player of the season, proper all-rounder, batter, keeper, captain and now devastating leg spinner, taking care of Keaton Jennings for less than 100. Thanks Richard, and for your commentary compliments. Popular figure Jonathan Tattersall, and of course capped this morning. Now we've got a bit of work going on at this Kirkstall Lane end by the ground staff to do with, well, around the crease area where the bowler is placing his front foot by the looks of things. All the sophisticated technology in the world for LBW decisions and nicks behind, but still a bucket, a shovel, a brush and a spade if the bowler is struggling to keep his feet.
Yeah. Just going back to that final here at Headingley, our mutual friend Jonathan Corcoran was one of the umpires, along with Adam Minott. They both umpired it very well, in my opinion, and had a quick word with Corky afterwards. So, as I say, well done to Woodlands. They'd been beaten in 2 previous finals, and they got it right this time.
Here's Price over the wicket to the left-handed Lyth, who pushes to Van Buren, going round from mid-off to field. Russ Adamson said just watched that James Wharton nick, and it definitely didn't carry. Thanks for that. Where would your Player of the Year vote go for Yorkshire folks, and where would it go for Gloucestershire in a difficult season for them? BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com, or you can tweet Ed on @EdCricket6 or myself on @Jonathan Doidge as Price's latest delivery. He's turned to leg by Adam Lyth, but to the fielder. So no run. Lyth has faced the predominance of the 9.2 overs that Yorkshire have batted for so far. 31 deliveries, 25 faced by James Wharton, who's yet to find a scoring shot. Lyth waits under the floodlights. In comes Price. That's turned to short mid-wicket. Comes square leg. Dot ball again. Gloucestershire 190 all out earlier. If you're joining us more recently and wonder what went on, Matthew Fisher, well, great return to first team action for him. 4 for 45, the first 4 Gloucestershire wickets to his name from 12 overs and 2 maidens. Ben Code also bowled really well, 2 for 26 from 14. George Hill too, later in the piece, 2 for 14 from 4 overs. As Price is in, and Lyth solidly behind it. Dot ball, wickets also 1 apiece for Stephen Patterson and for Don Bess. And Yorkshire's leading wicket taker this season, Jordan Thompson, on this occasion finishing wicketless.
Yeah, I think Price is still having a bit of problem with the footholds.
And he comes again. Past umpire Middlebrook. Up there to drive by Lyth into the turf. Bit of a crowd catch out there at cover. Crowd, such as it is, not getting too excited on this occasion. Still one to come in the 10th. All 13 of Yorkshire's runs have gone the way of Adam Lyth so far.
Yeah, it's attritional cricket at the moment, and you know, Gloucestershire's done pretty well to keep the pressure on these two. Wharton's yet to score.
Lyth waits. Tom Price in again, this time driven superbly straight by Lyth, and a good piece of fielding by Van Buren to deny him runs. May have had the legs to get to the boundary. He'll have timed them a little bit better than that in his career, Adam Lyth, but it's still nice enough shot. But it was a dot. Martin Rowe says, do you reckon Vinu Mankad's family get royalties every time his name is mentioned?
I bet they wish they did.
So 13 without loss after 10. Just got to continue this sensible approach, have they, Graham?
Yeah, absolutely. They've got bags of time. They've bowled Gloucestershire out. Now it's Yorkshire's turn to bat, and let's occupy the crease and build the innings.
Elsewhere, at Canterbury, Somerset 156 for 6 against Kent. So clearly struggling a little. Warwickshire 95 without loss. That match that was delayed in starting at Edgbaston. Wharton working this first Dale delivery off his legs to mid-wicket, but again can't get it either side of the fielder, and so can't get off the mark. At Old Trafford, Lancashire 307 for 308 for 5. Keaton Jennings has got 100 in that match. I noticed last time I saw it, Stephen Croft was around about the 80 mark. And yeah, Jennings 144 not out. Lost a couple of wickets since I last saw it. One of them being Croft, as Wharton gets a delivery around about hip height down the leg side and watches it go by. Croft made 86 before being LBW to Cameron Steele. Of course, came on and got a couple of vital wickets last week against Yorkshire. What else have we got? Essex 143 for 5 at Northampton. The home side putting them into bat. In the second division at New Road, Worcester, the home side 126 for 6, having been put in by Middlesex. Here's Ajit Dale to Wharton. LBW
close,
appeal and gone, as Graham called it. It looked close. James Wharton's stay at the crease yielded a duck again, I'm afraid, on this occasion, and he's gone after 28 deliveries. I think it was. It flashed up very quickly. Either way, he's walking back to the changing rooms, and he'll be disconsolate after a good season in the second 11. Just hasn't yet been able to quite make his mark at first team level with that 23 against Surrey at Scarborough, his highest first class score so far. He was patient, but he was beaten by that delivery with a little bit of nip from Ajit Singh Dale, and at his pace it was a difficult one, too difficult on this occasion for James Wharton to keep out, and he's been trapped LBW without scoring.
Yes, it looked pretty adjacent to me, and it has to go. So Gloucester have struck exactly what they needed to do.
George Hill.
Yep, so George Hill is walking out to the crease to join Adam Lyth. Of course, quite a few matches this season is actually opened the batting with Adam Lyth.
Yeah, a bit of a feeling of hills and dales about this. What?
What was that?
Dale bowling to Hill.
All right.
Hill and
Yeah.
I don't know why I bother sometimes.
No, neither do I.
People pay huge money for this sort of comedy. $13 for 1 then, and it is George Hill out there in the middle. Ajit Singh Dale, 9 deliveries so far. He's not yet cost a single run, and he has a wicket to his name, and he's bowling here to Hill, who guides that between third slip and gully, and there you go. 4 runs first up. James Wharton, I'm sure, would have fancied one of those, but he was probably leaving some of those deliveries. George has just played out, been disciplined, and then found a ball with his name on it. And George uses the width there and just ran it down nicely with control for 4 runs.
To the unguarded third man position.
Dale coming in again from the Howard stand end, and right behind it, George Hill pushing out into the offside. And there is no run. George Hill is 23 runs shy of 1,000 in first-class cricket. Make that 19 now. He was 23 when he walked out. So a little milestone awaits for him if he's good enough to get those, to bridge that gap. Dale just sending a man out to deep backward square leg. See if he digs one in here. Well, it's short of length, but now then a real mix-up between these two. George Hill looked like he was going to be run out by Miles, stopped halfway down. Lyth continued the run. The throw comes in, and had it hit direct, George Hill was a goner. He's ended up about a pitch length past the stumps at the Howard stand end. Picked the bones out of that one, Graham Orange.
What a total mix-up that was. They were disappointed Gloucester didn't get a run out there. It was total miscommunication. I'm not sure whose fault it was, but they almost were at the same end.
Yeah. Big mix-up, and got away with it somehow. Maybe it is going to be George Hill's day, because the result of it all was that in the scorebook, at least, it will just show it as 1 run to George Hill. And so 982 first-class runs to his name, and he's now taking his guard for the first time at the Kirkstall Lane end, and David Payne is coming into the attack to replace Tom Price at this end. 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 9 for the left armour in his opening burst from the Howard stand end. Light, a little gloomy, but not too bad right at this moment in time. So in comes Payne then, number 14 on his back, left arm over the wicket, shaping in towards George Hill. Was over the top of that, pushing out into the covers. There's no run, 3 slips in place for Payne, plus a point. Cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and long leg.
I see Keaton Jennings has got another ton for Lancashire, as you were saying. Do you think it's possible he could get back into the England side?
Payne to Hill. Oh, lovely shot again by George Hill. The ball just shaping in towards him. You just love the way that he holds that shape, as he just did, and opened the face. He knows what he's doing there, and he runs it wide of the cordon, along the deck all the way for 4 more. 9 to him, 22 for 1. Yeah, I think, to the Keaton Jennings question, if weight of runs in Championship cricket is worth anything in Division 1, then he's certainly got to be in and around that squad, you'd think, again now for a tour.
I would have thought so, because surely he would say he's probably a better batsman now than when he was first picked for England.
Here's Payne again, and that's pushed up to mid-on, this time by George Hill. And there is no run. 22 for 1 then. So George, 982 first-class runs to his name. Make that, no, behind on the scorecard here, 986 I should say. Ball short of length he takes this time, and just drops it back down the pitch. Update time. Yep, they bowled Gloucestershire out in the end for 190. Excellent day for Matthew Fisher, who took the first 4 wickets of the Gloucestershire innings, 4 for 45 in the end. 2 apiece for the excellent Ben Code and also for George Hill later on in that Gloucestershire innings, and a wicket each for Stephen Patterson in his final first-class game for Yorkshire, his final match for Yorkshire, and 1 also for Dominic Bess. And you're right, they did strike early. 10.5 overs in Gloucestershire. James Morton was out there for quite some time with Adam Lyth, saw 27 deliveries before the 28th one claimed his wicket. It was LBW to Ajit Singh Dale without scoring after 28. Adam Lyth had the first 13 runs of the Yorkshire innings himself. He remains 13 not out because number 3, George Hill, has just come out and played a couple of nice fours wide of the slip cordon. He's not out on 9 and closing in on 1,000 first-class runs. The young man is 14 short of that. Maybe next time you come to me, he might have ticked the box. Yorkshire 22 for 1 then. They're trailing by 168 runs in their first innings on day 1 of this one.
Very good. Yes.
Very good. Marvellous.
And marvellous, yes. So, Lythe and Hill, as I say, have opened the batting for Yorkshire on quite a few occasions. Come together, and can they get Yorkshire not ahead of the game, but can they have a decent partnership that'll eat into this 190 not out, which Gloucestershire accrued in their first innings? 22 for 1.
Yep, 12 overs complete. And Lythe on 13 is on strike to face Ajit Dale. Now then, inside edge, thick inside edge by Lythe here. Ball that would have missed the stumps, wide of off stump. He's got lucky on this occasion. Between the inside edge and leg stump, down to long leg for a single. 14 to him, 23 for 1.
Yes, rather fortunate there, but it's all on the ground. He seems to be bowling with quite a bit of pace, Ajit Dale. Of course, he's claimed the 1 wicket so far when he had James Wharton LBW.
Here he is again, right arm over, beats George Hill, appeal for LBW. Didn't sound the most confident, did it? And appeal declined by umpire Ian Blackwell.
Probably going down the leg side, but not by much. He was beaten, and he seemed to be beaten by pace, and I think Wharton was as well.
Yep, got that extra bit of zip. Ajit Singh Dale. Sean in round, he says Dale bowling to Hill has been a bit up and down. And it is said Dale to said Hill. It's wide of off stump. And George shoulders arms. Well, at Old Trafford the other week, of course, David Lloyd came up with the nickname Q for George Hill.
Q.
His initials are GCH. Three to come in the 13th. George Hill not out on 9. Facing up to Dale, who bowls him a good length delivery, which is right over the top of again. You just see how late he plays that. Drops it into the turf, doesn't run too far up the pitch.
You know, there is something in it for the bowlers. If they bend their backs, they're getting something out of it.
So Dale preps, gets the feet in the right place, comes in again then, bowls to Hill, bit of inside edge onto boot possibly there, with a little bit of a limp as George walks away. Remember, of course, not that long since he had that toe fractured with that Yorker toe ender he received from Jamie Overton at Scarborough. Couldn't bowl for quite some time, and he's come back, hasn't he, in the last few matches with ball in hand and shown even more what he's about as an all-round cricketer. Here comes Dale again, and Hill leaning forward and just laying his bat on this one wide of gully. Point round to field. End of the over. 13 gone, 23 for 1. Lythe on 14 and Hill on 9. I think it just feels, since he's come back in the side, Graham, I know you've not been at every match, but you have been here against Essex the other week. It just feels that there's more substance to George's bowling. Maybe he's been given better opportunities. There was the incident with the ball change at Old Trafford when he got his 6 wickets. But there's a feeling of a bit more penetration somehow than some of the spells we've seen before.
Yeah, I just think it's improving. And he's been given the opportunity. He's had to take the opportunity.
Here's David Payne, left arm over, bowling to the left-handed Adam Lyth, who's withdrawing the bat from that. And there is no run. Joe Cameron says dad jokes galore this aft. Yeah. Any old joke will do, we're not that fussy.
No, true.
We're changing the com box at the end of the over. Bring Ed back in to save me from myself. Payne's in, and that's a lovely shot by Adam Lyth. Again, we've seen George Hill do that a couple of times. This time the ball was just a little bit shorter of length, but Lyth just waited right over the top. And probably don't make enough of those sort of shots, Graham, because it's lovely to see the flashing cover drive, isn't it, and the hit over the top for 6. But that's still a delightful cricket shot.
Very controlled, and it's showing the bowler I've put it where I want to put it. But you know what my views are on third man?
No, do you want to remind us for the 127th time?
Yeah. You know what it is.
As Lyth gets a straight one. Now this time it's much more of a feeling of edge and less a feeling of control about that as it squirts its way out to point. No run on this occasion, but I just like the way that they've both played the ball that's come late. It's given them a little bit of width. Just outside off stump, not much in it. Just guided the ball off the middle of the bat down to third man. This time Payne straightens things up and Lyth turns to leg. Mid-wicket doing the fielding. 18 now to Adam Lyth from 40 deliveries. 27 for 1 Yorkshire. Gloucestershire bowlers have been there or thereabouts. Asked a few questions. And that 1 wicket to have fallen, that of James Wharton, LBW to Ajit Dale without scoring. Payne in, pushed no more than that by Adam Lyth. He's not going to quite have the legs to go to the extra cover boundary. Bracey and Van Buren is going to pull it in a good 10 yards or so short of that, but they're going to pick up 2. Pleasant looking shot from Lyth again. 20 to him, 29 for 1.
Yes, a nice push out on the offside for 2.
So can Gloucestershire find another way through here? Upset Warwickshire's apple cart last week with that win, their first of the championship campaign. Not with this delivery, there's not going to be a wicket. Adam Lyth discussed it with himself for not making more of that, because it was, I think, undoubtedly the worst ball of the over by David Payne. Gave him some width, it was short of length, and Lyth crashed it into the ground rather than away through the covers for 4. End of the over then, 14 gone, 29 for 1 Yorkshire. A few words from Graham. And then Ed will be in the chair. In fact, we'll get Ed in the chair now, and then Graham will do a swap, because we should have thought about that a little bit earlier. Live radio, folks. Ed Seaborn to bring the Gloucestershire angle back in, and Ajit Singh Dale continuing at the Howard stand end.
Yeah, he's bowled well so far as Dale. 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 6. Been accurate, which at his pace is an important thing. And he's got an inside edge out of George Hill, which goes onto his pad and then dribbles out into the leg side, and there's no run. There's another one who natural movement is into the right-hander. So Gloucestershire have got a few bowlers who are looking to target the pads. Of course, David Payne with the left arm over the wicket angle as well. You would have thought, in general, you'd be potentially looking more at targeting the stumps rather than getting the nicks to the slips, which was more the case with Yorkshire, whose bowlers tended to move it away from the right-hander. Dale bowls, and that's worked away through wide mid-on by Hill. Went with the movement. He's not going to get 4, I don't think. Fielder just about manages to catch up with it before it crosses the boundary. It's Tom Price who gets the throw in from way out in the distance as far as we look at it, and sort of underlines the gloomy nature of the light, really. 32 for 1 Yorkshire with those 3 runs. Hill moves up to 12.
Yeah, a well-balanced shot there from George Hill on the leg side. 3 runs for it, so it's the left-handed Lythe will be facing. So, Dale from the Howard stand end. I think this bowler has bowled pretty well, you know. He's quite nippy, isn't he?
Yeah, definitely. Dale bowls to Lythe, who is defending out towards mid-on. There is no run. Yeah, I still haven't really got much of a read on exactly how fast Dale bowls. It looks as if he can get it up to mid-80s, but whether he would be doing that in this spell, I'm not certain. But he looks as if he's got pace about him. It's just, I don't know if I've yet commentated on a game where there's been a speed gun and he's played in it. There was one at Chelmsford, but he didn't play in that game. Dale bowls to Lythe, who tries to flick that one off his hip, but just gets struck on, well, it might have been the hip, might have been the thigh pad, anyway, somewhere in that area, and doesn't get a run for it.
It's a nice action, very bustling, and you know, he accelerates into the crease, and I think he's bowled well so far, and you know, his figures would suggest that.
Yeah, I think he looks as if he's accelerating through the crease better today than, say, in the second innings of the last match, where he just looked a little bit out of rhythm. He bowls now to Lythe, and that's a fairly tight leave, as evidenced by the Gloucestershire fielders. So take from that what you will. It may not have been that tight, actually, but it was certainly a good piece of bowling from Dale, who managed to get that one to come back into the left-hander just a touch. But there we go. It didn't hit the stumps and went through to James Bracey.
I noticed his action there. He was fairly chest on. Whether I need to look at his action a little bit more, but maybe that's the reason why it came back at the left-hander.
He's got a sort of a slingshot motion as he bowls, and Lythe works to mid-on for no run, and that ends the over. So 32 for 1 Yorkshire, toughing this out. It's a good old bit of graft so far from these two. There's just not enough graft these days.
Well, yes.
32 for 1 after 15.
I was going to say that. This is county cricket, isn't it? It's how it should be, you know.
You sounded like Kevin Peterson for a moment there. This is county cricket.
This is county cricket, absolutely. And you know, this is what we like about the game. And Gloucestershire are making this tough for Yorkshire, and so they should. And you know, they're only defending 190, so they've got to attack. They've got to try and take wickets, and they've done pretty well so far.
I mean, 15 overs in, I think Gloucestershire would have probably liked to have had them one more down than they are now, and they're going to get it right there. I think that is the first time all season that I've done that, and that is a second wicket. It was a wide delivery, actually getting wider as well. Payne pushed that one across George Hill. He was reaching desperately to try to find the ball, and only succeeded in getting an outside edge, which was taken by James Bracey. George Hill is out for 12, and Yorkshire are 32 for 2.
You know, that's cricket, isn't it? You could argue that's one of the worst balls that Payne has bowled. You could argue that. It was wide, and it induced a flashing blade from George Hill, but he got the edge through to the wicketkeeper Bracey, out for 12. He needn't have played that shot, but there we are.
It's one of the things with swing bowling, isn't it? You sometimes find this even, you know, with a great like James Anderson. He says saying that around in these parts. I think even Yorkshire supporters would begrudgingly admit that.
The man from Burnley.
Yes.
That's almost in Yorkshire anyway.
Oh, okay, right, there we go. So you often, you look through the number of wickets that James Anderson's taken in his career with short wide deliveries. Because of the fact that he's moving the ball about, it just means that the feet aren't moving. And so when you look to play a shot like that, you just aren't quite in the position that you want to be in, and you bring the edge into play.
That's right, but also, if a bowler's bowling a tight line, when he does bowl a so-called, wider ball, the batsman's eyes light up, and because they're not being used to playing that sort of delivery, they don't move their feet, as you say, and they get the nick behind or to the slips. In this case, of course, it was behind the keeper.
Yeah, I mean, I think he'd brought the majority of the deliveries back in to Hill, and then that was one of the first ones that he'd really pushed across him. I think, as you say, in probably if you talk to him heart of hearts, he'd probably say that was a bit wider than I meant to bowl it.
I'm
but
sure, yeah.
Anyway, Tom Kohler-Cadmore is the new batter, and he is off the mark to his first delivery as he works it through square leg. Sliding effort from Zafar Gohar is able to send run, so Kohler-Cadmore is off the mark, 33 for 2. Still the right-hand, left-hand combination out there for Yorkshire. Sort of touched on it briefly in the first innings that there is a lot of talk about the amount of left-handers at the top of Gloucestershire's order, but you don't tend to talk so much about the fact that, what is it? It's 6 of the first 7 of Yorkshire's order are right-handers, as Payne bowls to the left-handed Lyth, and Lyth defends up to mid-off, and there is no run.
Yeah, I mean, do you think that's a strength of Gloucestershire? I suppose you could say that if the bottom of the table, it possibly isn't.
I think I suppose it's more the fact that maybe it's the other way round, and it's not thought of as a weakness if it's all right-handers. Payne in and bowls, Lyth forward in defence. Ball rolls up the pitch to David Payne. I suppose actually thinking about it, the example of the England women's cricket team is often held up. So actually it is thought about in reverse. There are very few left-handers in the women's game at the moment, and the ones that are there are either not being picked or are coming through still. In comes Payne, bowls full, inviting the drive. That's exactly what Lyth does. That's a superb hand from Graham Van Buren. I don't know that ball would have gone for 4 necessarily, but I think it would have been at least 3 if it had got past him, maybe even 4, but he's managed to get the hand on it somehow, like an extendable arm there from Van Buren away to his right-hand side. So it's just the 134 for 2.
I suppose you could come to the conclusion, we mentioned this before today, that I suppose an ideal situation is that you have a left-hander in with a right-hander, so that the bowlers don't get used to bowling the same line.
Last ball of this over from Payne. Left arm over to the right-hander Kohler-Cadmore, was pushing forwards at that one and setting off for a single, even though he's pushed it straight to extra cover. So, understandably, Adam Lyth didn't move at all at the non-striker's end. So the end of a successful over from Payne. 7 overs, 1 for 21. His figures, Yorkshire 34 for 2 after 16 overs. I suppose we aren't quite at the point in first-class cricket where we're having these kind of adjustable batting orders, where left-hand, right-hand combinations are maintained more so than original position. I don't know. Is there an argument for it?
Possibly.
If thinking along the match-up lines.
Yeah.
He says, putting extra emphasis on that word because he does get a little bit tired of hearing it.
Yes.
Dale to start his 5th over. There's a deep square leg out, and he bowls a delivery which Lyth has had a little fiddle at, trying to flick it away fine. If the ball had produced a wicket, you may well have said that was rather lucky, but then equally it's a line of attack, potentially, albeit not one that you're...
No.
Well, it's sort of accidental attack, isn't it? I don't know.
A ball down the leg side to a left-hander usually gets punished, doesn't it?
Yeah. In comes Dale and bowls. That's flicked towards mid-on, and Lyth took a step down the pitch there, and Cola Cadmore took several steps down the pitch and then had to get back as the ball was fielded at mid-on.
I suppose you could argue that if you bowl a ball down the leg side, this I'm talking in generalities here, and the batsman is out, then the batsman has got himself out. The bowler hasn't done it. You know.
Yeah, I think
you've got to take each wicket in its entirety. But that's the way I would basically look at it.
Dale bowls to Lyth. That's outside off stump that time, but not outside it by too much. Dale lets out a gasp and stares towards Adam Lyth, indicating that he felt that the ball wasn't that far from off stump. It's a turbo prop. Goes overhead this time, but like hanging in mid-air for a bit.
That delivery there, you know, hands on heads, that only just missed the off stump or whatever. So therefore, is it a good leave or is it a bad leave? Do you see?
Yeah. Well, no, I know what you mean. It's one of those things. It's like that is like the strangle down the leg side. You sort of have a different view on it depending on the circumstance, in a way, as that's left alone outside the off stump that time, angling across the left-hander. It's
not just the strangle down the leg side. I mean, yes, that's part of it, through to the keeper probably. But you know, if the batsman pulls and is caught on the leg side boundary, you know, you could say that's a batting error rather than good bowling. Although the bowler might say, "Well, I bowled for it because there's a fielder on the boundary."
Yeah,
I still think that a ball on the leg side, it's if a batsman's out, it's his fault, as it were.
Dale bowls now to Lyth, who's tried to turn that one leg side, has not got any bat on it, but there was only the merest inquiry as far as LBW went, because surely the ball had pitched way outside leg stump.
Leg stump, yeah.
And so it's a leg by as the ball just dropped down into the leg side, well short of a fielder. 35 for 2 Yorkshire, with one delivery left in this 17th over. Dale has got through 4.5 overs. I don't imagine that his spell is likely to last too much longer than that. They'll be wanting him to bowl shorter spells, but faster, so suspect maybe we'll see a change, which will mean that Gloucestershire will have to go to spin. You would think. Dale bowls to Cola Cadmore, who's again trying to drop and run, but has played it directly to Van Buren at extra cover, who picks up with his characteristic smile. And that is the end of the over. 5 overs, 1 for 9. Dale's figures he's bowled superbly here, as he did actually for the most part in the reverse fixture as well.
Yes, I noticed it took 4 for 72 in the first innings at Bristol back in April. So yes, I suppose you can say attritional cricket. 35 for 2, Yorkshire, making inroads into the 190 all out by Gloucestershire.
Wind seems to be getting up a little bit, looking at the trees. I can't imagine it's the most pleasant conditions to be fielding in, yet at the same time you don't want to make any indications that you don't want to be out there, because on the face of it, it's also terrific bowling conditions. Floodlights on, gloomy, late evening. It's not quite got to the period with still 21 overs left in the day where you're thinking it's awkward, but at the same time there's got to be a certain amount of thinking of how many of these overs are we actually going to get in, when do the umpires start getting twitchy, that sort of thing. Maybe you start focusing on that a tiny bit more than your innings. Payne bowls to Lyth, who can't tempt him outside the off stump this time, David Payne, and it goes through to James Bracey.
It is rather gloomy, isn't it? But hopefully we can get, I mean, how many overs are left? Well,
yeah, 20 after this.
20 after this over, yeah. I'm not sure we'll get 20 in.
It was looking a little bit like some of the wet stuff was falling over to our right-hand side earlier on. Payne bowls to Lyth, who works that one out towards deep mid-wicket. They put the square leg back for Adam Lyth as well, and one more run is taken. Yorkshire 36 for 2, Lyth 22. I do remember, actually, Lyth was out pulling in the second innings of the game at Bristol. and I think it was Dale who got him with a bouncer, and he was out on the hook, caught at fine leg.
Yes, that's maybe the reason why.
Maybe why they've got an extra fielder out there.
Absolutely.
Payne to Cola Cadmore, takes a couple of steps down the pitch and then defends as firmly as almost as firmly as it's possible to defend it to extra cover, and he's still taking another couple of steps down looking for the single. There's busy, and then there's slightly frantic, which is at the moment what Cola Cadmore is potentially being out there.
He likes to field bat on ball. He doesn't know every batsman does, but Cola Cadmore does.
Payne bowls slightly tighter to the stumps that time, it looked like, but just resulted in a good length delivery, which Cola Cadmore defended towards backward point that time, and he did not actually this time take a step down the pitch, even one. I mean, there are some players who just like to, and I mentioned his name earlier, I mean, Kevin Peterson was one who early on in his innings liked to get down the pitch. Payne bowls to Cola Cadmore, defended away up towards mid-off. There's no run, it's fielded by Van Buren. But some players feel that it's important that they and Stokes does it as well. He wants to be on top in the battle early on. Let the bowler know that he's there. Make him change what he's trying to do right at the start. And then that sets the tone for what follows. Payne is in and bowls. That's guided towards backward point by Cola Cadmore, but there will be no run. Yorkshire are 36 for 2 after 18 overs, so I'm not going to bother telling you what their innings run rate is, but anyway. Trail by 154.
Well, I can tell you it's 2. He's a batsman that likes to score an early boundary as well. Then he feels better. Again, yes, every batsman likes to do that, but Cola Cadmore does.
There's likes to and then feels they have to, I suppose, isn't there?
Yeah. I mean, one of my early matches I umpired in the Yorkshire Premier League, I umpired him and he scored a century. And boy, did he hit the ball hard.
Yeah.
Right from the word go.
I mean, that is one of the things with him, no matter what format he's playing in.
Yeah.
It's the speed of the ball off the bat. It's just extraordinary. So I said it was going to have to be spin, but actually Tom Price is going to come back for another spell. He got through 5 overs with the new ball, so he's not had much of a rest, and he bowls well wide of off stump to Lyth, and James Bracey will take. So 5 overs, 4 maidens, 0 for 4. It should be stressed as well for anybody who wasn't with us for that. 1 scoring shot off Tom Price in 5 overs. He wasn't sort of beating the bat left, right and centre, but actually, can you beat the bat centre? I suppose you can't really. That's hitting it in the middle of it, but I digress.
But I know what you mean.
Yes. So I mean, it wasn't as if the ball was hooping round corners, but he was getting the ball to do just enough, and you felt that a wicket might fall, but it wasn't a sort of a, every other ball looked like it would be a wicket, which is what it was in the game against Warwickshire, as Tom Price, with a loud grunt, as is his trademark, delivers a ball on middle and off, and it's pushed into the leg side for no run.
So what are the spin options for Gloucestershire?
Plenty. So that's the thing. That was the point I was gonna move on to, really, because with this current balance to the side, they've only got the 3 seamers, and I say current balance, it's also the current injury situation with Ben Charlesworth, who could have been the 4th seamer. In comes Tom Price. He's there now and bowls, and that's left alone by Lyth through to Bracey. I seem to remember Charlesworth actually did get at least 1 wicket in the reverse fixture, so he was bowling then. But it's just this persistent shoulder problem that he's got, and then I think, even though it wasn't the shoulder issue that caused him to miss most of the season, I think the number of overs that he'd sort of missed out on, I think you'd rather have him batting in the first team than batting and bowling in the second team, I would guess. That's only my guess. As Price bowls, and that's an uncertain poke from Lyth. There's another huge mix-up here, and the shy at the stumps manages to hit Tom Kohler-Cadmore nowhere near the stumps. It was a wild throw from Zafar Gohar, who's now apologising to Kohler-Cadmore for having hit him. But Kohler-Cadmore going way down the pitch, and Lyth this time unmoved, as he didn't really know where the ball had gone, and then I'm not really sure that there was a single there anyway.
Sure there wasn't. So I don't know what Kohler-Cadmore was doing there, really. Again, they almost ended up at the same end.
Did, very much so. Kohler-Cadmore almost ran one. Tom Price bowls to Lyth, who pushes forward and misses the ball. So Tom Price inviting the drive that time and getting the play and the miss, but not the wicket. But yes, it was, has to be said, it was wayward in the extreme, that throw from Zafar. He turned and fired left-handed to the stumps at the non-striker's end, and then hit Kohler-Cadmore, who was running off the cut strip.
I think it's a good job for Gloucestershire. It did hit Kohler-Cadmore, because it could have been overthrows. In fact, it could have gone to the boundary.
It could well have done. I was thinking it might have deflected off Kohler-Cadmore's bat. In comes Price bowls, and there's another play and a miss from Lyth, I think. Anyway, I don't know that he played inside the line of it, actually, judging by the fact that he has now rehearsed the leave, which always amuses me anyway.
Yes.
He did play at it, so a couple of plays and misses, and Tom Price, guess what? It's another maiden over. 6 overs, 5 maidens, 0 for 4, and the score 36 for 2.
Yeah, and it's almost a mix-up there in that over. A la Ben Stokes in the World Cup final.
Well, exactly. See, this is one of the things which also came up out of this recent incident in the ODI, the fact that because that piece of, England should have, of course, declined those runs and said that you take those runs off the board. Therefore, it was payback for that. In comes Payne, bowls now, down the pitch comes Kohler-Cadmore, pushes to mid-off for no run.
What do you mean in the World Cup final?
In the World Cup final, yes. The idea was that the bad karma from that had come back to bite them with this run-out backing up the other day.
But England did nothing wrong. But if it's deflected off a batsman to the boundary, the batsman can't say, oh, we won't have those runs. The umpire's got to give the boundary.
Indeed.
Yeah.
In comes Payne. 3 slips in place. Bowls to Kohler-Cadmore. Flicks that one to mid-wicket for no run.
In fact, if I remember rightly, I think when it came off his bat, it went like, sort of said, oh, I don't want those runs. But because it went over the rope, the runs had to be given.
Yeah. Incidentally also, I remember that we came up with, I say we, it was floated that there should be the new name for mancadding, in inverted commas. That's driven away by Kohler-Cadmore for a full delivery and a good half stop. I don't know whether extra cover might have felt he would have stopped it cleanly or whether that was a good half stop. I think I'm going to go with good half stop with the rate that ball was travelling. I think Ben Charlesworth's feeling it in his fingertips. And they've just got the 1 for that. Kohler-Cadmore on to 2, 37 for 2. But the name is Dumaing. That's what it should be called now. This was during a Women's Africa T20 World Cup qualifier. A player by the name of Maeve Duma inflicted 4 run-outs backing up on Uganda playing for Cameroon.
4 of them?
4 run-outs at the non-striker's end backing up.
Is this a case not learning your lesson?
Yeah. The thing is, though, that Uganda, I believe, I just looked at the scorecard. Uganda, I think, made 190 from their 20 overs. As Payne bowls to Lyth, edged but well short of third slip. It's knocked down. Oh, there's another potential run-out here, as Lyth doesn't exactly know where the ball's gone. He was looking for it rather than running through, and actually it was an alert call from Kohler-Cadmore to come through for the single. 38 for 2.
Yes, it was. I mean, that was good running by Kohler-Cadmore. Clearly saw there was a run there. Right.
Yeah, so they still made 190, I think, for 5, something like that, with 4 of the wickets being those types of dismissal. Payne bowls to Kola Cadmore, rises up onto his toes, blocks it up to mid-off, and there's no run. And I think she also got the other wicket as well. And then I have to look at the exact number, but yes, Cameroon were then bowled out for 35 in 14.5 overs.
Oh,
so obviously it's karma. This is further evidence for the karma argument. Payne in and bowls, bit of in-swing to the right-handed Kola Cadmore, who works it to mid-on, and that is the end of another over. 20 have gone in the Yorkshire reply, and they are 38 for 2.
Yeah, that's...
You don't know what to say to that, do you?
That's amazing, isn't it? I mean, don't you learn your lesson? Surely... 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, she's doing it. Right, okay.
Now, this time, she won't do it this time.
No, she won't do it this time. Can I just test that out? Oh, she has. I've got to walk. Yeah.
Tom Price trying to continue his miserly spell from the Howard stand end. Still just the one scoring shot in 6 overs. And it's Lythe who eventually will face, as he's desperately tapping a part of the pitch where if the ball lands there, then I don't think he's in any danger anyway. Price bowls to Lythe. It's a full ball which is pushed up to mid-off, no run.
It's amazing what batsmen do tap on the pitch, isn't it? The ball's they tap it halfway down. The ball's not. If the ball was pitched there, you're in no trouble at all. Yeah. I don't know what it is. It's just
habit, isn't it?
Habit, yeah, habit, yeah. Absolutely, yeah.
Can tell you that Somerset are 195 for 9 against Kent. So, in fact, just now the match has been delayed, I assume, for rain, as that's left alone outside the off stump this time by Adam Lythe. So Somerset on the verge of being bowled out, and former Somerset player and product Nathan Gilchrist has taken 5 for 55 against his former county. Elsewhere, Lancashire 376 for 5. Keaton Jennings 167 not out now. Crease with George Balderson. In comes Price and bowls on driven, this time by Lythe, but a controlled shot all along the ground, and it's fielded by Dale up at mid-on, and there's no run. Stephen Croft made 86, I think mentioned that earlier on. But yeah, you were discussing Keaton Jennings for England, and the other thing is that we're playing tests against Pakistan, so his play of spin was never really in question.
No.
But there we go. I think we already know who's going to be opening the batting in the first test in the winter. But whether he's selected as part of the squad, I suppose, would be another thing. Price in and bowls. Lythe defends... Look behind him for a moment. The ball had actually dropped down in front of him. Wouldn't have mattered anyway had it gone onto the stumps, because it was a no ball from Tom Price, which I think is the first of the day of any kind. And the score up to 40 for 2. At Northampton, Essex 170 for 8. So wickets continue to fall seemingly at the moment wherever Essex are involved. 3 to Tom Taylor, a couple each to Sanderson and Jack White. In comes Tom Price and bowls. That's pushed into the gap between point and cover point, and both went to field it, and neither actually managed to pick the ball up. It would have been a single there anyway. 41 for 2. Lythe on to 24. What's the feeling of when Ben Sanderson departed? Actually, I'm about to ask Graham a question, and he's trying to change for Jonathan Doidge, so I'll ask Doidge the question when he comes in, maybe. Just sort of occurred to me, really, that there's often a lot of talk about players who go on to have a successful career at another county, and what were the thoughts when they left. I don't know what the case would be with Ben Sanderson. I'd be curious to know. That's an extraordinary shot from Kola Cadmore, who has come down the pitch and has tried to pull off the shot that Liam Livingston pulled off and managed to clear the Howard stand. Unfortunately for Kola Cadmore, marginally less successful in that the ball went all of an inch away from where he was, and in fact actually behind him rather than in front of him. And so there's no run. There's clear intention to put Tom Price off what he was doing. That's probably the most aggressive shot I've seen in the county championship this year. Amazing. In comes Tom Price, bowls to Cola Cadmore, worked off the hip, or attempted to be in fact, and again the ball just goes out right in front of him, plops almost as his feet, and that's the end of the over. 41 for 2 Yorkshire, and that's in reply to Gloucestershire's 190.
You should have seen the one he played last week at the Oval, which was a combination of sort of the charge of the Light Brigade followed by a golf shot to try and, yeah, it would have been trying to hit it over the equivalent of the Howard stand down at the Oval. And he was out. And so I did happen to dig him in the ribs later on that day and said, interesting shot that you got out to today. And I knew what his response would be before I said that. And typically he said, what about all the other times it came off before that? And he was right that it did, but yeah. It was entertainment anyway, the dismissal. And here's Payne, left arm over the wicket, bowling to Adam Lyth, who has driven that square, and it will just beat the chasing field, and brings him another 4 runs. Again, a well executed shot by Adam Lyth. 28 to him, 45 for 2.
Yeah, so the question about Ben Sanderson, when he left Yorkshire, what was there any sort of feeling of we've let one go here, or was it just a case of wasn't really getting the opportunity here and got it at Northamptonshire?
I mean, I wasn't actually doing this job at the time, so I couldn't tell you what was strongly felt as Payne bowls to Lyth, who's pushed into the offside again, no run. I can't remember a strong weight of feeling at that point when he went. No. Yeah. You know, obviously people point to Ollie Robinson having been here. Every time Ollie Hannon-Dolby gets a few wickets, you know, it will be the same if Matthew Wade performs down at Worcestershire. They'll always point to that. Will Rhodes, captaining at Warwickshire, championship winning side last year.
Yeah.
Payne is in, and Lyth pushes into the offside to cover, and again no run. So, I mean, sometimes you just think people just want to have a moan, don't they, about something, you know, try and bring that up. But it's probably often the same people who were moaning that, you know, I don't know, might have been moaning that Ben Sanderson wasn't producing the goods maybe, or something like that. I'm not saying he wasn't, but you know what I'm saying. You'll often get that, oh, he should be released, he's not doing well enough, and then 2 years later when he's getting a few wickets or runs, it's what were they doing letting him go, a terrible recruitment policy. Pushed into the offside, this latest delivery by Adam Lyth, and again no run.
Yeah,
people are just not happy unless they're moaning, are they?
No, and it's also just sometimes it's the actual change of environment which has done it anyway. Never mind that it doesn't. It's not necessarily a reflection on you doing anything badly. It's just how it works sometimes.
Payne again, nicely played by Lyth. Lays his bat on it, pushes it to point, no run. Yeah, I mean, you know, Graham and I love our horse racing, and you know the number of times you've lost count a long time ago. It's the number of times a horse will be with a trainer and he'll disappear off to another trainer, change of scenery, whatever it might be. It might be something just a little bit different that trainer does with the horse, revives it, and you know they can often have a good run of success on the back of that. Not every, as Lyth pushes into the leg side this time to complete the over at 45 for 2. He's 28, Cola Cadmore 2. Not every jockey suits every horse. Certain, you know, horses work better with a certain jockey on, and so, you know, in cricketing terms, certain players, just like in football, players will play for one manager but not another one. And in cricket, you know, it's only to be expected that it's a similar sort of thing.
Yeah, and also just the very nature of some moves where you're going from having to fulfill a certain role at one county, particularly say if you are moving from a Division one bigger county with a bigger squad to a smaller county with a smaller squad. I'm not saying Ben Sanderson's moved to a small county, if any Northamptonshire fans are listening, etc. But what I was saying, in general, is that sometimes different responsibility brings something out of you. Tom Price bowls to Kola Cadmore, comes down the pitch and slices that attempted smash down the ground, down to third man for 4 runs, which is something else that can happen if you go hard at the ball. Kola Cadmore on to 6, that's his first boundary, 49 for 2.
Yep. He's played better shots, but he got the desired result. And I think, again, similar to what he's done since he came back in the side, well, what he normally does, really, Tom Kola Cadmore. It's a bit loose. He'll try and get his hands through it and play, as they say, positively.
I'm going to look in no particular direction here, but there's still no third man. And 3 slips in place. Ringfield, long leg, the only fielder back. Tom Price now bowls to Kola Cadmore, tries to repeat the dose, and, well, I say repeat the dose. I suppose repeat the dose in terms of being 4, but actually, in the end, the ball went closer to where he intended the first one to go, but for no result because he hit it to mid-on. So this is clearly going to be a bit of evening entertainment here with Kola Cadmore facing Tom Price, because I'm not sure that either of them's really going to back down too much with what they're doing. Price in and bowls, this time stays where he was, Kola Cadmore, and defends into the covers. There's no run, but you'd think it's surely it's got to be coming again at some point, because nothing really much has changed. And also, if he can hit Tom Price out of the attack here, then that leaves Gloucestershire with some issues. Do they go to spin, or do they go to a tired seamer? It's pretty much their choice at this point, with Payne having bowled 10 overs, Dale having come off a spell of 5 overs relatively recently. In comes Tom Price in his 8th, bowls a good delivery to Kola Cadmore. It's treated with a decent amount of respect, even though, again, he was off on that sprint down the pitch for a microsecond.
Yeah, he will play like this, Tom Kola Cadmore. He's trying to make the bowler think. You know, he'll often walk down the wicket and just try and change something. If nothing's happening out there for him, try and put pressure on the bowler. Always got intent about the way he plays, I think.
Sorry, it was really off-putting. I suddenly saw a flashing light away to my left as Price bowls to Kola Cadmore, worked the leg side but straight to mid-on. Is the only fielder saving the single on the leg side for that particular ball, as they put deep mid-wicket out, so there's no run. It looked a little bit like a plane coming into land way too low and way off-line, but actually there's a building over there which has a pair of flashing white lights on top of it. And I just caught that out of the corner of my eye and did a bit of a double take. So I'm going to have to note that for later days.
I think you had too much dark chocolate at tea, didn't you?
I wish. In comes Tom Price and bowls. That's a decent shout for late before wicket, but whether it's got a bit of bat, I don't know. Some of the Gloucestershire fielders strangled their appeal a little. Maybe it did too much, not sure. But it was a good piece of bowling from Tom Price. Perhaps Kola Cadmore should have stepped down the pitch and tried to smack that one out the ground. 49 for 2. Yorkshire are 23 overs into this innings. There's still 15 overs left in the day's play. I
think he'll be a pretty sizable miss, Tom Kola Cadmore. Still do. Mentioned that a few times this season. Nigel Gurrick has messaged in saying, pitch. Jonathan, the pitch at Headingley looks very blower friendly. I think he probably means bowler. With Yorkshire only needing 10 points to avoid relegation, I was expecting a very flat pitch to ensure a draw, and along with a few bonus points, 500 v 500 would do the business. Warwickshire seem to have been able to do this, as they need to maximise bonus points. Yorkshire seem to have taken a risk, as a defeat with 3 points takes relegation out of their control. Yet another strange decision to add to the catalogue of woes which has bedevilled this season. I won't be able to listen to the final 3 days if it lasts this long, so the nerves are going to be on edge. Well, yeah, questions about the pitch from Nigel. That is that, Nigel, you are assuming that the groundsman has prepared the pitch that he's been asked to, which I don't know whether that's been discussed or not with Andy Fogarty and his team. So change of bowling, and it's going to be Zafar Gohar, number 77.
Indeed.
Bowling at the Kirkstall Lane end.
I think probably most people's choice for Player of the Year for Gloucestershire. I think I'll come back to that, maybe expand upon it after this over, because he doesn't hang about too much, Zafar.
Yep, in he comes then. Left arm over the wicket, bowling to the left-handed Lyth. Dot ball turned to leg, where short leg got a hand on it. So slip, short leg, man at 45 backward of square. There's a sweeper out mid-wicket. There's a straight mid-wicket. Mid-on is a bit deeper. Mid-off, cover and point as Lyth steps a long way outside off stump to pad off this second delivery of the over. As we welcome back listeners to 5 Sports Extra with the news that Yorkshire are 49 for 2. Adam Lyth 28. Tom Kohler-Cadmore is on 6. A partnership so far worth 17 for the third wicket, and Lyth sweeping quite firmly here, backward of square leg. That's a super shot by Adam Lyth. Short leg taking evasive action, but he got it a long way backward of square in the end and picks up 4 more. 32 to him. Yorkshire 50 up, 53 for 2. Trailing by 137. Reminder earlier, Gloucestershire bowled all out, having won the toss and decided to bat for 190. 4 wickets for 45 runs for Matthew Fisher, 2 for 26 Ben Code, 2 for 14 George Hill, and a wicket each for Dom Bess. And in his final match for Yorkshire, possibly his final match of his career, one for Stephen Patterson. Zafar Gohar bowling here to Lyth, who's whipped that to leg where Van Buren will field, but they'll pick up a single. Rotating the strike. There's been a couple of hairy moments apart from the 2 wickets that have fallen this Yorkshire innings. They were James Wharton LBW to Ajit Dale without scoring, and George Hill caught by James Bracey off David Payne for 12 with a shot that I'm sure he would not wish to see again on video. Just shy of his 1000th first-class career run landmark. A couple of other hairy moments as well, including when George was running with Adam Lyth, nearly a run out. A couple of them since Tom Kohler-Cadmore went out there, and Kohler-Cadmore stepping into this delivery and smashing that one a long way over the top of long off, probably into the top tier of the northeast stand down to our left. Talked about positive intent from Tom Kohler-Cadmore. It looks really good when it comes off. Sometimes it doesn't look quite as good when it doesn't, but more often than not, since he came back into the side midway through the season, it has done. And there was a case in point. He's on to 12 now, 60 for 2, 1 to come in this over. Gohar switching to round the wicket, by the way, to bowl to the right-handed Kohler-Cadmore, who then plays at 1 wide of off stump, trying to play a cut backward of point and misses. So end of the 24th. 60 for 2, Lyth 33, Kohler-Cadmore 12, and the partnership thus far worth 28.
These are not exactly ideal spin bowling conditions, really. I think this is the sort of situation where you kind of need that 4th seam option, and it's difficult because who of that Gloucestershire side do you drop? It would be extremely tough on Jack Taylor to drop him after he scored vital runs in the last match. Then you start going into the other batters. I think Ollie Price, as a young player deserving a run at the side, deserves to keep his spot. Drop Charlesworth, Dent, who are opening the batting. Hammond, Bracey, Van Buren. I mean, who else do you drop to try to work that extra seam option in? But it has been a situation where you would have wanted that extra seamer, and if Yorkshire can bat well, then the seamers that are here for Gloucestershire will be tired, not just by the second innings, but even potentially later on in the first innings. So key that they get a couple of wickets here. Tom Price bowls to Lyth, worked away towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. But it's a pitch that you wouldn't really expect to be turning too much at this point. Although actually Dom Bess did get a couple to just go a bit, and you always feel, I'm sure if you're Zafar, that you're in the game with Cola Cadmore coming at you, but equally it's quite cold out there, and those fingers, I suspect, won't be quite working exactly how Zaffa would like them to work. Tom Price bowls now to Lyth, who once more, just with the wrists, flicks it out towards mid-wicket, but there is no run there. But yeah, going back to the Gloucestershire Player of the Season discussion, I think had Tom Price played for the whole season, he would, well, I mean, he's still in the conversation anyway because of what he's done, but given that Zaffa's been with Gloucestershire for the whole season, has stepped up in a situation where he wasn't necessarily really expecting to be playing much. Tom Price bowls round the wicket to Lyth, who works that one through square leg. A few gasps from Gloucestershire fielders and bowler, but he gets 2. Zaffa again called into action to do the fielding. 62 for 2 with Lyth on to 35. But just for the benefit of Yorkshire listeners, I guess, although they'll probably, those who have especially good memories will remember this from the reverse fixture when Zaffa was playing, that he was signed effectively for the first half of the season on a play per play basis, if that's the right way of putting it. As Tom Price bowls to Lyth, he drives straight back to the bowler, there's no run.
Pay per play, or play per play?
Play. That one.
Play per play.
Pay to play, pay per play, whatever. So pay per match,
per
effectively.
Yep.
Because of the fact that you're allowed 3 overseas players, but you can only play 2 at once. And Naseem Shah had just got injured in the first match of the season. So Zaffa was signed on that basis for the first half of the season and then became the main overseas player, if you like, for the second half. As Lyth clips up to mid-on, fielded there by Dale, and there is no run. So he was having to bowl a lot of overs on pitches which were not conducive to spin. And goodness me, did he bowl a lot of overs. Set a record for Gloucestershire versus Lancashire in the game earlier this season, and it's one of those statistics that I keep wishing I'd written down in a more obvious place, but I think it was something like only 5 different Gloucestershire bowlers have bowled more balls in an innings than that there. That's overpitched by Tom Price, and Lyth drives away towards the wide third man boundary for 4. And really he could just pick his spot on the offside, with the ball being, as it was, a half volley, and Lyth gets up to 39 with another boundary, and Yorkshire are 66 for 2 at the end of that over. Tom Price 9 overs for 17, and yeah, and it's tricky for Gloucestershire at the moment. There are still quite a few overs left to be bowled in the day, and other than they would hope Zaffa, who's going to bowl them?
Heads up, got an update coming for BBC Radio Humberside in a moment or two. So 66 for 2. Zaffa going to continue at this Kirkstall Lane end of the ground, just dropping his mid-off to deep mid-off. He'll still be about 20 in from the boundary. Cola Cadmore on strike. And plays a lovely little paddle round the corner there. It's probably just about got the legs to make it to the boundary, you know. It has. Well played, Tom Cola Cadmore. Just meeting that just on the half volley. And with nobody in place that fine, has used the pace of the ball to get it to the boundary. So 16 to Cola Cadmore. Partnership now worth 38. Bit of rain falling here at Headingley. 70 for 2. Deficit now 120. And this is their first innings. There's Zaffa round the wicket. Cola Cadmore just eases that one up to deep mid-off for a single. Update time. Yeah, and it's been a good day so far for Yorkshire, who bowled Gloucestershire out for 190, with the visitors having won the toss and decided to bat. 4 wickets for Matthew Fisher, 2 apiece for Ben Coad and George Hill, and 1 apiece for Stephen Patterson and Dominic Best. They lost the early wicket of James Wharton, LBW, to Ajit Dale without scoring. George Hill made 12 and was the second victim so far, but Yorkshire have moved on to 71 for 2. Adam Lyth not out 39, Tom Kohler-Cadmore not out 17. They trail at the moment by 119 runs. And Adam Lyth playing a relatively false stroke into the leg side, got underneath that one, and it was being chased down by Long On, but dropped safely out of his reach, and they get back for 2. 41 to Adam Lyth, 73 for 2 Yorkshire, and with that, slight change in the field now, and somebody's been dispatched out towards Cow Corner, which where the ball landed, it was almost golf shot like, in that it just held up as it pitched out towards the northeast stand. Zaffer going back over the wicket, Lyth pushing that one into the offside for 1 more.
As if things weren't already difficult enough for Zaffer trying to grip the ball in the cold, he's now had a little sprinkling of rain to just add a bit of moisture to things as well. Just what you need. I think it has now stopped. Just a really very brief little bit of rain, but I think at least for a little while we'll be getting more, but doesn't look too clever away to our right in the distance.
Now here's Zaffer to Kohler-Cadmore, sweeps firmly as well. Got plenty on that. Down on one knee almost at the point of contact, and he's got it away just in front of square leg where Ian Blackwell stands, and that is another 4 to TKC. 21 now to him from 25, 78 for 2. 112 behind Yorkshire with those 8 first innings wickets in hand. I said earlier, dare I say it, they'll only want to bat once. Fair bit of work to do before that, just yet. But getting going as Kohler-Cadmore smothers any potential spin there from Zaffer, right over the top of it. End of the 26th over then. Partnership now worth 46, so they were 32 for 2 when George Hill departed after 15 overs and 1 ball. We've seen a further 10 overs and 5 balls for that 46 run addition.
And really now these two starting to cash in on a lot of the hard work that was done earlier on as well, and this is the situation that they've worked themselves into to get Zaffer into the attack in a position where they can go after him, knowing that Gloucestershire don't have many options to go to other than just more spin, different spin. Having negotiated that early period, and actually even though James Wharton didn't score a run, his contribution to face those 28 balls is part of what is allowing Yorkshire to go after the bowling of Zaffer here, because Gloucestershire have pretty much got no choice but to go on the defensive a bit. Umpires just had a conversation there, so light is clearly in their minds now. Tom Price bowls to Lyth, who works that one through square leg right past umpire James Middlebrook. There'll be a very comfortable 2 runs there, as that was a highly unnecessary slide from Zaffer running back at square leg, and he was almost in danger actually of fake fielding, because he slid right in front of another fielder, but I think it was fairly obvious that that fielder was going to pick the ball up then, so got away with it. But you've got to be a bit careful doing that nowadays. 2 runs to the total, 80 for 2.
You do. I also now need some good stain remover as well for his whites.
Yeah, it was a good. When I say it was a good slide, it was a strange slide for many reasons, as that's edged and gone. Caught at 3rd slip. Tom Price gets his first wicket. Chris Dent takes the catch, and Lyth got a bit squared up by that one. and Yorkshire are 80 for 3, and a vital breakthrough that for Gloucestershire, just as things seemed as if they were starting to get potentially a little out of control. The partnership built up to 46, but Lythe has gone. A simple catch really for Chris Dent at third slip, and the prize wicket of Lythe has been taken, and the umpires can now have another conversation about the light. And you just wonder, if you had them Lythe, that old question, how many more balls did I actually have to survive? How many more will we get? Because it is getting very dark out there.
Yeah, not easy with that bit of moisture around and the light, and you kind of feel a bit for Adam Lythe. He's played well there. He's played a measured knock. There's been, I know, one or two running issues, but in terms of how he's batted, just that one airy-fairy miscue of a shot a couple of overs ago that landed in no man's land out towards Cowshot corner, but he's built a pretty good 44 from 88 deliveries, and then, yeah, he's found one with his name on it now. Then Ian Blackwell is having a word with Graham Van Buren. It looks like they're staying on because James Middlebrook is wandering off. Well, he was wandering off to square leg. He's now going to square leg at the other side because Jonathan Tattersall has come in at number 5 here, Yorkshire's captain.
And we're going to have another discussion. It's
Adam Lythe will be livid if they go off here, won't he?
Well, yeah, and it's bizarre that they've had all that time to discuss, and then there was something else clearly which has changed in the last 10 seconds since Ben Charlesworth has decided to put the shin pads on, and they are now taking a reading,
yeah.
Which I imagine would mean that we must be going off.
Oh, dear me.
Yeah, it happens, doesn't it? It's amazing how often it seems to happen, because it does just allow the umpires that time to stand about and think, okay, maybe the light is quite bad. But it was strange how slowly all that played out. But looking to the right, it's not going to get any brighter either, looking at what's to come over to the right. And there is rain in that cloud as well. Gloucestershire, understandably, are not much of a hurry to get off because they've just taken a wicket and would quite like to have a go at the new batter. But they'll be pleased at least to have got that wicket of Lythe, because that very much changes things if that is the last ball of the day, because just 2 down, Lythe and Kohler Cadmore well set. Things were starting to look slightly ominous in those last few overs, but getting Lythe out would leave Gloucestershire still with the thoughts that they might be able to potentially even bowl Yorkshire out for something close to that 190 if they were able to bowl very well tomorrow morning, or at least limit Yorkshire's lead. Vital breakthrough there.
You're going to be very, very, very disappointed if you're Adam Lythe, aren't you? It can't be anything but. The light was just the same at the point he was dismissed as it was when they then took a reading and decided to go off the field.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of it's one of those things, isn't it, where you just give the umpires that time to think about it, and that's just what seems to happen.
Yeah, he's going to be disappointed anyway. I think we all would be, wouldn't we, in that position? Probably both the umpires would have been if they'd have been in that position when they were batting, but they obviously decided that there must have been a slight change, and that's fair enough. They are out there in the middle after all, and we are in the com box, and we've got a bit of misty glass in front of us, but we still see the same view as we did the ball before. Graham has passed us a slip of paper as an umpiring perspective here, saying you could argue that Adam Lythe was used to the light.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I guess.
Fair enough.
You sort of look at it from the point of view of, does it work? Does it work like that? I'm asking here because you'd have thought that the umpires judge the light purely based on what the light is rather than who's out there in the middle. But maybe they don't. Maybe it's different in terms of being potentially dangerous or unfair because of the fact that they seem to be dealing with it quite well until that point.
Yeah. Well, anyway, they've got to make. They're paid to make decisions. They decided at that point they wanted to check it. They thought it was too bad, and Adam Lyth, as I say, he's going to be disappointed, but anybody would be, I suppose, in that position. It's unfortunate, but he is out, and Yorkshire are 80 for 3, and James Middlebrook and Ian Blackwell. They're still hanging around out there in the middle. The 3 covers have come on, but they're not yet covering the cut strip. The wickets are still pitched, so play has not yet been abandoned for the day. But this time of year, once they go off, back end of the day, probably feeling that they're not going to get back on. And as I'm saying that, one of the members of the ground staff is removing the stumps at this Kirkstall Lane end and laying them flat on the ground, and therefore they've been advised to pop the covers on just for a bit of protection in case we do get a downpour. Not sure there's an imminent threat of that. There is a pretty dark cloud overhead, but just looking into the distance where the rain came from earlier, and that's okay. Anyway, no play at the moment, and so we can leave things there, I think, for now, chaps. With Yorkshire on 80 for 3 after 26.2, Adam Lyth 44 top scoring, George Hill made 12, James Wharton didn't make a run. Wickets for Ajit Dale, Tom Price and David Payne. And for those of you who like to record these things, and it was at 5:39, precisely 5 minutes ago, when they decided that the light was too bad. And so Tom Kohler-Cavmore is not out on 21. Jonathan Tattersall, who walked out to the middle, has not yet faced a delivery. That could be it for the day. We'll see. But from Ed and from Graham and myself for now, until we see any more play tonight, or possibly tomorrow morning, I'll say goodbye. So just confirmation that play has been abandoned for the day here at Headingley. Play has been abandoned for the day. Yorkshire 80 for 3 then overnight. And we'll be back for ball-by-ball coverage of any play that takes place on day 2 with Ed Seaborn, Graham Orange and myself, Jonathan Doidge. Thanks for your company on day 1. That's it from us for now.